Chapter 483. The farcical night ended with Tai Qianqiu forcefully suppressing the high-level figures of the Black Demon sect, forcing them to swallow their pride and pay the bill. Qin Yu obtained various compensations equivalent to 3 billion spirit stones. Even in the entire land of divinity and demons, such a sum of extortion was rare. The storm vanished without a trace. Most of the Black Demon sect cultivators didn't know that they had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Of course, unless Tai Qianqiu was truly thick-headed, Qin Yu absolutely didn't want things to get out of hand. He had the sealed pagoda and had also formed a partial Great Tao body. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his strength had greatly increased, but to rely on this to completely suppress Tai Qianqiu was a bit too optimistic. In short, the current situation could barely be considered a happy ending. "Grandmaster Yarrow, please." Tai Qianqiu smiled. Across from him, Qin Yu picked up a teacup and took a sip. He said with praise, "Sect Master's spirit tea is truly extraordinary." Tai Qianqiu said, "If Grandmaster likes it, I can have people prepare some and give it to you." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Then I must thank Sect Master." In Tai Qianqiu's dwelling, the two sat opposite each other and drank tea. The environment was quiet and peaceful. The two didn't speak much, but the way they interacted with each other indicated that Tai Qianqiu recognized Qin Yu's current status. Only like this could they discuss the following matters. After drinking the pot of tea 4 times, the color of the tea became a bit lighter and the taste became a bit more distant. Tai Qianqiu poured a cup of tea for Qin Yu. "I can vouch for Grandmaster Yarrow and allow you to directly enter the Demon Ascension Gate without having to go through so many selections. Of course, with Grandmaster's methods, passing these tests should be easy." Qin Yu sighed inwardly. After entering the Black Demon sect, all he wanted was to obtain the qualifications to enter the Demon Ascension Gate and then join the demonic path to obtain the capital to resist the immortal sect. The process had been full of twists and turns, and he had stirred up countless accidents and troubles. Luckily, his several years hadn't been in vain and he had finally achieved his goal today. "I thank Sect Master for understanding. I have received the Black Demon sect's great graciousness and I will engrave it in my heart. If there is a need in the future, I will not decline it." Of course, these were just pleasantries. There was more to come. "After obtaining the approval of the sealed pagoda, I have obtained some harvests. Even if I am not here, I can still help Lord Sect Master eliminate the hidden dangers in your body and do my best." Tai Qianqiu's eyes brightened. "Is Mr. Yarrow speaking the truth?" Qin Yu's thoughts stirred and ripples appeared in space. His face was handsome and devilishly charming, but as he looked around, his eyes were a bit dull, ruining his temperament. "Sovereign, this person might be able to help you." Tai Qianqiu frowned slightly. The aura of this young man in front of him was gloomy and strange, and it gave him a rather hostile feeling. However, his face was pale and he seemed extremely weak. Qin Yu smiled slightly and said, "Poison spirit, demonstrate your abilities to the sect lord." This youth was the spirit of poison that had been trapped in the sealed pagoda's small world for tens of thousands of years. Now that he had broken free and entered the land of divinity and demons, he could feel the different auras of the world around him. Beneath his stiff and dazed expression, his heart was surging with emotions. Was this the freedom he yearned for? He never thought that not only would he not die, but he would also be able to escape. Although he was filled with resentment towards Qin Yu, he couldn't help but feel grateful. Hearing Qin Yu's words, the spirit of poison swept his eyes over Tai Qianqiu. He lifted a finger and a faint light covered it. Then, faint traces of black energy gushed out and fused into his body. Tai Qianqiu stiffened. As the sovereign of one of the demonic path's branches, he had an extremely powerful cultivation. He could immediately see that this black energy was a poison that existed in the world. Who was this person? He was actually able to easily gather them and even directly swallow these poisons. It had to be known that poisons of the world were invisible and intangible, they wouldn't harm any living being. But once they gathered together, they would often have a terrifying toxicity. The Black Demon sect had the sealed pagoda, and the sealed pagoda was the inherited treasure of the myriad poison sect. As the sovereign, Tai Qianqiu was well aware of some matters concerning the Tao of poison. Qin Yu smiled. Poison Spirit is a puppet of the sealed pagoda. He possesses a portion of the sealed pagoda's strength and is able to restrain the vast majority of poisons in this world. The myriad poison sect had been destroyed for tens of thousands of years. Only Qin Yu knew what was inside the sealed pagoda. Now that he was speaking nonsense, he wasn't afraid of being seen through. Tai Chenqiu smiled. "I am here to thank Mr. Yarrow for your help." Qin Yu sneered inwardly. "If I didn't give you a plan to remedy the situation, would you have let me leave so easily?" This was only a mutually beneficial exchange. Of course, it was fine as long as he knew this in his heart. There was no need to say it out loud. Moreover, Qin Yu still had some matters that he needed Tai Chenqiu's help with. "Sovereign, the sealed pagoda is an extremely important matter. I do not wish for others to know about it for a short period of time. It has already approved of me." Tai Chenqiu revealed an awkward expression. "I am naturally happy to help, but the matter of the sealed pagoda isn't an absolute secret in the demonic path. Once it disappears, it will surely be discovered by others. It will be difficult to conceal it." Qin Yu said, "I know, so I have decided not to take away the sealed pagoda for the time being." Tai Chenqiu was stunned. He had risked his life and spent a great deal of effort to obtain a treasure, but he wasn't going to take it away. Did he have a fever? Looking at Qin Yu's calm expression, he quickly responded. The sealed pagoda had been in the Black Demon sect for tens of thousands of years and they still hadn't been able to do anything to it, much less now that it had already recognized a master. Yarrow Bin clearly had nothing to fear. Tai Chenqiu felt a bit depressed, but he felt even more restless. Before the sealed pagoda recognized a master, even if everyone knew it was a dormant volcano, they wouldn't care about it. But now, it had become Qin Yu's. Who knew when the sealed pagoda would suddenly erupt while it was sleeping? But he had already spoken those words just now. If he wanted to refuse again, he didn't know what to do. Tai Chenqiu hesitated. Qin Yu smiled. "Sovereign, rest assured. I will join the Demon Ascension Gate soon and will inevitably become a member of the demonic path. I have no reason to be enemies with the Black Demon sect. Drawing back 10,000 steps, if I really do attack, does Sovereign think that I can remain unscathed?" These words were reasonable. In addition, Tai Chenqiu needed help from Qin Yu. He took a deep breath and said, "Good. I guarantee that I will not reveal anything related to the sealed pagoda." Communicating with smart people was always simple like this. Qin Yu naturally knew that the sealed pagoda was a good thing and that it would be of great use to him. But he didn't want to make too many enemies in the demonic path because of this. The myriad poison sect had been destroyed for tens of thousands of years and their original benefits had already been divided up by the other branches of the demonic path. Once the matter of Qin Yu obtaining the approval of the sealed pagoda was exposed, then whether or not he had the heart to rebuild the myriad poison sect, he would become a thorn in the eyes of the other demonic path branches. Perhaps he could spit out the meat that entered his mouth, but it had already been swallowed into his stomach and even digested to become a part of his body. Did he have to cut off his own flesh to repay this debt? That was clearly impossible. The sealed pagoda was a hidden card. Once Qin Yu obtained a certain status in the demonic path and used it, he might have some unexpected effects. But now that it was exposed, there would be no advantages. Tai Chenqiu also guessed Qin Yu's scruples. Although he was a bit unwilling to agree, the truth was that he actually relaxed. Since Qin Yu needed him to keep this a secret, then this puppet called the Spirit of Poison should be trustworthy. Both sides had their harvests in this exchange. After cupping his hands together, Tai Chenqiu turned and left, vanishing into the particularly dark night before dawn. Qin Yu sat down and drank another cup of tea. "You know what happened. You need to help Tai Chenqiu eliminate his hidden dangers, but you can't let him immediately recover. Can you do this?" The Spirit of Poison bowed. "Master, rest assured that this subordinate will handle this matter properly." His calm and indifferent voice flowed with confidence. Qin Yu didn't doubt his words. He followed the Spirit of Poison's gaze and looked at the horizon, where a trace of white was gradually appearing. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu didn't say anything. He quietly sat down, waiting for dawn with the Spirit of Poison. The skies became increasingly bright. The eastern skies were like a burning sea of fire, dyeing half the sky crimson. Suddenly, a great sun leapt out from the ground. It was like a sovereign of the heavens and earth, emitting endless light and heat as it looked down at the trillions of lives in the boundless world. The spirit of poison gently shivered. He stared at the rising sun in the east, infatuated. At this moment, Yu could only see joy and gratitude in his eyes. Indeed, all life in this world loved the light. Even the spirit of poison, an existence born for the purpose of destruction and slaughter, couldn't rid himself of his yearning for the light. Yu suddenly thought of the little blue lamp that could only emit light in the darkness. Although it had now become the incarnation of a great sun, it was still fundamentally opposed to light. What did this mean? As he fell deep in thought, time passed quickly. When the spirit of poison awoke, Yu could clearly feel a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, Master, for giving me the chance to bathe in the sunlight. I no longer have any regrets and can return." Yu waved his hand. "I have no plans to take you back into the sealed pagoda's small world." The spirit of poison fiercely looked up, his eyes shaking. Yu smiled. "What, you don't believe me?" He stood up and lightly said, "Perhaps to others, you are synonymous with terror and destruction. But to me, you pose no threat at all. Perhaps my words are direct, but you should know that this is the truth. Since I don't fear a backlash from you, why would I imprison you?" The spirit of poison's complexion darkened, but he didn't have the strength to refute this. Moreover, he had no reason to refuse. To be able to bathe in the sunlight every day, it was really something to look forward to. 10 days later, the grand ceremony of the demonic path's demon ascension gate that occurred once every 100 years finally began. Yu and the chosen young elites of the Black Demon sect gathered in the grand hall. The one managing today's transmission was the chief elder. But he was clearly in low spirits and he didn't want to face that hateful face. He only gave a few simple words of warning before announcing the start of the transmission. The array formation in the grand hall was already in an activated state. Black lines covered the white floor and halos of light flowed about, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. Yu followed everyone into the transmission array. With a loud hum, the black lines that formed the transmission array began to shine with a brilliant light. Space twisted and everyone within the array formation vanished from sight. The chief elder let out a long breath. He suddenly felt that he had lost a great deal of face, but he couldn't help but admit that the current Yarobin was no longer someone he had the qualifications to shake. Chapter 484. The Demon Ascension Gate's grand ceremony that was held once every 100 years was the only way for the demonic path to absorb new blood and recruit heroes of the world. It was natural for the entire demonic path to pay attention to this event. Heavenly Demon City, which was responsible for hosting this event, was currently under martial law. Without a warrant, no one was allowed to casually enter or leave in order to prevent any accidents from occurring during the grand ceremony. 12 transmission arrays were scattered throughout the square. Outside each transmission array, there were demonic path cultivators standing in silence. They didn't speak a single word and their auras were cold and harsh. They gave off a feeling like they were vicious beasts that wanted to devour someone. Suddenly, in the southeast corner of the transmission array, lines began to rapidly light up. Space violently shook, causing ripples to appear. The figures of a group of cultivators gradually appeared in the shaking space. Yu opened his eyes. He could feel the rapidly dissipating spatial fluctuations. He knew that the transmission array would soon end. And indeed, after several breaths of time, the colors around him gradually dimmed and the surrounding environment became clear. Black Demon Sect, 257 people participating in the Demon Ascension Gate. Count them. As this shout entered his ears, Yu's heart skipped a beat. This voice was a bit hoarse and wasn't unpleasant to listen to, nor did it contain any excessive strength. But the feeling it gave off was terrifying to the extreme. Listening to this voice, one felt as if they were in an Azura hell. The rich smell of blood filled the air, making one feel as if they were about to vomit. The Black Demon Sect cultivators that were selected to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate all paled. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. This demonic path cultivator's strength was truly terrifying. In particular, the infernal energy around him was so condensed that it was almost tangible. It was unknown just how much slaughter he had experienced in order to form this. Senior apprentice brother, the count is correct. Bring them away. As the Black Demon sect people walked out of the transmission array, Chinyu finally saw the demonic path cultivator with the astonishing infernal energy. This person was tall and slender, but his complexion was exceptionally pale, as if he had suffered severe blood loss. He gave off a feeling of weakness, completely different from what one imagined. And what was especially strange was that this person's aura fluctuated. Although he was clearly at the early Blue Sea realm, he gave off an unfathomably deep feeling. Several Black Demon sect cultivators exhaled deeply. As they walked out of the transmission array, they discovered that this person was only at the early Blue Sea realm. They relaxed a little and their expressions became a bit calmer. Chinyu inwardly shook his head. These Black Demon sect cultivators had underestimated this person. If they really fought, he feared that none of them would be his match. They were truly worthy of being the demonic path. In the entire land of divinity and demons, they were the only super influences that could stand toe-to-toe with the immortal sect. One could see such powerful individuals everywhere. Bring them to worship the golem. With a few words, this person turned and walked away. Such irresponsible behavior didn't arouse any dissatisfaction. Several demonic path cultivators bowed and looked at his back, their eyes filled with worship. He stood up and turned to those from the Black Demon sect, his complexion indifferent. Follow us. Do not fall behind on the road, otherwise if you lose your little life, don't blame us for not reminding you. The people from the Black Demon sect all revealed looks of indignation. For them to be chosen to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate's grand ceremony, they could all be considered outstanding elites of their time. They were naturally proud and arrogant. You're not convinced? If you can enter the demonic path, you can come and find us at any time. But for now, you better behave yourselves. With a cold sneer, several demonic path cultivators spread out, surrounding the 257 people and walking out of the square. From the southwest, another group came. Both sides were moving in the same direction, so they inevitably met at the square's exit. The demonic path cultivator leading the way bowed. Greetings, senior apprentice brother Ju. Ju Genhai had a faint expression. Black Demon sect disciples? This person revealed a nervous expression. Yes. Ju Genhai didn't say anything else. A demonic path cultivator beside him swept his eyes over the Black Demon sect group and sneered, each generation really is worse than the last. This time, the Black Demon sect sent you shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Are you all here to make a fool of yourself? Behind him, a group of young cultivators laughed. It was impossible for any large influence to be completely united. Where there were people, there were rivers and lakes. Although this saying was a bit vulgar, it was indeed true. For instance, one of the 12 branch sects, the Black Demon sect and the Soul-Burying sect, had a dark history of grudges and grievances that could be traced back tens of thousands of years or even longer. Although on the surface they were suppressed by the demonic path to maintain peace, they had never stopped fighting in secret. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their hatred was as deep as the sea. Ju Genhai came from the Soul-Burying sect and the demonic path cultivator beside him also came from the Soul-Burying sect. The group of young cultivators behind him were disciples that the Soul-Burying sect had recommended to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate. Thus, both sides were enemies. A rough count showed that the Soul-Burying sect had at least 400 to 500 people, nearly half more than the Black Demon sect. And, the demonic path had always believed in strength. From this point alone, one could see that when compared to the Soul-Burying sect, the Black Demon sect was at a disadvantage. But even so, the Black Demon sect cultivators weren't willing to lower their heads and accept this humiliation. In addition to the anger they received from the demonic path cultivator leading them, their blood rushed to their heads and they immediately began to shout. Neither side gave way. The atmosphere became tense, as if a conflict was about to break out. Senior apprentice brother Ju, please don't make things difficult for us. The demonic path cultivator leading the way tried his best to block the two sides, his eyes filled with worry and helplessness. They weren't liked to begin with, and if an accident were to occur today, then even if both sides were in the wrong, they feared that in the end the punishment would fall onto them. But so what if they weren't willing? Zhu Jianhai's recent limelight was unparalleled. The demonic path cultivator from the soul-burying sect sneered. What is difficult about it? Little brats of the Black Demon sect, if you aren't convinced then you can come up and compete with the juniors of our soul-burying sect. All you know is how to make a ruckus like a bunch of women. It's really disgraceful. As soon as these words were spoken, the complexions of the Black Demon sect cultivators darkened. The hot-tempered ones had bloodshot eyes. The situation was about to spiral out of control. What are you all blocking here for? Are you trying to put on a monkey show for others to see? A light voice echoed out. Along with it was a bone-chilling chill. Everyone shuddered at the same time, and the scene suddenly became quiet. The demonic path cultivator beside Zhu Jianhai had a change in complexion. He clenched his teeth and said, "So it's senior apprentice brother Shong. There is no need for you to concern yourself with a conflict between juniors of a branch sect." Shong Yuntai had an indifferent expression. "Bring them away. Don't miss the hour." He had completely ignored his words. The demonic path cultivator paled. But before he could speak again, Shong Yuntai's eyes fell on him and he stiffened. His mouth moved but he didn't dare to utter a single syllable. Zhu Jianhai had no expression. Senior apprentice brother Shong, what an imposing aura. Shong Yuntai lightly said, "Junior apprentice brother Zhu must remember what time it is today. If you stir up any trouble, even Elder Li might not be able to suppress it." He waved his hand. "Let's go." The Black Demon sect cultivators fell silent. Although they glared at the soul-burying sect cultivators, no one said anything. Anger rose to their heads and they inevitably lost control of their emotions. But as soon as they calmed down, they discovered that if they continued to make trouble, they would definitely suffer a loss. Perhaps because of this, they might even lose the chance to enter the Demon Ascension Gate. Thinking of this possibility, everyone calmed down. "Senior apprentice brother Zhu, why must we avoid him? The elder ordered us to think of a way to thoroughly knock Shong Yuntai into the dust so that he can never rise again." "Shut up." Zhu Jianhai's eyes darkened. "Take him away. Don't cause any more trouble." He indeed wanted to place Shong Yuntai in a hopeless situation, but the premise was that he couldn't do so himself. There would be many more opportunities in the future. There was no need to cause trouble during the Demon Ascension Gate period. After leaving the square, the group of people quickly moved forwards. Faint sounds of complaints drifted into their ears. "Senior apprentice brother, Zhu Jianhai is definitely doing this on purpose. That bastard." In front of senior apprentice brother, he was as docile as a dog. But now that he has power, he's gone wild. We can't let this matter rest so easily. Once senior apprentice brother recovers, we must teach him a lesson. Shong Yuntai had a calm expression. "Enough. Hurry up and finish your task. Keep a low profile and don't stir up any trouble." He turned and left, his fists clenched in his sleeves. Unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but in the end it turned into bitterness. He was well aware of the current situation within his body. If he couldn't detoxify the poison then everything would be for naught. But the efforts he had put in during this period of time had left him in despair. Perhaps this was his unchangeable destiny. Qin Yu glanced at Shong Yuntai's back. His eyes flashed for a moment before he composed himself. The most important thing right now was to smoothly pass through the Demon Ascension Gate and become a member of the demonic path. Everything else could wait. The demonic path cultivators leading the way had ill complexions. The atmosphere was heavy and gloomy. Luckily, not long after they left the square, they arrived at their destination. In front of them was an extremely grand temple. The stone used to build this temple seemed to have experienced the erosion of countless years. It emitted an ancient aura. Outside the temple, there were many demonic path cultivators standing guard. The defenses were tight. Everyone stopped 1,000 feet away, waiting for the demonic path cultivators to carry out the handover. "Let's go in and pay our respects to the demon statue." Qin Yu looked up at the pitch-black temple doors, a dignified look in his eyes. This temple actually made him feel suppressed, as if there was an extremely terrifying existence within. But since he had already arrived here, there was no reason to shrink back. Qin Yu followed the crowd and stepped into the temple. As he stepped in, his ears instantly fell silent. Besides the sound of his footsteps, there was no other sound, as if he had been completely isolated from the outside world. But now, there were already many people sitting cross-legged in this temple. In front of them was a giant demon statue that supported the entire temple. Green torches danced on both sides, but they couldn't completely illuminate the demon statue. Most of it was hidden in the darkness, causing one to instinctively feel or towards it. In front of the demon statue stood a demonic path priest who was as thin as a stick, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. He wore a wide black robe and his deep sunken eyes flashed with a strange light. "Choose a cushion and sit down." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, making one's head hurt. But no one dared to reveal this. They respectfully bowed and each chose a cushion to sit down on. Qin Yu's eyes drooped, covering up the shaking in his heart. This seemingly weak demonic path priest actually possessed soul fluctuations as vast as the sea. If he were to attack, he would only need to sweep out his divine sense to turn over half the cultivators in this temple into idiot. The moment that Qin Yu lowered his head, the demonic path priest seemed to sense something. He swept his eyes over but didn't discover anything strange. He frowned. How interesting. The demon ascension gate has really produced some amazing little fellows this time. The demonic path priest whispered to himself. Then, he swept his eyes over the temple. Close the door. The giant stone at the entrance of the temple slowly fell down. At the same time, the lights in the temple were extinguished one after another. Finally, all that was left over were the two giant green torches in front of the demon statue. The demonic path priest turned around and faced the demon statue. He raised his hands and loudly chanted. The strange syllables were sharp and grating, constantly echoing through the temple. At first it was grating, but soon one adapted to it. There was even a warm feeling that rose from the depths of one's heart. Qin Yu's vision blurred and he subconsciously closed his eyes. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, submerging his consciousness. At this time, within his soul space, the soul-summoning bell suddenly trembled, emitting a clear ringing sound. Qin Yu's chaotic consciousness suddenly awoke. He was instantly covered in a cold sweat. With his soul cultivation, he had actually been unknowingly hypnotized while on guard. This was simply unimaginable. But on the surface, Qin Yu maintained his original appearance, not daring to reveal any abnormalities. The strange syllables became increasingly rapid. All the cultivators in the temple began to shiver, as if they were experiencing some horrifying dream. Suddenly, a cultivator cried out miserably. Before he could respond, black flames gushed out from his head. In the blink of an eye, this person was burned to ashes. Following that, 2 more cultivators were burned to death by the black flames in the same manner. The demonic path priest stopped chanting. His eyes were icy cold and filled with hatred. Heresy that tries to invade the demonic path, I curse your souls to fall into hell, never to be freed. A strong wind rose up. The ashes that were burned to ashes by the black flames began to tumble about in the air, drawing out figures in the air, each one of them in extreme pain. In the next moment, a deep roar resounded in the temple. The demon statue opened its mouth, a pitch-black hole that seemed to lead to an endless abyss. 3 figures of ashes struggled as they were swallowed up. The demonic path priest faced the demon statue. His wrinkled and withered face revealed an incomparably pious expression. Unsurpassed demon, your most humble servant offers you the soul of a heresy. I ask that you bestow upon me the seed of your demonic nature, so that the children under your rule will always be bathed in your unsurpassed dignity. The demon statue's eyes suddenly opened. Within them were 2 spinning black vortexes. Purple motes of light flew out from the vortexes. These motes of light seemed to have a mind of their own. They followed the cultivators' life auras and landed in the temple, above the heads of all the cultivators. The demonic path priest turned around. His eyes swept over the faint purple motes of light, illuminating their faces. He flicked his sleeves and 4 streams of demonic energy flew out, each fusing into a young cultivator's body. The 4 people trembled and woke up at the same time. They looked around, especially at the purple motes of light above their heads. Their eyes immediately filled with fear. The demonic path priest's voice was ice cold. "If you've awoken, then withdraw to the side." The 4 people didn't dare to say anything. They crawled up and respectfully bowed. Then, they quickly moved to a corner of the temple and used various methods to lock down their auras. As they saw the purple motes of light above their heads fly away, they relaxed. Then, they looked at the crowd of people sitting in the temple and couldn't help but reveal a look of pity in their eyes. Although Qin Yu didn't open his eyes, he could sense everything that occurred in the temple. Of the 4 people that were awakened by the demonic path priest, he actually happened to recognize one of them. In the Four Seasons City auction house, when they were competing for the pre-celestial wood, there were 4 young masters that had fought each other because of jealousy. This person was the one who had clamored for double the price but had never tasted defeat. Sun Zifu. Yes, this was his name. This person seemed to come from some tyrannical demonic path noble family. The 3 people beside him, looking at their demeanor and bearing, clearly had extraordinary backgrounds. For the demonic path priest to awaken these 4 people alone, it seemed that the purple motes of light above their heads weren't some benevolent being. Qin Yu's heart tightened. At this time, as the demonic path priest pointed a finger, the purple motes of light above everyone's heads fell down and fused into their flesh and blood. The purple moon trembled. Faint traces of purple moonlight fell down like snowflakes. A purple mote of light appeared in Qin Yu's soul space. But before it could respond, it was wrapped up by the purple snowflakes of moonlight. The purple mote of light trembled, emitting traces of a cruel and violent aura. It smashed around in the purple moonlight. Qin Yu cursed inwardly. Although the purple moon had trapped this mote of light, judging from its reaction, it was likely that the demonic path priest would discover it. At that time, things would become troublesome. And as he thought, the demonic path priest beneath the demon statue looked at him with eyes as cold as lightning. Qin Yu's complexion didn't change, but his body tensed up. At this time, the slumbering soul-summoning bell flew over on its own. The moonlight scattered, but the purple mote of light had already calmed down and obediently flew into the soul-summoning bell. Outside, the demonic path priest's icy cold eyes flashed with hesitation. He carefully sensed the fluctuations of the demonic seed for a long time, and only then did he look away. Chapter 485. An hour later, the doors to the main hall opened. Everyone was startled awake and their complexions changed. But no matter how they investigated, they couldn't find anything strange. Sun Zifu and the others had already returned to their original positions. There was no flaw in their expressions, but their eyes occasionally flickered, revealing a bit of mockery. The demonic path priest sat down. His thin body seemed even smaller now, as if managing this ceremony had consumed far too much strength. He didn't say anything more. The demonic path cultivators outside respectfully entered the main hall and led everyone away. When Qin Yu came out, he saw another group of young demonic cultivators waiting outside the main hall, their eyes filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, they had no idea what sort of result they would face after entering the main hall. There were around 600 people who had passed the demon statue test with Qin Yu. At this time, they were gathered together. Everyone, congratulations on passing the test. You have obtained the basic qualifications to join the demonic path. The Demon Ascension Gate will open tomorrow. Today, you may freely move about in the public area of Heavenly Demon City. Remember, starting from now, no one is allowed to fight in private. If you violate this rule, you will be severely punished. You may even be stripped of your qualifications to enter the Demon Ascension Gate. After arranging their accommodations, the demonic path cultivators left. It seemed that after passing the demonic path test, they had obtained some sort of recognition and were no longer restricted. The people from the Black Demon sect were gathered in a giant courtyard. Qin Yu casually chose a room and the other Black Demon sect cultivators quickly left, as if they wanted to avoid him. Qin Yu closed the door, not caring about these people's reactions. He carefully swept out with his divine sense and didn't sense anything wrong. Then, He sat down cross-legged and entered his soul space. The soul-summoning bell was still sleeping, not responding to his probing. Qin Yu carefully sensed that the purple light was in a sealed state. This allowed Qin Yu to relax a little. The soul-summoning bell had already recognized him as its master. Although it was a bit strange right now, it shouldn't harm him. As for how to remove it, he could only wait for the soul-summoning bell to awaken before thinking of a way. When Qin Yu opened his eyes, the skies outside had already darkened. After a moment of thought, he pushed open the door. The entire courtyard was quiet and the rooms were shrouded in darkness, as if everyone had left. At this time, several people passed by outside the courtyard. The faint sounds of conversation entered his ears. "Hurry, I heard that there is a shop in the West City that has a spirit awakening water. This is a treasure that can keep the soul awake at all times. If we can obtain it and enter the Demon Ascension Gate, we'll have more to rely on. Every time the Demon Ascension Gate opens, in order to increase the passing rate of disciples, many precious treasures will appear in Heavenly Demon City's night market today. We absolutely cannot miss out on this. Let's go. Let's go. If I'm late, I'm afraid that I'll be missing him." They left in a hurry. Qin Yu had a thoughtful look. No wonder there wasn't a single person in the courtyard. It seemed that everyone from the Black Demon sect had run off to buy treasures. As for why no one called for him, the Demon Ascension Gate had strict rules. For those that surpassed 100 years of age, the difficulty of the test would rise by several times. Unless one possessed heaven-defying strength, it was impossible to pass. Thus, even though Qin Yu had revealed an extremely powerful cultivation, the people of the Black Demon sect still maintained a respectful distance from him. They feared that if they were involved with him, they would be implicated after entering the Demon Ascension Gate. Why did the people of the Black Demon sect determine that Qin Yu was over 100 years old? The biggest reason was that he had borrowed Yarrow Bin's identity. Who didn't know that Grandmaster Yarrow had been hiding in the Black Demon sect for dozens of years? One didn't need to be a genius to know that he was an old fellow. Moreover, if he wasn't old enough, how could this surname Yarrow have such a tyrannical cultivation? In their subconscious, no one believed that someone of the same generation could have the strength to completely roll over them. Qin Yu naturally wouldn't explain too much to them. After thinking for a moment, he closed the door and walked out of the courtyard. In the dark of night, because of tomorrow's Demon Ascension Gate's grand ceremony, Heavenly Demon City was particularly lively. The lights were as bright as day. The streets surged with people. Qin Yu casually chose a direction and followed the flow of people. Most of the people coming and going were young cultivators that would be participating in the Demon Ascension Gate tomorrow. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and their faces were full of confidence. When the demonic path recruited disciples, the elimination rate was astonishing. It was normal for only 1 or 2 out of 100 people to be selected. Thus, there were many demonic path cultivators participating in the Demon Ascension Gate. Besides the 12 branches of the demonic path, there were various demonic path aristocratic families, sects that had pledged allegiance to the demonic path, and even wandering cultivator masters of the demonic path. Roughly estimating, there would be at least 10,000 demonic path cultivators entering the Demon Ascension Gate. Of course, the number that would ultimately enter the demonic path would be no more than 200. Qin Yu was confident that with his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to distinguish himself in the Demon Ascension Gate. But, who had absolute confidence in everything in this world? If he could find some treasures that could increase his chances of victory, he certainly wouldn't mind. Unfortunately, along the way, he saw many demonic path treasures. Some of them were indeed good and attracted many demonic path cultivators to compete for them. But, they weren't too attractive to Qin Yu. On the streets, whether it was the shops on both sides or the stalls, they were all crowded with people. From time to time, one could hear the sounds of buyers and sellers haggling over prices. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered his ears. "Humph. If you keep increasing the price bit by bit, just how long will it take? If you want to play, then double the price. 100,000 spirit stones, I want that thing." Qin Yu subconsciously arched an eyebrow. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw several demonic path cultivators surrounding him. The one who spoke was Sun Zifu. At this time, this direct descendant young master of a demonic path noble family was sneering. Standing beside him was a tall and slender female cultivator. Her face was covered by a thin translucent veil, making her look extremely seductive. This woman was the beautiful female cultivator that had caused 4 spoiled brats to fight at the auction house. Although Qin Yu knew that even if they didn't cause trouble, Qi Cheng still wouldn't sit idly by and watch as he bought the pre-celestial wood. He just couldn't develop any good impressions of these people. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly paused. Within his soul space, the slumbering soul-summoning bell suddenly began to ring. A strong sense of desire passed to Qin Yu. And the item it wanted was the black stone in the hands of the pleasantly surprised stall owner. Humph. Fellow Daoist son, you want to take away this strange stone with a mere 100,000 spirit stones? I'll bid 150,000. A gloomy cultivator sneered across from him. 300,000. Sun Zifu had an indifferent expression. 350,000, 700,000. The crowd was shocked. To most people here, 700,000 spirit stones wasn't too outrageous. But the key was Sun Zifu's attitude of not caring at all. Look, this was what a true rich person was like. In the crowd, many demonic path female cultivators blinked their eyes, secretly wishing they were spinach in autumn. Sun Zifu was overjoyed. If he could obtain a little bit of money and gain the favor of so many beautiful women, it was far too worth it. Luckily, he knew what his main goal was today. He suppressed the itch in his heart and only smiled at Zhu Fenghuang. Stall owner, can you let me take a look at this stone? A cultivator suddenly walked out from the crowd. His entire body was covered in black robes, but one could see that he was tall and sturdy and had a bit of prestige to him. The stall owner hesitated. Now that he knew the value of this stone, he clearly didn't feel at ease. The black-robed cultivator lightly said, "Do you think I would dare to steal it in front of everyone's eyes?" The stall owner thought for a moment and then nodded, handing the stone to him. The black-robed cultivator thanked him and carefully observed it. Sun Zifu had a calm expression. He didn't stop them. In his opinion, this stone was already his. The more these people looked at it, the more disappointed they would be. 1,000,000 spirit stones. The black-robed cultivator quoted a price and returned the stone to the stall owner. Everyone was amazed. They never thought that such a low-key person would actually be so generous. The gloomy cultivator frowned, killing intent in his eyes. Although this wonder stone is good, not just anyone has the qualifications to compete for it. 1,000,000. His words were filled with threat. The black-robed cultivator remained silent. It could be regarded as fear, or it could be regarded as indifference. Looking at his calm demeanor, it was clear that it was the latter. The gloomy cultivator paled. If it weren't for Heavenly Demon City being under martial law tonight, he feared he would have already attacked. Sun Zifu laughed. Good. The more the merrier. If we can easily buy it, how can we show how precious this treasure is? 2,000,000 spirit stones, please do as you wish. The black-robed cultivator lightly said, 5,000,000. The gloomy cultivator followed closely behind. 6,000,000. This stone was the one that he had taken a fancy to first. He should have been able to obtain it for several thousand spirit stones, but Sun Zifu had interfered, leading to the current situation. However, the Sun family was one of the top aristocratic families of the demonic path and their influence wasn't any weaker than the one behind him. Even though he was enraged, he could only endure it. Thus, when the black demon cultivator interfered, he had to bear the brunt of his anger. His eyes blazed with killing intent. However, this gaze was clearly useless against the black-robed cultivator. But the more this happened, the more the gloomy cultivator became enraged. You bastard! After today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Sun Zifu snapped his fingers. 2,000,000. The crowd gasped. Doubled, and doubled again. Those who recognized his identity all came to a sudden realization, and their gazes were filled with even more reverence. No wonder he had acted so boldly. So he was the Sun family of the Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li path. This was a mystical family that could rival a country in wealth. Only this sort of top young master would have such astonishing wealth. The gloomy cultivator looked at the wonder stone in the stall owner's hand. He had cultivated a secret technique in his early years and could faintly feel a strange fluctuation coming from this wonder stone. This stone was ordinary, but what was inside was not. 6 million. The black-robed cultivator said, 1 million. From beginning to end, his tone hadn't changed at all. This calmness caused Sun Zifu's eyes to brighten, as if he had met his match. To think that ever since he was a child, he had never tasted defeat when it came to doubling bids, well, it was more accurate to say that he had only tasted defeat once, as he thought back to the two madmen that wildly bid at Four Seasons City's auction house. Sun Zifu's lips twitched. Luckily, he had an excuse that he didn't want to involve the immortal sect in this matter, so he could use it to cover his face. Otherwise, he would have lost a great deal of face. In a bad mood, young Master Sun coldly sneered. 2 million. He swept his eyes around. You too, this wonder stone is mine. If you don't believe me, feel free to give it a try. The gloomy cultivator clenched his teeth. In terms of background and strength, he didn't fear the Sun family, but in terms of wealth, the difference between them was more than a ton. Over 10 million spirit stones was already the limit of what he could withstand. Who would have thought that this surname Sun would actually spend such a large sum for a stone of unknown effect? But if he were to give up like this, he would feel that it was too shameful. Just as he was about to collapse from anger, the black-robed cultivator lightly said, 3 million. The gloomy cultivator's complexion stiffened and the evil fire in his heart suddenly erupted. I can't compare to Sun Zifu, but who the hell do you think you are? You actually dare to step on me? Brat, recklessly opening a bid will kill you. If you can't take out 10 million spirit stones, I guarantee that you will regret it. The black-robed cultivator maintained his initial attitude of disregard, not even glancing at him. He took out a crystal spirit stone card with a lifelike demon phantom on it. A top spirit stone card. A limit of 100 million. Who is this person? What a great deal. The gloomy cultivator's complexion paled. He wanted to slap someone but was instead slapped in the face. But at this time, he didn't dare to casually open his mouth again. It had to be known that a top spirit stone card wasn't something that could be used with money alone, it represented a symbol of status. To be able to take out a top spirit stone card was enough to prove the black-robed cultivator's status. Those with status, no matter where they were, would be respected. Sun Zifu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that it was a close call. Today, he had nearly failed to show off and was instead cursed. Luckily, when he returned home, he had made a scene and obtained a top spirit stone card from his father. With a light cough, Sun Zifu calmly took out his crystal spirit stone card. Fellow Daoist, I am Sun Zifu of the Sun family. I only competed with you today because I was excited by the prospect of hunting. I ask that you don't take offense. He paused for a moment and then said, 6 million. The black-robed cultivator lightly said, 7 million. Only adding 100,000 meant that there were no spirit stones at all. This was the consensus of everyone present. The gloomy cultivator could only darken his face. He was powerless to interfere in the bidding of both sides. Sun Zifu's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, May I ask if this wondrous stone is very important to fellow Daoist? The black-robed cultivator nodded. This sort of calmness was sometimes a kind of self-confidence. Sun Zifu put away the spirit stone card. I don't know what this wondrous stone is, I just thought it was interesting. Since fellow Daoist values it so highly, a gentleman doesn't take advantage of others. I ask that fellow Daoist not take offense. I will ask you to spend a bit more spirit stones. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. They couldn't help but praise him 108 times in their heart. Young Master Sun's methods were excellent. With a few words, he had been able to step down without losing any face. He had even made it difficult for the other party to feel any resentment and even wanted to owe him a favor. Good methods. Even Ju Fenghuang revealed a bit of appreciation in her eyes. This caused Sun Zifu's heart to flutter. The black-robed cultivator hesitated for a moment. He cupped his hands together and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist son, for parting with your treasure." He turned to the stall owner. "Now, we can make the transaction." The stall owner was overjoyed. He didn't dare to ask for more. He nodded again and again, but before he could open his mouth, he was blocked. "I'm sorry, but I am also somewhat interested in this stone." The crowd suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Time seemed to have stopped for a second, and then the crowd parted to reveal the tall and straight figure behind him. Beneath the shocked gazes of the crowd, his expression was light, as if he hadn't said those words just now. Chapter 486. The black-robed cultivator's eyes fell on Qin Yu. His pupils shrank for a moment before he composed himself. "Please state your price." Qin Yu said, 30 million. An additional 100,000 black-robed cultivators. Qin Yu said, 40 million. The black-robed cultivator added another 100,000. Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He flipped his hand and took out a crystal spirit stone card. 100 million. The entire place was deathly silent. Even though they had just seen young Master Sun's extremely heroic way of playing the game, they still felt their ears ring and their eyes stare blankly. 100 million. That's 100 million spirit stones. Brother, are you sure you're not messing with me? Sun Zifu's eyes rolled back. Although he didn't want to admit it, this kind of bidding method was indeed more awesome than doubling the price. It wasn't that the dignified young master of the Sun family couldn't produce this amount of spirit stones, but he had a good reason to do so at the Four Seasons City auction house. The Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li family, these four great demonic path aristocratic families, were simultaneously pursuing the proud daughters of heaven of the Ju and Mu families. Sun Zifu's spending of tens of thousands of gold had obtained the approval of his family. This was a special matter. If he were to do what he did that day for a stone of unknown attributes, he would definitely be impeached by the family. One had to know that the Sun family had many branches and leaves, and there was more than one young master and young mistress in the direct line of descent. However, his branch was the most outstanding, and that was why he had more authority. Sun Zifu didn't want to get himself into trouble because of this, so he could only be depressed. Fortunately, he had expressed his intention to stop just now, so it wasn't too shameful on the surface. In the end, it was because he couldn't get over his own heart. The black-robed cultivator remained silent for a long time before raising the price by another 100,000. Without expression, Qin Yu flipped his hand and took out a second crystal spirit stone card. 200 million. If the entire place was deathly silent just now, then it was so quiet now that even the sound of breathing had disappeared. Doubled again. Sun Zifu's face darkened. He felt like someone had ruthlessly stepped on his face. The pain in his heart flowed like a river. This was the second time. The first time was at the Four Seasons City auction house. Young Master Sun had never expected that not long after, he would be defeated again. This was the only second defeat in his life. The sorrow was so great that it could not be described with just the word pain. The black-robed cultivator pulled down his hood, revealing a resolute face. His deep purple eyes contained boundless might. Purple eye. Bloody battle devil god. Heavens, it's actually him. Every time the demon ascension gate opened, there would be many proud children of heaven that would rise above the rest, becoming the most dazzling existences that were the focus of all. Blood Battle Demon God was a super master of the younger generation that had appeared during the Demon Ascension Gate selection. This person's background was unknown, but it was rumored that he was recommended by a rogue cultivator. His physical body was extremely strong, and in the selection arena, he was surrounded by 4 young experts of the same level, and in the end, he killed all of them. That battle was also the battle that made the Blood Battle Demon God famous. According to the speculations of authoritative figures, this person had awakened some sort of slaughter attribute demonic bloodline, and his demon body cultivation had also reached a higher level. He was a rare demonic path genius. Zhuo Lanyu greets you. The Blood War Devil God cupped his hands together. Qin Yu returned the greeting. Yarrow Bin. Zhuo Lanyu said, "This wondrous stone is extremely important to me. If you are willing to part with it, I will be endlessly grateful. In the future, If fellow Daoist Yarrow has any needs, I will do my best to help. This was a promise. Moreover, it was a promise from someone like the bloody battle devil god, a super expert of the younger generation who was publicly acknowledged to be highly regarded. His future was limitless. Thus, this promise could be said to be extremely precious. In the future, it might even play an immeasurable role. Moreover, there was a deeper meaning to these words. I've already stated that this wondrous stone is extremely important to me. If you give it to me, then I will owe you a great favor, but if you don't, humph humph, I fear we will become enemies. To be hated by someone like the bloody battle devil god wasn't an easy matter. No matter how arrogant one was, when faced with such a hidden threat, they would still have to carefully consider it. Zhuo Lanyu had a light expression, not revealing the least bit of embarrassment. In this life, what he pursued was the peak of the great Tao. As long as he could become stronger, the method he used wasn't important at all. Countless eyes fell onto Qin Yu's face. They thought, you are only a mere first or second level blue sea, so how could you dare to oppose the bloody battle devil god? No matter how many spirit stones you have, in the end you will still have to obediently lower your head and admit defeat. Sun Zifu's eyes brightened and his heart filled with excitement. Luckily, he was smart enough. If he continued to maintain a high profile like this, the one who would be stuck between a rock and a hard place would be him. Surname Yarrow, aren't you very arrogant? Fight with the bloody battle devil god then. If you dare, then I'll admire you. The gloomy cultivator stiffened. His forehead was covered with a cold sweat. He never imagined that the person he had provoked time and time again would be such a ruthless character like the bloody battle devil god. Luckily, this person didn't lower himself to his level, otherwise his fate would have been miserable. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He looked at Zhuo Lanyue's purple eyes and said, I don't know you, so there is no need to worry about face between us. Since this is an open competition, if fellow Daoist Zhuo is unwilling, you can continue to increase the price. This was a refusal without leaving any room for negotiation. Zhuo Lanyu furrowed his eyebrows. Fellow Daoist Yarrow, do you really want to do this? Qin Yu lightly said, this is not what I want, so I cannot give in. Zhuo Lanyue's purple eyes flashed. From today on, no matter who it is, as long as they can hand over this wonder stone to me, they can obtain 100 million spirit stones as well as a promise from me. There was an uproar. This was the same as directly issuing a bounty on Qin Yu. No one thought that the bloody battle devil god would act in such a cruel and tyrannical manner. If you don't agree, then you are my enemy, and I won't rest until you die. That's right, I won't rest until you die. From the moment he spoke, he was destined to become Qin Yu's great life and death enemy. Zhuo Lanyu turned and walked away. The crowd drew back, afraid that they would be angered. A trace of killing intent flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He coldly sneered. What dog shit blood demon war god? Since this was something that the soul-summoning bell desired, then it didn't matter who came. Qin Yu could clearly feel the cold and covetous eyes of those around him, but he didn't feel any fear in his heart. If anyone wanted to obtain this bounty, then they could do so. He just wanted to see what the final result would be. After handing over the Spirit Stone card, Qin Yu received the Wonder Stone. This stone was only the size of an adult's fist, but its weight was astonishing. It was no wonder that it would cause such a fierce struggle. However, besides Zhuo Lanyu, no one else knew what secrets this stone was hiding. Even when Qin Yu held this stone in his hand, he couldn't sense anything strange about it. He turned and left the crowd. His steps didn't seem fast, but after several flashes, he vanished into the surging stream of people. Sun Zifu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. Zhu Fenghuang stared at the crowd in the distance, a bit of hesitation in her eyes. She always felt as if she had seen this cultivator somewhere before. Yarrow Bin, she carefully thought about it and determined that she didn't have any memories of this name. She shook her head and suppressed this thought. She turned to Sun Zifu. Seeing his expression, Zhu Fenghuang's eyes flashed. She charmingly smiled and said, Brother Sun, could it be that you have thoughts of recruiting the blood battle demon god? Sun Zifu shook his head. If I can seize this wonder stone, I might be able to obtain Zhuo Lanyue's favorable impression and recruit him as my subordinate. But with this person's talent and strength, it is almost certain that he will rush into the demon ascension gate and enter the demonic path. His future achievements will be hard to imagine. Although the Sun family has some strength, they might not be able to control him. He paused for a moment. Moreover, Yarobin isn't an ordinary person. If we take this wonder stone from his hands, we might be harmed instead. Zhu Fenghuang covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Sun's words are reasonable. A strange light flashed deep in her eyes. Qin Yu returned to his dwelling and summoned the 9th province furnace. Borrowing its strength to isolate the outside world, he took out the wonder stone. Without needing to activate it, the slumbering soul summoning bell flew out from his soul space. With a flash of light, the little girl's figure appeared. Her eyes widened and her face lit up with pleasant surprise. She cheered and threw herself at the wonder stone. Then, she lowered her head and took a bite. Catcher, catcher, the crisp sound of chewing entered his ears. Qin Yu stared at her small white teeth and black lines appeared on his forehead. When he was inspecting it just now, he had already tested it. This wonder stone was astonishingly hard. Even with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to leave a mark on it. But what did he see now? A 5 or 6-year-old little girl was hugging this wonder stone and eating it in great gulps. Her teeth were simply amazing. However, as he thought about how this little girl's true form was the soul treasure soul summoning bell and that her consciousness was the golden soul of nothingness that came from a terrifying different world, Qin Yu felt that no matter how abnormal this was, he could still accept it. But as he looked at the little girl eating in great gulps and not the least bit tired, it was hard not to suspect that her previous deep sleep was just an act. What is this stone? Delicious. I'm asking you a question. Delicious, delicious. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. He looked at the little girl who was clearly pretending to be stupid. Did you think I wouldn't be able to do anything to you just like this? He reached out a hand and snatched the wonder stone from her hand. What are you doing? The little girl panicked. She opened her mouth and bit down on the wonder stone. She struggled in midair, clawing at Qin Yu. Qin Yu had no expression. The soul summoning bell is mine. I rescued you from a different world, and I also bought this stone, but now, I don't know anything about your condition. Isn't this a bit too much? Answer my question, otherwise I guarantee that you won't be able to eat this stone. Moreover, don't think that I will help you obtain anything in the future. The little girl had a fierce expression. If looks could kill, Qin Yu would have already been riddled with holes. Unfortunately, these little eyes of hers were useless against Qin Yu. I will give you 10 breaths of time to consider. I won't wait any longer. The little girl glared at Qin Yu. 6 breaths of time. 3 breaths of time. 1 breath of time. Catcher, the little girl bit off the stone in her mouth and nimbly fell to the ground. You bastard, you are ruthless. Qin Yu was expressionless. Answer my question. Seeing that he wouldn't budge, the little girl seemed a bit discouraged. Humph humph, you don't even have the slightest bit of eyesight. You really are an idiot. This is called the Heaven Mending Stone. It is an extremely precious and rare stone. For some reason, it was formed when the world was born. Because of the entanglement of rules and heaven and earth origin energy, it was formed after a long period of time. The soul summoning bell's main body is severely damaged and the Heaven Mending Stone can help repair it. This is the reason, do you understand? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Although the little girl was impatient, she had clearly stated the key point. This stone could help the soul summoning bell restore itself. What is the relationship between you and the soul summoning bell? Or, why can the soul of nothingness fuse into the soul summoning bell? The little girl was annoyed. I've already answered your question. Qin Yu shook the Heaven Mending Stone in his hand. The little girl's complexion darkened. Humph. The soul summoning bell is the holy relic of my race. She coldly glared at him. As for you, you are nothing more than a thief. This explanation was too strong. Qin Yu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But soon, his mind began to race. His intuition told him that the little girl wasn't lying, and this was the best chance to learn the truth. Even so, he sneered in disbelief. The soul summoning bell has been passed down in the land of divinity and demons for countless years. Now that I obtained it through a lucky chance, how could it possibly belong to your race? Little children shouldn't speak such nonsense. The little girl was enraged. You are the little child, you are the one speaking nonsense. What soul-summoning bell? Its true name is the cosmic Sea-Cross bell. She suddenly stopped, her expression vigilant. No, why should I explain it to you? Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat, but his complexion didn't change. He curled his lips in disdain. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Making up a story is just child's play. I'm not in the mood to listen to it. The little girl puffed up her cheeks in anger. Qin Yu suddenly said, during this time, you must have spent a great deal of effort to undo the ownership, right? The little girl's face was filled with panic like a little animal. Her eyes widened, as if saying, how would you know? There was no mistake about it. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. He had only been casually trying to trick her, but he didn't think it would actually turn out like this. It looks like you have failed to live up to my trust in you. The little girl bit her lips. You, what are you being so fierce for? I haven't found a way to undo the ownership, Qin Yu sneered. If you can't find it now, you think you can't find it in the future? It's impossible for me to keep a hidden danger by my side. Perhaps I should think of a way to erase your consciousness. The little girl's eyes were filled with panic. Don't even think about it. Qin Yu's eyes were icy cold. This matter might be troublesome, but in the end I am the master of the soul-summoning bell. If I don't hesitate to pay any price, there will always be a way to accomplish it. If my consciousness disappears, the soul-summoning bell will also disappear. Everything you have done will be for naught. Even so, it's better than suffering a sudden backlash one day. In terms of intimidation and threats, although the little girl was intelligent, how could she compare to the experienced and knowledgeable Qin Yu? Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at him in panic. Don't kill Mai. I can sign a contract with you. As long as it is established, I will never hurt you again, Qin Yu frowned. Really? The little girl nodded again and again. Mai isn't lying to you. Hand over the contract. If I find out and you dare to do anything to me, humph. At this time, Qin Yu's face was like that of a great villain. The frightened little girl trembled as she threw out a ball of light. Through his connection with the soul-summoning bell, Qin Yu was able to clearly sense the information within. It was indeed a contract. The general idea was that Qin Yu and the little girl would cooperate on equal terms and that they would share weal and woe in the future. However, Qin Yu controlled the soul-summoning bell. From the very start, this contract was established on an unequal basis. He lifted a hand and touched the point between his eyebrows. The ball of light sank into his soul space. Qin Yu's soul opened its mouth and swallowed the ball of light. Chapter 487. Qin Yu smiled. All right, now we can have an open and honest discussion. Seeing his expression change so quickly, Mai was stunned for a moment. Then, she screamed, "You lied to me." Qin Yu nodded. You can think of it that way. I am indeed reluctant to destroy you and the soul-summoning bell together. But believe me when I say that if you choose not to cooperate with me, I really will. Mai bit her lips, a bit afraid in her heart. Her intuition told her that this was exactly what Qin Yu was thinking. Humph. Although she seemed proud and arrogant, the truth was that she had already admitted defeat. Qin Yu smiled. Since he already knew what was going on, there was no need to care too much about face. Now, you can tell me the relationship between your race and the cosmic Sea-Cross bell. A light flashed in his eyes. If you wish to obtain some help, I should be the only person you can choose to trust. So, you had best not lie to me. Mai had a skeptical expression. You will help me. Qin Yu smiled. Of course. You and I are contract partners, so it is natural for us to help each other. Moreover, if you become strong enough, you will also be a great help to me. Mai hesitated. It was clear she was tempted. She clenched her teeth and said, All right, I will believe you. The little girl was silent for a long time. Her eyes revealed a look of reminiscence and sorrow. Then, she slowly spoke of the memories from the inheritance. Every million years in a terrifying different world, a great transformation would occur. In this transformation, a powerful race would perish and a new race would be born. The souls of nothingness were a new race that was born during a period of transformation. But for some unknown reason, the holy relic of their race was lost, causing their race to fail to advance and suffer a cruel backlash. Each of the powerful races had the possibility of being replaced. Thus, they joined forces to suppress the lineage of the souls of nothingness. Afterwards, every million years, the soul of nothingness race would produce a race king who would attempt to complete the final advancement. But because they lacked the holy relic of their race, the advancement process was incomparably slow. The inherently powerful race king would arrive in the shortest time possible and ruin the advancement process. Qin Yu had a thoughtful look. It seemed that what he saw when he entered the different world was the advancement of the soul of nothingness race. As for those terrifying life forms that arrived later, they were the other race kings. His thoughts raced and a strange look appeared in his eyes. You are the king born from the soul of nothingness race 1,000,000 years ago. The little girl sneered. Now you know what a great crime it is to be disrespectful to this princess. Qin Yu simply ignored her arrogance. Wait a moment, the cosmic sea-cross bell has been passed down for countless years in the land of divinity and demons. During this time, there must have been someone who completed the master recognition process. Since they completed the master recognition process, that person must have brought back the soul of nothingness from your world. How come your people don't know anything about this? The little girl's eyes were filled with sorrow. Because they failed to advance, they suffered a backlash. Among the void souls, except for the kings, no one else will develop self-awareness. She looked up at him. Qin Yu, are you willing to be my knight and help me return to my world and rescue my subjects? Qin Yu waved his hand. Don't. At most we will be contract companions, I won't be your knight. Moreover, the cosmic sea-cross bell is my treasure. If you want to take it away, you'll have to ask me if I'm willing or not. The little girl was enraged. The cosmic sea-cross bell is a holy artifact of the soul of nothingness, Qin Yu slowly said, but it's mine now. His eyes flashed. But, as I said before, if there are enough benefits, it's not like I can't help you. The little girl didn't care about her anger. Is that true? Qin Yu said, of course it's true. But that is established on the basis that I have sufficient strength. Otherwise, even if you and I return to your world with the cosmic sea-cross bell, all that awaits us is death. In fact, I might not even be able to enter your world. The little girl seriously thought about it for a long time. You're right. She looked over and frowned. You really are weak. Qin Yu choked. He snappily said, since you've figured it out, then you should know what to do in the future, right? The little girl said, I will do my best to help you become stronger as soon as possible. But, you also need to help me repair the damaged cosmic sea-cross bell. Deal. Qin Yu's smile was bright. Then, let's first get rid of the purple light you swallowed. I don't feel safe leaving it in my body. The little girl coldly sneered. I suspect that with the intelligence you've displayed, how did you manage to survive until now? The existence of a demon seed is the proof of a demonic path cultivator. Disregarding whether or not it will be detected, even if it is successfully removed, you don't have the aura of a demon seed on you, so how can you smoothly enter the demonic path? You should be lucky not to be killed by others. Qin Yu frowned, ignoring her taunts. Is there really no way? The little girl had no expression. Unless you want to die. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. All right, let's postpone this matter for now. I will be entering the Demon Ascension Gate tomorrow, so you should be able to display the usefulness of the cosmic sea-cross bell. Since I promised to help you, I will naturally do so. There is no need for you to remind me. If there's nothing else, give me the heaven-mending stone. Qin Yu handed it over and the little girl ate it clean. Then, with a light snort, she turned and disappeared. Qin Yu didn't care about her rudeness at all. Instead, his lips curved up in a smile. At the very least, he had temporarily removed the hidden dangers of the cosmic sea-cross bell. In the future, this little girl might even help him wholeheartedly. Although her attitude wasn't too good, there was plenty of time in the future. There was no need to worry. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, calmly waiting for tomorrow. Zhualanue's complexion paled. His deep purple eyes surged with killing intent, and his entire body emitted a ruthless and destructive aura that nearly condensed into essence. Heaven-mending stone. It had to be the heaven-mending stone. If he could obtain it, he could use a secret technique to plunder the strength within and push his supernatural powers to large success, causing his strength to rise dramatically. Yarrow Bin. A deep roar echoed through the air. The ground beneath Zhualanyu instantly disintegrated into powder. At this time, there was a strange laughter. The shadow beneath his feet actually separated from his body. There is no need to worry. The heaven-mending stone is incomparably hard. Without a special technique, it is impossible to refine it. Even if that boy obtains it, he won't be able to use it for some time. The shadow stretched out its arms and stretched its body. I have already remembered his scent. After entering the Demon Ascension Gate, as long as he approaches within a certain range, I can lock onto him. At that time, once we kill him, the heaven-mending stone will naturally return to our hands. Zhualanue's purple eyes were icy cold. I know what to do. I don't need you to remind me, he coldly snorted. This is Heavenly Demon City. The Demon Ascension Gate is about to open and numerous demonic path powerhouses have gathered here. You had best screw off and not provoke any trouble. The shadow sneered. It turned and returned to Zhualanue's feet, as if nothing had happened. Zhu Fenghuang waved her hand, sending away the cultivators of her clan. Then, she picked up a jade slip and probed it with her divine sense. This was something she had ordered people to inquire about. The information regarding Qin Yu was actually quite detailed. Black Demon Sect. Yarrow Bin. Zhu Fenghuang laid down the jade slip. Although she looked extremely charming on the outside, her eyes were cold and distant. She revealed a thoughtful expression. Blood Battle Demon God was the most optimistic junior powerhouse of the Demon Ascension Gate this time. Her family had given her instructions that even if she couldn't recruit him as a subordinate, being on good terms with him would still be a great merit. But this Yarrow Bin wasn't easy to deal with. After a long period of silence, Zhu Fenghuang's eyes brightened. She exerted a bit of strength in her fingers and crushed the jade slip to pieces. Yarrow Bin was over 100 years old, and it was highly likely that he had perished in the Demon Ascension Gate. At that time, as long as she could find his corpse, she would naturally be able to find that strange stone. Although everything in the Demon Ascension Gate was unpredictable and uncontrollable, there were always some rules that could be followed. As the direct descendant of a peak demonic path noble family, Zhu Fenghuang just happened to have the qualifications to use these rules. If there were any harvests, then that would be for the best, but even if there weren't, it didn't matter. Young master, it is as you expected. Zhu Fenghuang has sent people to secretly investigate Yarrow Bin's information. You truly have incredible foresight. The old servant flattered. Sun Zifu's eyebrows shot up in satisfaction. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Do you think that little girl Zhu Fenghuang's thoughts can escape my discerning eyes? He thought for a moment and then sneered. That little girl, she's been baiting me all this time. She thinks she has a good grasp of her limits, but it's just me playing with her. This time, if she wants to hit on Yarrow Bin, then let her do it. Hihi, when she suffers and suffers, it will be this young master's time to shine. I'm not afraid that she won't submit under this young master's robe. The old servant loudly cheered. Young master is wise. Sun Zifu kicked him. Go, stop flattering me and hurry up and check again. Tomorrow we will enter the Demon Ascension Gate. I am destined to become a man who conquers the mountains and seas, so I cannot fail in this small ditch. Yes, I will immediately go check. I absolutely won't delay young master's great plans. The skies were clear and boundless, and the sunlight was like a sea. This was rare good weather. Outside every courtyard, there were demonic path cultivators leading all the cultivators participating in the Demon Ascension Gate into the city's great square. Qin Yu and those from the Black Demon Sect followed the surging flow of people. He could faintly feel several cultivators around him looking at him with sparkling eyes. When he turned his head, all of them lowered their heads, as if they were afraid of being looked for trouble. He naturally didn't know that several waves of cultivators had secretly inquired about Yarrow Bin last night. These people had sold him out, so they naturally felt a bit guilty. Soon, streams of people from all over the city gathered in the city's great square. There were 16 giant furnaces placed here, each one burning with blazing black flames. These flames didn't have any heat at all. In fact, they gave off a bone-chilling feeling. Just looking at them left one panic-stricken. On a giant altar, 3 demonic path priests sat cross-legged. They were all incomparably old, but the aura of their souls was terrifyingly strong. Around them were 6 giant black iron boxes. They were tightly sealed and it was unknown what was inside. Surrounding the square were 16 giant furnaces and a massive number of demonic path cultivators guarding them. Each one had a powerful aura and a cold light surged in their eyes. But what was most terrifying were the 2 expressionless black-clothed old men beneath the altar. They didn't release any aura, but the feeling they gave off was like an unfathomably deep abyss that could swallow all. Calamity, immortal realm. Qin Yu's eyes widened, his heart shaking. Although he knew that the demonic path would inevitably place great importance on the demon ascension gate, the appearance of 2 calamity immortals was still beyond his expectations. Moreover, this was only the strength on the surface. If it was said that the demonic path hadn't made other arrangements in secret, Qin Yu wouldn't believe it. A conservative estimate was that there was at least 1 calamity immortal realm existence in Heavenly Demon City. Silence. The black-clothed old man on the left said in a low voice. An invisible majesty descended, as if a heaven-supporting mountain peak was pressing down, causing endless awe to appear in everyone's hearts. The great square instantly fell silent. Today, the demonic path has opened the demon ascension gate to select talented individuals as disciples. Now, the soul guard stones will be distributed. The black-clothed old man flicked his sleeves and countless identical stones appeared out of thin air. They flew out in all directions, quietly floating in front of every cultivator that entered the demon ascension gate. As long as you mark this object with your soul aura, it will recognize you as its master. After you enter the demon ascension gate, it will automatically record all your points. Those in the top 150 will automatically be promoted and become members of the supreme demonic path. Moreover, the demon ascension gate is filled with countless dangers. If you encounter a hopeless situation you cannot resist, crush the soul guard stone and you will be directly transmitted out. If there are no objections, then complete the master recognition process. The entrance to the demon ascension gate will soon open. Qin Yu took the soul guard stone. After a moment of thought, he carefully probed it with his divine sense and sent it into the black stone. There was a light hum in his ears. At this time, the cosmic sea-cross bell in his soul space emitted a ringing sound. The demon seed flew out, releasing fluctuations that were captured by the soul guard stone. Its surface flashed with light, indicating that the master recognition process was complete. Within his soul space, the cosmic sea-cross bell shook and the demon seed flew into it once more. Qin Yu secretly thought that he was lucky. Luckily, he hadn't forcefully requested the soul summoning bell to remove the demon seed, otherwise there would have been an accident with the soul guard stone recognizing him as its master. He turned his hand and put away the soul guard stone. At this time, everyone on the Great Square had also completed the master recognition process. Chapter 488. On the altar, 3 incomparably old demonic path priests that exuded the aura of decay opened their eyes. A sharp light flashed in their eyes. The 3 of them stood up and simultaneously raised their hands. Black flames instantly rose up from the 16 furnaces on the square. They continued to rise, forming 16 black pillars of fire. When they reached 1,000 feet high, they began to lower their heads and gather towards the center. The 16 black pillars of fire fused together, forming an incomparably massive black fireball. Runes appeared on the surface of this fireball. They connected together, constantly tumbling and shuttling back and forth, as if they were chains of seals. The 3 demonic path priests lifted their hands and took out silver knives. Without hesitation, they cut their wrists. At the same time, they began to chant in unison. Ancient and boundless syllables echoed through the world. The blood that flowed out seemed to be lifted up by an invisible strength. It flowed into the black fireball, flowing into it. The chains of seals on the surface of the fireball were rapidly soaked in blood. They gradually turned transparent until they vanished from sight, as if the strength of the seals had been released. Bang! The black fireball erupted. With the 16 fire pillars as a boundary, the space within began to violently shake. It was like the waters of a lake were being stirred, as if some massive being were rising from the bottom of the lake. A spatial crack appeared, followed by a second, a third, more and more appeared, but there was no chaos at all. When all of the cracks gathered together, they formed an incomparably massive gate. The thick cracks connected with each other to form the frame of the giant door, while the smaller cracks became decorations on the giant door. The cracks on the two doors formed a vivid and lifelike demonic head. Qin Yu's eyes widened. As he looked at this astonishing sight, he felt a burning heat on his back. Because he had obtained the demonic path bloodline, the demon head slowly appeared. If someone were to see this, they would definitely be stunned. This was because the demon head behind Qin Yu was nearly identical to the demon head formed by the spatial cracks in the skies. Quietly, the fissured space peeled off piece by piece. It really was like a broken mirror. Every spatial fragment was the color of the sky on the front and pitch black on the back. They tumbled about, constantly decomposing until they finally vanished from sight. A bronze gate appeared in the shattered space. It was completely the same as the gate formed by the spatial cracks. The giant demon head on its surface suddenly opened. Sure, within it, was a blood prison like a sea. At this moment, besides the 3 demonic path priests and the 2 black-clothed calamity immortal realm old men, everyone in the square and even the entire heavenly demon city felt their hearts tremble. Qin Yu had to use all of his strength not to cry out in pain. At this time, the burning heat on his back was like he was being burned by flames. His body trembled uncontrollably, and sweat poured down his body like rain. In the blink of an eye, his robe was completely soaked. Luckily, everyone was suppressed by the demon chief's aura at this time. In their panic, no one discovered Qin Yu's current state. Beneath the vault of heaven, the demon face on the bronze door suddenly opened its eyes. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his body swayed. Luckily, the bronze door slowly opened in the next moment. The terrifying oppressive pressure and the burning sensation on his back disappeared at the same time. The surrounding black demons sect and they regained their senses. And quickly. And of them were. E.d. The surrounding black demon sect cultivators let out a long breath and regained their composure. They soon discovered Qin Yu's current distressed state. After a moment of surprise, he revealed a look of understanding. He humphed, his eyes full of disdain. Indeed, for cultivators over 100 years of age to enter the Demon Ascension Gate, the difficulty would increase by 10 times or even 100 times. This was the best evidence of this. Before entering, he was already a half-dead dog. If he really did enter, he was doomed to die 10 times out of 10. Humph. This surname Yarrow was incomparably vicious. It would have been great if he had been tyrannical in the Black Demon sect, but instead he recklessly rushed into the Demon Ascension Gate. Even if he regretted it now, it was too late. Luckily, he had maintained a sufficient distance from him, otherwise he would have been implicated by him. No, I have to stay further away. If I were to be contaminated by his aura, that would be disastrous. Coincidentally, a circle of people around Qin Yu opened up. Everyone turned their heads, afraid that they would be implicated if they took even a single breath. This scene attracted even more attention. Zhuo Lan Yu was expressionless. His purple eyes swept over Qin Yu. A cold light flashed in his eyes before he composed himself. Sun Zifu shook his head. He really is seeking his own death. After entering, keep your eyes open. If you encounter this person, you should decisively turn around and run. Otherwise, if you're too careful, you won't even know how you died. The people around him nodded again and again. Zhu Fenghuang smiled. She glanced at Qin Yu and then looked away. The arrangements had already been made. Whether or not there would be harvests would only be determined by time. As for Qin Yu himself, he was only a master over 100 years old. Perhaps he might be extraordinary in the outside world, but in the line of people who were about to enter the Demon Ascension Gate, he was no different from a dead man. And a dead man wasn't worth her wasting even the tiniest bit of energy. Qin Yu violently gasped for breath and barely managed to compose himself. He lowered his head, hiding the surprise in his eyes. Just what was going on? The illustrious demon ascension gate of the demonic path seemed to have some sort of connection with the demonic bloodline in his body. Although Qin Yu felt excruciating pain just now, he had an intuition that the strength of the demon ascension gate didn't have any malicious intent towards him. This pain was more like a side effect of sensing each other. Without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, a suction force came from above his head and the giant bronze door opened. He didn't resist, allowing this strength to wrap around him. All around him were countless cultivators who were pulled up into the air. Enter the demon ascension gate and release all of your abilities. Only the most outstanding people can become a member of the demonic path. I and the others will wait here for the final victor to return. Stimulated by this shout, the cultivators with red eyes began to roar out, their eyes filled with ambition and longing. After reaching this step, no one was willing to fail. This was because only by entering the demonic path would they have a greater chance of touching upon the most formidable strength in the world. Qin Yu remained silent. He stared at the approaching bronze door. The demon head was split in half, and there was an eye on each side of the door. He didn't know why, but he felt as if he were being watched. Luckily, this feeling wasn't one of fear. Rather, there was a trace of warmth. As the two eyes crossed, everything in front of Qin Yu turned black. He took a deep breath, suppressing all distracting thoughts. He muttered, "Demon Ascension Gate, I'm coming." Like a stone falling into water, the darkness in front of Qin Yu stirred up layers of ripples that swallowed him up. His consciousness blurred for a moment. After what seemed like only a breath of time, Qin Yu's vision was restored. He looked around to make sure there weren't any dangers before he relaxed a little. "Ah, why are you here?" There was a shrill scream, one filled with panic. Qin Yu had already discovered Sun Zifu and the three cultivators standing not too far away. He glanced over. Sun Zifu felt as if he had been bitten by a viper. "Don't look at me. Don't look at me. We've never met before. We've never met before." Sun Zifu kicked away the person behind him. His body flashed with light and he exploded far away. "What are you all standing there for? Are you all waiting for death? Young master, wait for us." The three cultivators hurriedly chased after him, soon vanishing from sight. Qin Yu rubbed his nose, an awkward look on his face. Was this bastard really scared to such a degree? Shaking his head, Qin Yu stepped forwards and vanished into the jungle. The so-called Demon Ascension Gate wasn't just a giant bronze gate, but a key that connected to space. This small world in front of him was where the true test lay. Qin Yu was determined to pass through the Demon Ascension Gate and enter the demonic path, so he naturally had a certain understanding of it. The Demon Ascension Gate was connected to a small world filled with demonic energy. A massive number of demon beasts lived here, and depending on how strong or weak the prey was, one could obtain points. Points were the key to entering the demonic path. The higher one's ranking was, the more likely one was to win. Moreover, once points were obtained, they couldn't be taken away or traded away. Thus, one had to take the lead from the start and leave everyone else in the dust. Or, they had to force back the cultivators ranked higher than them so that their ranking would automatically rise. The reason they were forced back was because the small world behind the Demon Ascension Gate, because of the Soul Guard stones, once a cultivator was defeated, they could teleport away at any time. Of course, killing the tyrannical demon beasts in the Demon Ascension Gate's small world wasn't just the benefit of points. After all, in the past, only 100 or so people were able to advance through the Demon Ascension Gate. The vast majority of cultivators were doomed to fail. If it were only like this, then there probably wouldn't be so many people competing for the qualifications to enter the Demon Ascension Gate. Another benefit of hunting demon beasts was that one could obtain their powerful demonic blood. After refining and absorbing this demon blood, it could help a cultivator strengthen their mortal body and even activate their demonic bloodline. As for those that had already activated their demonic bloodline, after refining this demon blood, it could also enhance the strength of their demonic bloodline. If there was enough, it could even cause their bloodline to advance. It was because of this that every time the Demon Ascension Gate opened, It would become the most dazzling and supreme grand ceremony of the demonic path. Demon beast, Qin Yu whispered, a look of anticipation in his eyes. He didn't have to wait too long before his curiosity was satisfied. This wolf-like creature in front of him was covered in black scales. This was the first demon beast he had encountered here. Disregarding all else, this demon wolf's ability to conceal its aura was extremely fierce. If it weren't for the cosmic Sea-Cross Bell's warning, he would have found it nearly impossible to sense it. But as long as he could find its trail, this demon wolf's strength was no longer a threat to Qin Yu. With a flick of his sleeves, the void twisted, wrapping around the demon wolf. It didn't even have time to scream before it was twisted into a pile of broken bones and rotting flesh. The Soul Guard stone emitted a fluctuation. Qin Yu sensed it and discovered that he had gained 2 points. It was clear he had obtained them from killing this demon wolf. Moreover, there was a ranking list within the Soul Guard stone. Qin Yu was currently ranked after 1000, but it didn't show his exact rank. The first-ranked cultivator was a cultivator named Jiyu Sansi. He had 90 points, and the top 10 cultivators also had dozens of points. Qin Yu saw a name on the list, Zuolan Yu, 67 points, 5th place. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, revealing a bit of coldness. As he looked down, he found another familiar name, Sun Zifu, 21 points, 47th place. Qin Yu retracted his divine sense and revealed a dignified expression. As he thought, he had been crazily rushing up the rankings from the start. But he didn't feel any urgency. For instance, this demon wolf in front of him had only contributed 2 points. If he could hunt down a powerful commander-level demon beast, he could obtain at least 10 times the points. With Qin Yu's current strength, as long as his luck wasn't too bad, obtaining points wouldn't be difficult at all. He was confident he could enter the final list. He lifted a hand and grasped the air. The flesh and blood of the demon wolf's corpse seemed to have been weathered for countless years. It rapidly withered until all that was left over was a fist-sized mass of blood essence. The demon head on Qin Yu's back suddenly opened its eyes. It opened its mouth and roared out loud. The blood essence directly fused into his body. Qin Yu closed his eyes and sensed the changes in his body. After several breaths of time, he opened his eyes, a look of joy on his face. He could clearly feel that his demonic bloodline had improved. Although the magnitude was small, it was enough to make Qin Yu overjoyed. It had to be known that what Qin Yu had refined was only the blood essence of a small and weak demon wolf. The demonic strength within it was extremely thin. If it was a commander-level demonic beast, it would probably be able to greatly enhance his demonic bloodline. And the demonic bloodline had an extremely strong supportive effect on cultivating the demon body. If Qin Yu wanted to stand out in the demonic path and even obtain a pivotal position, cultivating the demon body was a shortcut. It looks like I'll have to start hunting with all my strength. Qin Yu licked the corners of his lips. His feet stepped forwards and he shot forwards like a bolt of lightning. Within his soul space, the little girl's cold voice sounded out. 100 miles to the left. Chapter 489. In the giant and empty cave, there were rough chisel marks everywhere. Torches were inserted into grooves in the walls, burning grease constantly dripping down. But before they could fall to the ground, they were extinguished by the bone-chilling air. Dozens of figures stood there silently. Whether they were men or women, they were all tall and their faces were covered with the color of wind and frost. They wore thick fur coats and fur hats. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough to resist the cold or heat, but that the deep ice-cold energy of the northern wilderness had a terrifying penetrative ability that disregarded cultivation. In the center of these people sat a silver-haired old man. He was different from the others around him. He only wore thin white clothes, making him seem even more thin and powerless. But the tall men and women around him all had calm auras and divine light flashing in their eyes. All of them had expressions of respect that came from the depths of their hearts. Suddenly, there was the faint sound of flowing water. It was like a frozen creek in a mountain had finally broken through and was beginning to flow. The silver-haired old man opened his eyes. His pupils were warm and bright, calm and peaceful, as if he could see through all things. The time has come. His voice was warm and filled with anticipation. He swept his eyes around. Next, I will have to trouble you all to block off this cave. Don't let anyone discover us. An exceptionally strong man bowed. Lord Sage, rest assured that we will not make any mistakes. He turned and walked away, standing beneath a burning torch. The other tall men and women dressed in beast skins bowed towards the silver-haired old man one after another and stood in their respective positions. Deep roars exploded in the cave. The tall men and women dressed in beast skins erupted with a horrifying aura. The burning torches above their heads began to quietly change color. From a blazing crimson, they constantly deepened, as if their blood were burning. Subtle fluctuations were released from these flames. Like a silent spring rain, they covered the entire cave, as if an invisible membrane had completely isolated it from the world. The silver-haired old man faintly smiled, a satisfied expression on his face. He fell backwards. With a splash, his body was submerged in dark red blood. After waiting for countless years, it was finally about to begin. The environment was becoming increasingly harsh and the people of the tribe didn't have much time to wait. Thus, they had to succeed this time. Even if they died, they had to use this body to open up a path for the continuation of their tribe. In the depths of the Demon Ascension Gate's small world grew countless ancient trees that towered into the heavens. Each one was thick enough for dozens of people to wrap their arms around it, and their lush leaves blotted out the skies. The ground was covered in a thick layer of dead branches and leaves. In the dark and damp environment, it released a nauseating stench. There was even a multicolored miasma that was shockingly poisonous. This place was extremely peaceful. Besides these thick ancient trees, there were no other living beings. Not only were there demon heads, but there were also vines, weeds, and thorns. It was as if this was a kingdom ruled by these ancient trees. However, if someone climbed to the top of the ancient tree and looked into the depths of the dense forest, they would discover that in this world, there really were trees that could support the heavens. It was so large that it exceeded the limits of cognition. These densely grown thick ancient trees, in front of it, were like small saplings that had just broken through and germinated. Because the ancient green leaves were too dense, they covered the entire sky. Because of this, a black color that caused one's mind to be suppressed appeared. It was as if a hole had been pierced through the sky by this terrifying ancient tree. But at this time, within this terrifying black, a scarlet color appeared. It was like a monster had opened its maw, ready to swallow countless lives. If one looked closer to this terrifying tree, they would discover that the veins of all its leaves were slowly transforming into a blood-red color. It was like its roots had drilled into the blood sea of hell and absorbed the blood sea's water, thus provoking its ruthlessness and destruction. On the ground, cracks began to appear one after another. Scarlet blood gushed out, flowing along the cracks and gradually surrounding the ancient tree. Qin Yu was expressionless. He looked at the 4 cultivators in front of him who were pleasantly surprised, as if they had been struck in the head by a golden ingot. Perhaps it was because of his calmness that the 4 cultivators didn't dare to be careless. After a moment of hesitation, one of them said, "Yarrow Bin, if you know what's good for you then hand over the Wonder Stone and we won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, your journey in the Demon Ascension Gate will end here." As he thought, this was the trouble caused by Zhuolanue's promise. Qin Yu frowned, a cold intent in his eyes. For some unknown reason, those at the top of the ranking list gained points at an astonishing speed. Even with the reminder of the cosmic Seacross bell, Qin Yu had only managed to reach rank 64. Although this result met the requirements to enter the demonic path, there was still a great disparity from what Qin Yu had expected. If he wanted to rise in the demonic path as soon as possible, he would need to obtain enough resources from the demonic path. Thus, Qin Yu didn't plan on hiding his abilities. Rather, he wanted to erupt with his full strength so that the demonic path would pay more attention to him. Since that was the case, then obtaining as many points as possible in the Demon Ascension Gate and entering the top of the ranking list or even obtaining first place was the best choice. Thus, he didn't have time to waste on these people. "Leave, or I will send you off." The meaning of the two "leave" was clearly different. The 4 cultivators were startled. Their complexions immediately darkened. They never thought that at this time, he would still dare to be so rampant. One of them sneered, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Before he finished speaking, there was a dull thumping sound and the ground seemed to shake. The cultivator who spoke widened his eyes, disbelief on his face. He attacked. What gave him the courage to do so? But soon, his shock turned into fear. The rapidly approaching figure released an extremely cruel aura, like a vicious beast in human form. Fear surged out from the depths of his heart. He didn't even have the ability to dodge. At the moment of impact, he could only raise his arm to resist. Dong, a low muffled sound caused the hearts of the other three to jump fiercely, and their scalps went numb. They saw their companion, who was still alive and kicking just a moment ago, fly away. The arm that blocked this punch was bent at an extremely exaggerated angle, and there were even pale white bones that tore through his clothes and poked out, causing their bodies to feel cold all over. It was only at this moment that they heard a pitiful and horrified scream. He crashed into the ground, his body plowing through the ground and blood spraying everywhere. When he stopped, the three cultivators finally saw their companion's current appearance. They sucked in a breath of cold air, their complexions turning deathly pale. They saw that his entire arm was limp like a noodle and his chest had caved in. Dark red blood gushed out from every orifice of his head. It was clear that his organs had suffered severe damage. One punch, it was just one punch. The three cultivators paled even further. Catch us with a light sound. The cultivator that fell into the ditch was wrapped in a halo of black light. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. Soulguard stone. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. This was the first time he had seen a cultivator use a Soulguard stone. Indeed, they could leave at any time. This was normal. After all, those that had the qualifications to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate were all outstanding young demonic cultivators. The demonic path wouldn't allow a large number of them to die. Qin Yu looked over and the three cultivators took a step back. One of them screamed, "You, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, my uncle is a deacon of the demonic path. If you dare to harm me, you will definitely suffer retaliation." He was fierce on the outside but cowardly on the inside. Qin Yu had no expression. "Hand over the demon blood in your hands." The three cultivators relaxed. Then, they revealed pained expressions. After a moment of hesitation, they each took out a jade bottle. Qin Yu took them all and inspected them. With these people's cultivations, they could only hunt down this much. Screw off. The three of them turned and left without any hesitation. If they lost the demon blood, they could still continue hunting and collecting. But if they were forced to leave, that would truly be miserable. Moreover, the pitiful appearance of their companion just now had filled their hearts with fear. Compared to that, they could be considered lucky. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He exerted a bit of strength in his fingers and the seals on the three jade bottles completely shattered. The demon blood that the three of them had painstakingly collected floated in front of him. Demon blood could help a cultivator strengthen their mortal body and awaken their demonic bloodline. But, if they accumulated a certain amount and swallowed it all together, the chances of activating their bloodline would be much higher. Taking a step back, even if they didn't have any bloodline talent, they could still sell this demon blood for a sky-high price. Of course, Qin Yu didn't care at all about the reason these three people had accumulated demon blood. He reached out and grasped the air. The three blood balls fused together and then flowed through his fingers, fusing into his body. A moment later, Qin Yu opened his eyes, disappointment on his face. As he thought, low-level demon blood was nearly useless to him. If he wanted to continue strengthening the demonic bloodline in his body, he could only hunt down higher-level demon beasts and obtain even more powerful demon blood. Unfortunately, even now Qin Yu hadn't encountered any higher-level demon beasts. Thinking about it, there weren't many of them in this small world. Shaking his head, Qin Yu suppressed these helpless thoughts. He took a step forward and howled away. But after a moment, he came to a sudden stop. His face darkened as he looked at a large tree in front of him. And this corpse was one of the three people that had escaped from Qin Yu just now. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, filled with fear. And this corpse was one of the three people that had just escaped from Qin Yu's hands. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, filled with fear. And this corpse was one of the 3 people that had escaped from Qin Yu just now. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, filled with fear. Every person that entered this small world had a soul guard stone. Qin Yu had experienced the abilities of this stone just now. This person had died here. Either he had been ambushed and didn't have the time to use the soul guard stone, or the magical beast or something else that killed him was so strong that he couldn't escape. Qin Yu remained vigilant. He slowly swept his eyes around. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he slowly drew back. At this time, the 2 halves of the corpse suddenly looked up and stared straight at Qin Yu. "You, where are you going?" At this moment, even though Qin Yu's will was firm enough, he still instinctively felt a cold chill crawl out from the depths of his heart. The ground beneath his feet caved in and he howled backwards like a boulder. The moment Qin Yu dodged, the earth that caved in exploded. Countless terrifying tree roots drilled out, blotting out the skies as they came crashing down. If it weren't for his decisive retreat, he feared he would have been entangled by these tree root. Bang bang, with a series of loud bangs, the ancient tree behind the corpse pulled out its roots from the earth. Countless roots wove together, forming 6 giant root legs that pushed the entire tree forwards. Chapter 490. When Qin Yu was observing his surroundings, he discovered that all the blood that flowed out from the corpse had strangely disappeared beneath it, not spreading out in the slightest. It was like there was an invisible mouth beneath the corpse that was sucking up the blood. But he never imagined that the murderer would be a giant tree. A loud rumbling sound came from behind him. This tree demon's speed was astonishingly fast. Countless branches crazily swayed, like the arms of an evil spirit. "Stay with me." The corpse's mouth opened and closed, and the syllables that came out were incomparably flat. Amidst the snapping sounds, dozens of branches fell off on their own, and with the sound of tearing through the air, they shot explosively like arrows. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He stomped his feet and came to a sudden stop. He heard an ear-piercing sound explode above his head, causing his black hair to flutter in the wind. Dense branches pierced deep into the earth, weaving together into a mountain of wood that blocked his path. The tree monster approached. The pierced corpse suddenly revealed a strange smile. Then, it opened its mouth and let out a sharp howl. Qin Yu froze. At this moment, he felt as if countless iron nails were ruthlessly stabbing into his mind, pinning his soul to death. At this time, the cosmic sea-cross bell in his soul space began to ring. The sound waves were like great waves that crushed apart all the invading strength. Qin Yu instantly regained his freedom. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He remained motionless, maintaining his suppressed state. The corpse emitted a strange cackle. The tree monster's branches wove together into 2 large hands that grabbed at Qin Yu's sides. Then, as long as he forcefully tore them apart, he would end up in the same fate as the corpse from before. At this time, a radiant silver light erupted. Like a bolt of lightning, it ruthlessly struck the tree monster. The corpse emitted pained roars. Countless branches were cut off and a long wound appeared on the tree monster's trunk, green mucus gushing out. Qin Yu lifted his hand like lightning. His right index finger pierced through the tree monster's wound. Then, his feet fell and he burst away. "Roar!" the corpse angrily roared. The wound on the tree monster's surface began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the branches that were cut off began to grow back. It moved its 6 giant roots and continued to chase Qin Yu. But at this moment, the tree monster's massive body staggered and nearly fell to the ground. The corpse's eyes widened as it glared at Qin Yu. Its mouth wriggled as if it wanted to say something, but it was interrupted by black blood gushing out. Like a wax figure melting under high temperature, only the upper half of the corpse was left. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a puddle of mucus. The tree demon's huge body trembled. It tried to stand up straight, but the tree roots that were woven into the feet were turning black and rotting at an alarming rate. Bang! The tree demon crashed to the ground. Qin Yu stopped and turned around. He watched as the tree monster violently struggled on the ground until it gradually stopped twitching. He frowned, a dignified expression on his face. Previously, he had discovered that this tree monster had an extremely strong self-healing ability. If he really wanted to kill it head-on, he would have to pay a great price. Thus, Qin Yu used the fingers of his right hand. Indeed, because of the metamorphosis caused by the poison and after forming a partial Great Dao body, the toxicity of his fingers was even more terrifying. He withdrew upon contact and poisoned the tree monster to death. But according to Qin Yu's understanding of the Demon Ascension Gate, there were no records of tree monsters. Moreover, this dead cultivator had cast a shadow over his heart. The opening of the Demon Ascension Gate this time seemed to be different from the past. Raising his vigilance, Qin Yu turned and left, soon vanishing from sight. Beside a mountain stream, 2 cultivators had fallen to the ground. Their hearts had been pierced through by tree roots, but because one of them had a tyrannical cultivation, he hadn't died yet. The cultivator trembled. He took out the soul guard stone and then used the last of his strength to crush it. A halo of black light appeared, wrapping around his body. The man's dim eyes lit up, revealing a hint of longing. But at this time, it was unknown what happened, but the black halo of light violently trembled and shattered. The cultivator's eyes widened, shock and fear covering his face. No. His screams were filled with despair. The tree roots that pierced through the 2 cultivators' hearts suddenly turned transparent. One could clearly see blood flowing out from them, flowing deep into the earth. After several breaths of time, the tree roots retreated and drilled back into the earth. All that was left behind were 2 withered corpses that had lost all moisture. Their mouths were wide open in pain. It was like they were silently roaring at the skies above their heads. Unfortunately, they were doomed to never obtain an answer. On the rocky beach, a female cultivator was running away in distress. Her robes were torn in many places, revealing her fair and delicate skin. As she ran, her skin was exposed. She constantly turned her head to look at the empty space behind her. Her expression didn't relax at all. Rather, it became even more panic-stricken. That was because she had personally witnessed several people that were traveling with her being pulled into the ground without any warning. After that, they never came out again. Just what was it? Why did the soul guard stone lose its effect? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Her expression became increasingly panicked. Suddenly, she stumbled. Although she tried her best not to fall, her speed inevitably slowed. Her complexion paled and endless despair gushed out from her eyes. Bang! Countless crushed stones shot into the skies. The tree roots that drilled out were like a giant mouth that swallowed the female cultivator. Then, they returned underground like lightning. The rocky beach was restored to tranquility, as if nothing had happened at all. It was just that several pieces of rubble were stained with blood, as if they were silently speaking of something. Bang! With a loud explosion, the ground caved in, forming a deep pit. The cultivator lying at the bottom of the pit spat out a mouthful of blood in distress. He looked at the crazed demon ape and cursed out loud. He never imagined that just because he was greedy and killed 2 more small demon apes, he would draw in such a terrifying fellow. This demon ape should be the leader of this group of apes. Perhaps one of the small demon apes he killed was its direct bloodline descendant. Hum. No wonder it didn't give up. After fleeing for so long, he was finally forced into a desperate situation. But even so, what could it do to him? Damned demon ape, if it wanted revenge, it would have to wait until its next life. The cultivator flipped his hand and took out the soul guard stone. He sighed. The Demon Ascension Gate had come to an end like this. Catcher, the soul guard stone shattered and a halo of black light spread outwards. The demon ape roared in anger, its bloodshot eyes filled with helplessness. It recognized this stone. As long as it shattered it, these damned invaders would be able to escape unscathed. For countless years, the various demon beast races had been hunted down generation after generation, but very few were able to kill these invaders. Today would also be the same. The demon ape stopped. It knew that it had already lost the chance to kill this person. Its blood-red eyes seemed to be able to see the taunting look in the other party's eyes beneath the black light. Like a bubble bursting or like a layer of ice exploding, the black light dissipated. But the invader was still lying in the pit. Both sides were stunned. The cultivator sighed for a brief moment before turning into endless fear. He struggled to stand up. The helplessness in the demon ape's eyes instantly vanished, leaving behind only endless cruelty. Bang! The ground was torn open by sharp claws. It ran several steps and then leapt up. Like a boulder, it crashed into the pit and smashed into the cultivator's chest. With the sound of bones breaking, the demon ape bit down, placing the cultivator's entire head between its sharp teeth. Crack, crack, this was the sound of a hard skull being chewed to pieces. Blood and brain juice dripped down from the demon ape's mouth. It slapped its chest with both hands and let out an excited roar. These damned invaders seemed to have lost everything they could rely on to escape. Their doomsday had arrived. By the time Yu killed the tree monster and left, the small world within the demon ascension gate had already fallen into chaos. There were tree monsters killing people, but there were even more demon beasts that had gone berserk. They even began to hunt down human cultivators on their own initiative. In this world, there was no life form that was willing to be a fat sheep raised by others, waiting in despair for their fate of being slaughtered. This was especially true for demon beasts that had developed spiritual wisdom, possessed tyrannical strength, and were cruel and bloodthirsty by nature. Moreover, what was even more strange was that everything that occurred within the small world was isolated by some sort of strength. It actually didn't alarm the demonic path powerhouses guarding outside. Thus, a great calamity that swept through the entire small world, one that was destined to cause countless deaths, one that would cause the future elites of the demonic path to suffer disastrous losses, arrived. Two figures stood atop a large tree, looking deep into the small world. Their eyes were dignified, but there was also a bit of joy in them. Ancient tree monster, the figure on the left slowly said. His body was straight like a spear and his eyebrows were like swords. His entire body exuded an endless sharpness. The one on the right was actually a familiar face. He was known as the bloody battle demon god, Zhuolanyu. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fluctuations in his heart. A burning heat shined deep in his eyes. Brother Shu, I never thought that after entering this small world, you and I would have such a lucky chance. The two glanced at each other. Without further words, they understood each other's thoughts. Perhaps to others, the awakening of the ancient tree monster was a calamity. But in their eyes, this was also a monstrous lucky chance. If they could hunt down this legendary ancient tree monster, Shu Guzi lightly said, with just the two of us, it is impossible for us to accomplish this. Zhuolanyu smiled. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Shu to gather the others. I believe that fellow Taoists will be very interested in this. Beneath the ancient tree monster that seemed as tall as the heavens, the blood that filled the earth began to violently tumble about. Like boiling water, faint traces of blood mist rose up, condensing into a figure. This was a thin and weak old man. His eyes were calm and gentle, with a bit of compassion in them. This was the old fellow that had been called the sage in the northern snow region's stone cave. The difference was that he was wearing a thin blood-red robe. He looked into the distance, and after several breaths of time, he revealed a smile. Youths of the demonic path, please offer up your lives and use your hot blood to lay down the foundation for my people. The sage flicked his sleeves and a mottled furnace made from an unknown material appeared beneath the ancient tree monster. Pa, the ground shattered one after another. Countless tiny tree roots drilled out, climbing onto the furnace. A crack opened at the end and dark red beads of blood seeped out, falling into the furnace. There were so many of them. Although the speed at which each tree root oozed out blood was slow, once the number surpassed a certain degree, it was like a rain of blood. Chapter 491. Sun Zifu's handsome face was deathly white. If he could buy medicine for regret, he would gladly empty his wallet, even if he couldn't play his favorite game of double in the future. His heart was already devoutly praying to all the gods and Buddhas he could think of. However, this clearly did not have any effect. In his ears, the earth-shattering rumbling sound behind him was like a horn that demanded his life. But he didn't want to die yet. The higher the level of life he experienced, the more wealth, power, luxury, and enjoyment he had, the more he instinctively desired. Young Master Sun, who had been born with a golden spoon in his mouth, was still far from being able to see through life and death. It was quite far. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of air being torn apart was sharp and shrill. Young Master Sun cried out, "It's coming again." He didn't care about his image and dodged to the side. At the same time, he crushed a blue jade slip in his hand. A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around his body. His speed suddenly increased by a notch. Just as Sun Zifu's body left, the ground exploded from the inside. Countless tree roots roared and rushed out, tumbling in the air in vain like a giant hand that had missed its target. Sun Zifu didn't feel any joy at having escaped from death. Instead, there was even more despair in the depths of his eyes. This was because this was the last Imperial Wind Jade slip in his hands. The next time the tree monster attacked, that would be the time he died. What to do? What to do? I can't panic, I can't panic. My father said that in every great event, one had to remain calm. Only by remaining calm and collected could one grasp a slim chance of survival in the midst of danger. Sun Zifu's lips trembled and soon tears began to flow down. I can't control myself. Farewell, my father. Farewell, my mother. Farewell, Wen, Xiao, Qing, Yanxi. Through the haze of tears, young Master Sun vaguely saw a figure in front of him. This figure seemed to have heard the commotion and was looking over. After a moment of shock, as if he were grasping at the last straw of hope, Sun Zifu shouted out, "Don't go, save me." Qin Yu was stunned. As he looked at this incomparably miserable young Master Sun who was crying with snot and tears running down his face, he almost didn't recognize this rich playboy from a demonic path noble family. However, he was only stunned for a moment. Although they had met a few times, it was only one-sided. Young Master Sun had no idea who he was. Moreover, Qin Yu didn't have a good impression of this young Master Sunday. Thus, he turned and left without hesitation, ignoring his cries for help. Sun Zifu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his pitiful cry for help would be rejected so coldly. Did he have any sympathy? The way of the world was too chilling, but now was not the time to be disappointed. He only knew that if he did not get help, he would soon die. Gritting his teeth, young Master Sun revealed an ominous glint in his eyes. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Whoosh, he turned around and locked onto Qin Yu's departing back. Then, he wildly ran away. Qin Yu frowned. He soon discovered Sun Zifu's sinister thoughts and nearly laughed in anger. Do you have the means to drag me down? If you provoke me, I'll slap you to death. But as he thought about it, he lowered his head and continued forwards. He didn't know what method Sun Zifu had used to achieve his current speed, but it was clear he couldn't maintain it for long. Once he slowed down, things would naturally come to an end. Of course, the most important reason was that Qin Yu instinctively didn't want to come into contact with these tree monsters. He always felt that their appearance was extremely strange. After chasing for so long, not only was he unable to close the distance between them, but he also couldn't catch up to Qin Yu. Young Master Sun's fierce eyes immediately turned flustered. Did you come from a long-distance background? How could you run so fast? The strength of the Imperial Wind Jade Slip was about to be exhausted. He couldn't just sit here and wait for death. Since the hard way didn't work, he could only use the soft way. I am Sun Zifu, a direct descendant of the Sun family of the Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li families. Fellow Daoist in front, as long as you extend a helping hand, the Sun family will surely thank you. The fellow Daoist in front, seeing this person continue to run without stopping, Sun Zifu was stunned for a moment before he panicked. Although he didn't see this person clearly, this person's figure was very unfamiliar. This meant that he wasn't someone from his circle. Thus, it was very unlikely that he would use a precious treasure like the Imperial Wind Jade Slip to strengthen himself. Thus, he deduced that this person was extremely strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to erupt with such speed. Young Master Sun instinctively regarded this person as his last hope. Seeing his greatest support lose its effect, how could he not feel fear? He had been given hope in despair, but that hope had turned into despair once more. Unless he had personally experienced this feeling, it was impossible to imagine. Don't go. Don't go. I can give you many benefits. Demonic path cultivation methods, supernatural powers, wealth, beauties. As long as you save me, I can give them all to you. The fellow Daoist in front disdainfully said. Feeling the wind wrapping around him weaken, Sun Zifu's face drained of blood. This was a sign that the Imperial Wind Jade Slip's strength had been exhausted. He trembled as he took out a jade bottle. Because of his fear, his voice was piercing to the ears. "I have the demonic blood of a commander-level demon beast," young Master Sun stumbled. He didn't know what he had tripped over, but he fell face first to the ground. He could feel the rough feeling of his nose plowing through the ground, as well as the aching pain that penetrated into his brain. Young Master Sun's mind instantly blanked out. There was only a single thought left in his mind: this time he really was done for. As he lay on the ground, he could keenly feel the faint sounds of the earth. Some sort of tremor was rapidly approaching him from deep underground. It was those terrifying tree roots. They would soon arrive and wrap around him. Then, they would drill into his body, sucking him dry just like they had done before. Fear flooded him like a tide. Young Master Sun found it nearly impossible to breathe. He felt his heart pound like thunder and his field of vision darkened. Bang! The ground fiercely trembled. It was like a mountain had crashed into the ground, stirring up a terrifying shockwave. This layer of vibrating power directly drilled into the depths of the earth, slightly blocking the rapidly approaching tree roots. Then, young Master Sun felt as if he was lifted up by someone and thrown away. He soared through the clouds, the strong winds so strong that he couldn't open his eyes. Before he could adjust himself, there was a loud bang as he slammed into something. His chest felt heavy, and he was both tired and afraid. He was so tired that he wanted to die. After being struck, his body twitched a little and then he fainted. Roar! An angry roar echoed out from the distance. A tree monster dragging 6 giant root legs and carrying a corpse in front of it came rumbling towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. He didn't retreat but rushed forwards instead. As he landed, he threw himself at the tree monster. Shua! A brilliant silver light flashed and there was a pained roar. Qin Yu lifted his right hand and lines began to rapidly appear on his ordinary index finger. Sun Zifu had a very, very deep dream. In this dream, he was being hunted down. He fled and fled, but in the end he was forced into a desperate situation. In his dream, the tree monster used its terrifying root system to wrap around him. Young Master Sun woke up with a miserable cry. His hands wildly flailed about, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." After waiting for some time, the pain he imagined didn't arrive. Sun Zifu followed the strange gaze and saw a figure sitting in the shadows. Then, he saw where he was. It was pitch black and constantly emitted a damp aura. This cave couldn't even be compared to a pigsty, but in young Master Sun's eyes, it was like heaven. This proved that he was still alive and that what happened just now was only a dream. "I'm still alive. I'm still alive." Sun Zifu suddenly understood how appropriate it was to say that he was crying tears of joy. The rims of his eyes turned red. He crawled up and bowed to Qin Yu. Without any nonsense, a large number of jade bottles appeared in front of him. "Thank you, fellow Daoist, for helping me. The demon blood in my hands is all here. I ask fellow Daoist to accept it." This fellow was quite smart. Qin Yu sensed for a moment. He flicked his sleeves and took out 3 jade bottles. He didn't care about the rest. "I only need these." He stood up and walked away. The transaction had been completed. He didn't think there was any need for him to stay any longer. Sun Zifu was dumbfounded. He never imagined that this person would be so straightforward. He hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist, please wait." Qin Yu traced the jade bottle in his hand, feeling the surging demonic energy within. He suppressed his impatience and turned around. "Young Master Sun, is there something else?" It was only at this moment that his face was exposed to the bonfire. Sun Zifu's eyes widened. "It's you." His first thought was that the reason why he was so unlucky was because of you. But as he thought about his current state, he forcefully suppressed the anger that appeared on his face. He squeezed out a smile and said, "So it's fellow Daoist Yarobin. It seems we're fated to meet each other everywhere. If he didn't have a choice, only a ghost would be willing to run into you." Qin Yu had no expression. "Young Master Sun, please speak frankly. Otherwise, I will bid my farewells." "Don't," Sun Zifu anxiously said. Does fellow Daoist Yarrow know that there has been a great change in the small world? Not only are there terrifying tree monsters attacking, but those demon beasts seem to have gone crazy. And, the most terrifying thing is that the Soulguard stone has actually lost its effect. Qin Yu's complexion changed. Sun Zifu took out a Soulguard stone from his chest. After crushing it, a layer of black light wrapped around him. But soon, this light shattered and vanished, leaving him standing where he was. He had originally kept this stone as a memento, but now that he saw that it had truly lost its effect, young Master Sun's complexion paled and he bitterly said, "Can fellow Daoist Yarrow see?" Qin Yu didn't hesitate. He took out his own Soulguard stone and crushed it. Indeed, just like Sun Zifu, he had remained in the small world. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. His thoughts raced. The demonic path placed a great deal of importance on cultivators that entered the small world. This could be seen from the Soulguard stone. But now, this life-saving method had actually failed. Something major had occurred, and it was a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering event. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Sun, for telling me. I bid my farewells." The current small world was far more terrifying than it was before. He didn't want to waste any more time here. Sun Zifu was left dumbfounded. "Did Qin Yu have to be so callous and heartless? You bastard, I just told you an important piece of news. Hold on." Chapter 492. Qin Yu turned and left without any hesitation. In this sort of situation, how could he bring a burden with him? Young Master Sun was already prepared. He rushed over, and without waiting for Qin Yu to reprimand him, he directly said, "Fellow Daoist Yarrow, please let me finish speaking. Although cultivating the demon body relies on talent, acquired treasures are equally important. As long as fellow Daoist agrees to help me leave this small world, I guarantee I will give fellow Daoist 10, no, 20 demon body tempering pills." Qin Yu's eyes turned icy cold. "How do you know I cultivate the demon body?" Sun Zifu felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. He instinctively screamed out in fear, his voice shaking, "No, no, this appearance didn't seem fake at all." The chill in Qin Yu's eyes faded a little. But, he continued to stare at him, clearly waiting for an explanation. Sun Zifu's throat rolled up and down. There is no one who doesn't want to cultivate the demon body after entering a small world. Moreover, fellow Daoist Yarrow just received commander-level demon blood. It seemed that he had been too cautious. This was also a subconscious precaution he had developed after entering Four Seasons City. Qin Yu thought for a moment. "What is the use of the demon body tempering pill you speak of?" Sun Zifu's spirits rose. "This pill is extremely rare and only circulates within the demonic path. Once it appears, it is immediately snatched up, so very few people in the outside world know of it." He carefully looked over. Seeing that Qin Yu was listening earnestly, he was overjoyed. The demon body tempering pill is a miraculous pill refined from many precious treasures combined with high-level demon blood. Swallowing and refining it can accelerate the speed of one's demon body cultivation and also increase the chances of awakening a demon body combat skill. 20 demon body tempering pills is the limit of the Sun family. This pill cannot be evaluated in terms of value, but it cannot be purchased with spirit stones. It is an extremely rare pill. Fellow Daoist Yarrow, I can make a blood oath that once I escape I will not go back on my word. I ask that fellow Daoist save me." He bowed deeply. Qin Yu had a cautious expression. This was the first time he recognized the existence of the demon body tempering pill. If Sun Zifu wasn't lying, then the value of this pill was inestimable. The demon body cultivation was incomparably harsh. Afterwards, it was easy to cultivate, but once one broke through to a higher level, every bit of improvement was incomparably difficult. Qin Yu currently had a sovereign-level demon body and his blood vitality was incomparably thick. Because he had come into contact with blue sea powerhouses and there were even some transcendent calamity immortals, he didn't seem too fierce. But the truth was that just the blood vitality of his mortal body was enough to contend with an early blue sea cultivator. However, at this step, the speed at which his blood vitality increased was incomparably slow. Ever since he broke into the blue sea realm, the strength of his demon body had nearly not increased at all. Normally, Pills that could strengthen one's fleshly body would have very little effect after being swallowed. The demonic path body tempering pill was clearly a pill specially used to assist in the cultivation of a high-level demon body. Just this point alone was enough to prove its value. Young Master Sun was extremely nervous, afraid that he would hear a rejection. In the silent atmosphere, his forehead was quickly drenched in sweat. Originally, he had a bit of resentment towards handing over the demon body tempering pill. But now, that resentment had unknowingly vanished. Compared to his life, treasures and what not were really nothing. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Make a blood oath. At this moment, deep gratitude gushed out from the depths of Sun Mo's heart. He excitedly nodded. He straightforwardly established a demonic path blood oath. Qin Yu took the blood oath rune in his hand. The backlash from this sort of oath was extremely terrifying. No one dared to go back on their word. Let's go. Yes, please, fellow Daoist. Sun Zifu took a deep breath, overjoyed that he had just survived a calamity. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since Qin Yu and Sun Zifu made their agreement. The small world had become even more chaotic. Seeing the fierce demon beast that Qin Yu had killed, Sun Zifu quietly gulped. He was overjoyed at his decision. Luckily, he was quick-witted enough to grab onto Yarobin's thigh without any hesitation. Otherwise, there was a high chance he would have become food in the stomach of the demon beast, or even be digested clean and turned into a pile on the ground. Cough cough. In short, he silently praised his own cleverness and praised himself 32 times. Qin Yu drew back his hand and sensed the faint traces of warm energy spreading out from his body. After refining the commander-level demon blood, his demonic bloodline's appetite had become much more picky. Although the demon beast in front of him wasn't weak, the increase in strength was negligible. It seemed that if he wanted to continue increasing his strength, he would have to refine higher commander-level demon beasts. But, demon beasts of this level were extremely rare and each one of them was extremely fierce and ferocious. It was extremely difficult to hunt them down. According to Sun Zifu, he had run into some dogshit luck and bumped into a severely wounded commander-level demon beast. It took him a great deal of effort to kill it. He shook his head, suppressing the helplessness in his heart. Wasn't the most important thing right now how to preserve his own life? It seemed that because his strength had increased recently, there had been a major problem with his mentality. He had even developed a sense of arrogance and conceit. He had to be vigilant. Sun Zifu's smile bloomed like a flower. Fellow Daoist Yarrow is truly fierce. Cough cough, what flattery. As long as he made a favorable impression, it wasn't anything at all. Qin Yu helplessly shook his head. In these past 2 days, he had heard similar words far too many times. But if he didn't say anything, Sun Zifu would be even more panicked and restless. Thus, he simply ignored him. As he was thinking about where he should go next, a faint fishy smell entered his nose. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat and a bit of awe rose in his heart. He grabbed Sun Zifu, not giving him a chance to speak. Qin Yu took a step forward and his figure exploded away like a bolt of lightning. Just as he was about to leave, the low howl of a wolf resounded in his ears. One after another, demon wolves with shiny fur and lush green eyes emerged from all directions. A white wolf king proudly stood on a distant boulder. Its eyes were filled with wisdom as it coldly stared at the 2 fleeing people. With a deep roar, the wolf pack instantly moved. They gathered into a raging tide that chased after the 2 people. Demon wolf pack! Sun Zifu screamed out loud. He was so frightened that he nearly lost control of his bowels. In the small world behind the demon ascension gate, there were all sorts of tyrannical demon beasts. But if one had to say which was the most terrifying, then the demon wolf pack was absolutely one of them. As one of the few demon beasts that liked to live in packs, although a single demon wolf wasn't too strong, when they formed packs and howled through the mountains and forests, there were no demon beasts that dared to be enemies with them. This was because once a demon wolf locked onto them as prey, they would never rest until they died. And now, it was clear that this pack of demon wolves had locked onto the 2 of them. It was over. It was over. They were dead for sure. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Qin Yu. Even the chaos of the small world hadn't changed the harsh tests placed on this old man. Poor me, I wasn't able to escape in the end. I was implicated by him and died. Qin Yu's complexion paled. He didn't bother with Sun Zifu's random thoughts. He had a certain understanding of how terrifying this demon wolf pack was. How unlucky. Chapter 493. With Qin Yu's cultivation, his all-out speed was astonishing. It was more than enough to throw off a low-rank demon beast like the demon wolf. But what left his heart sinking was that even though he passed through the thorny forest for a long time, he still wasn't able to shake off the demon wolf chasing after him. Looking back from the corner of his eyes, he saw demon wolves with bull-like bodies. The surface of their fur glowed with a faint silver light, as if they were wearing a layer of silver coat. It's the resonance of the demonic wolves' bloodline. With so many of them stacking on top of each other, they can produce an astonishing increase in speed. We can't shake them off, Sun Zifu said with a sad face. Qin Yu was expressionless. Shut up. Sun Zifu was furious. He thought to himself, you were my savior before, so I respected you and fawned over you. Now that you can't even protect yourself, you still dare to be so arrogant. However, when he opened his mouth, a strong gust of wind rushed into his stomach. After hesitating for a while, he still closed his mouth. If he angered the surnamed Yarrow now, he would be released and thrown down the cliff. In the blink of an eye, he would be devoured by the demon wolves without any scraps left. Living for a moment was a moment. Perhaps there was still a chance to turn things around. A faint light appeared in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. He had never heard of anyone being able to escape unscathed from a pack of demon wolves. Young Master Sun closed his eyes, recalling his past life. He was savoring the final aftertaste of his life. Qin Yu's eyes were like lightning. As he ran, he observed his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes brightened and the boulder beneath his feet shattered. He grabbed Sun Zifu and suddenly turned around. The powerful force of his swing caused his eyes to roll back and he cursed inwardly. He was about to die, yet he still couldn't let him live in peace. Then, young Master Sun discovered that Qin Yu was currently climbing up a slope, and it was a very steep one at that. Looking up, the dense forest and rocks obstructed his line of sight. He had no idea what lay ahead. Just as young Master Sun was wondering just what this surname Yarrow was trying to do, the thorns in front of him were crushed apart by a tyrannical strength and everything in front of him became clear. Cliff. Young Master Sun's eyes widened in shock. At this time, he could feel Qin Yu's body tense up. His speed suddenly increased, like a bolt of lightning. Ah! Young Master Sun instinctively screamed when he realized that he was already in the air. His face instantly paled. One of the restrictions of the Demon Ascension Gate's small world, it was forbidden to fly high in the sky. This was not a test for the cultivators who entered, but to protect them. That was because there were many terrifying devil birds in the sky above the small world. But this protection had now become a talisman that hastened his death. Despair filled Sun Zifu's eyes. He was well aware that he could not withstand the impact of falling from such a great height. Dead. I'm going to die. Behind them, the howls of the demon wolves could be heard. They didn't pause at all. Their powerful hind legs fiercely exerted strength, and the moment their claws tore through the ground, their bodies had already flown out. Then, dignified wolf howls resounded. The rapidly descending demon wolves instantly unfurled two silver wings of light behind their backs. They flapped at an even faster speed, as if they were bolts of silver lightning. In his despair, young Master Sun couldn't help but feel shocked. It was actually the demon wolf king that had awakened its sky bloodline, but soon, this trace of shock turned into mockery. Big idiot surnamed Yarrow, aren't you feeling extremely sour right now when you see this scene? Qin Yu was expressionless. He allowed his body to be pulled down by the earth. When a wolf howled above him, a bolt of lightning flashed in his eyes. Without warning, Qin Yu punched out his fist. A terrifying strength surged out like a tide, crashing into the cliff. Kacha, countless cracks appeared in the blink of an eye. Due to the dark, damp, and overgrown moss, the strange greenish-black stone walls spread rapidly to the surroundings. The entire mountain collapsed with a loud rumble. In that instant, crushed stones fell down like rain. The onrushing demon wolves were caught off guard and were baptized by this rain of stones. With miserable cries, the silver wings on their backs collapsed and they tumbled to the ground. Qin Yu punched out, smashing apart the falling stones. He borrowed the strength of the collision to instantly move several dozen feet away. Then, he stepped on a large stone, slowing his falling speed. Then, he took 3 more steps, each step bringing a giant stone crashing down. He was like a nimble monkey, rapidly falling through the rain of stones. And above him, the menacing demon wolf pack that was chasing him could no longer be seen. One could only faintly hear cries of pain and panic. Sun Zifu's eyes widened. As he watched Qin Yu calmly move through the rubble, he was shocked. It had to be known that this required not only a tyrannical divine sense to investigate but also a calm attitude and powerful control over one's body. If there was even the slightest mistake, one would end up buried under the rubble. But soon, young Master Sun discovered something. Even if this surname Yarrow constantly slowed down, according to his current speed, he still might not be able to withstand the fall, right? Well, it was more accurate to say that this surname Yarrow might be able to withstand the fall, but it would be hard for him to escape his fate of falling to his death. As soon as this conclusion appeared, Sun Zifu wanted to cry. How could he not escape death? No, he had to save himself. He couldn't just sit here and wait for death. Young Master Sun stretched out his hands and tightly held onto Qin Yu's arm. He wanted to rush over, but before he could succeed, he felt a strength erupt and shake him away. A great strength gushed out and he immediately soared into the clouds. The shaken Sun Zifu was stunned for a second or two before he realized the cruel fact that he had been abandoned. Ah! Save me! He screamed miserably. Surname Yao, even if I die and turn into a ghost, I won't let you go. Qin Yu lifted his foot and kicked out. A piece of rubble howled out and struck Sun Zifu's abdomen, swallowing his remaining words back into his stomach. He moved to the side to avoid several falling rocks. At the same time, because of the impact of the rocks, his falling body came to a sudden stop and he passed by the demon wolf's gaping maw. This was a demon wolf that had been smashed into the ground by the rubble. Its waist was bent at an astonishing angle. It was clear that its spine had been broken. But, its tyrannical life force allowed it to maintain its fierce and bloodthirsty appearance. Seeing the flesh and blood near its mouth being destroyed, the demon wolf's green eyes glared at Qin Yu. This was because as Qin Yu stepped onto the falling rocks, the distance between them became increasingly close. Roar! The demon wolf opened its jaws. But before it could roar, Qin Yu reached out and grasped the air. With a loud cracking sound, the demon wolf's neck was broken. Qin Yu grabbed the demon wolf's corpse and ruthlessly pulled it down. Then, he stepped onto the corpse and grabbed onto Sun Zifu, who had been struck by the falling rocks and was screaming in fear. Then, he crashed into the ground. The thick canopy of the ancient trees rapidly drew closer. A high-speed collision occurred. The thick branches that needed several people to wrap their arms around them were as fragile as sticks, directly smashed apart. Bang! The earth shook and the ground instantly cracked open. Countless rocks flew in all directions. Flesh and blood splashed out. The wolf corpse at the bottom had already turned into a pile of powder. Qin Yu's complexion paled. Through his body, he could clearly hear the pained groaning of his bones. With a stuffy cough, he didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed onto the unconscious Sun Zifu and endured the pain in his legs. His figure howled far away. In the next moment, countless boulders fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they piled up into a mountain of rocks, stirring up a storm of dust. A moment later, the snow-white and dignified demon wolf king appeared at the base of the mountain. As it approached, the tumbling dust seemed to be suppressed, instantly vanishing without a trace. Its icy cold eyes fell on the rubble where several miserable wolf corpses lay. Anger gushed out from its eyes and it reared its head back and roared. In the next moment, countless wolf howls rose up from all directions. The demon wolf pack divided into several groups, carrying with them the rage and killing intent of their king as they rushed into the forest. These 2 humans could not be allowed to escape. ###. Chapter 494. He exerted strength in his feet, causing the ground to crack open. He twisted his body and slashed out with his palm. The head of the demon beast that turned to bite at him was directly smashed apart and thick white brain juice splashed out. After completing the kill, his body trembled and his complexion paled. Blood flowed down from the corners of his lips as he forcefully pushed himself to the limits of his strength. Fortunately, Sun Zifu could no longer be seen behind him. He took a deep breath and forced himself to focus. He tore off Sun Zifu's robe, which was stained with the blood and flesh of the demon wolves, and threw him onto the bloody corpse of the demon beasts. He rubbed Sun Zifu's robe a few times before picking him up and continuing forward. The demon wolves had a keen sense of smell. Sun Zifu's demon god armor wasn't afraid of being stained, but Sun Zifu didn't have this ability. A moment later, he found a demon beast cave. He endured the stench and crawled in. He sat down cross-legged and swallowed some pills. Although the battle when he jumped off the cliff seemed simple, the truth was that he had consumed a great deal of his mind. Although he had the demon wolf corpse as a buffer when he landed, his mortal body had withstood a tremendous pressure and his organs had shifted. Luckily, the sovereign-level demon body was tough enough. As long as he rested for a night, he would be able to recover. Sun Zifu was awakened by the smell in the cave. He opened his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. First, he was excited that he was still alive, and second, the smell was just too sour. But soon, his body stiffened. He looked down and discovered that he was naked. He immediately screamed out in pain and pointed at Qin Yu with a trembling hand. This Qin Yu had an angry expression on his face that said, "I thought of you as my savior, but you've done something to me." Qin Yu opened his eyes and his lips twitched. Shut up. He didn't want to waste words with him. The demon wolf pack hasn't left yet. If you don't want to die, then keep quiet. He closed his eyes and continued to heal his wounds. Sun Zifu's eyes were filled with resentment. He frowned and carefully moved his body. When he didn't feel any discomfort, he immediately relaxed. It seemed that he hadn't succeeded yet. Luckily, he woke up quickly, otherwise who knew what sort of unforgivable things that this Yarrow freak would do to him. He quickly took out a set of clothes and put them on. Then, he thought it wasn't safe, so he took out a second set. He wrapped himself tightly and carefully distanced himself from Qin Yu. As he closed his eyes and healed his wounds, Qin Yu's pale face unconsciously darkened a bit. This bastard, did he think he was an outstanding beauty? When the cave fell into complete darkness, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within. Sun Zifu coughed. "Fellow Daoist Yarrow, thank you for saving my life. Sigh, there's no helping it. I still have to curry favor with those that I should." Qin Yu ignored his confused expression. He frowned at the entrance of the cave, a dignified expression on his face. Sensing the heavy aura around him, Sun Zifu's expression changed. "What's wrong?" Although his heart was filled with resentment, he couldn't help but acknowledge Qin Yu's abilities. Otherwise, he would have died countless times by now. "The demon wolf pack hasn't left yet." Qin Yu's face darkened. Through the cosmic Seacross bell, he could faintly sense the terrifying aura of the demon wolves. They had actually caught up to him. Sun Zifu's face paled. "It's the demon wolf king. It has awakened a high-grade sky bloodline, so it must have a second bloodline ability. Could it be soul lock?" Qin Yu frowned. "What is a soul lock?" Sun Zifu gulped. Soul lock is an extremely rare bloodline ability of the demon wolves. Based on smell, it can directly lock onto soul fluctuations. And once the demon wolf king uses soul lock, if it can't kill its prey, it will suffer a backlash. In other words, it will definitely kill us. Qin Yu's eyes were icy cold. Sun Zifu nodded. His body went cold, as if he had fallen into an icy lake. There was a moment of silence. This explained why the demon wolf pack was circling around here. Although the demon wolf king couldn't lock onto their exact position, it would definitely be able to find them if it searched a little. Qin Yu's eyes were icy cold. He couldn't wait any longer, otherwise once the demon wolf pack gathered together, it would be difficult to escape. Demon wolf pack. Demon wolf king. Killing the former was impossible, so he could only kill the latter. Otherwise, even if he escaped here, he wouldn't be able to escape the demon wolf king's bloodline ability. Qin Yu suddenly stood up. Sun Zifu had a bad feeling. Fellow Daoist Yao, what do you want to do? Qin Yu lightly said, I want to kill the demon wolf king. Sun Zifu gulped. He thought that Qin Yu had gone crazy. Who didn't know that the demon wolf king was sinister and cunning? It would never face a powerful enemy alone. It hid itself in the wolf pack and had the most powerful demon wolf guard following it. Wanting to kill it was harder than ascending to the heavens. Fellow Daoist Yao, don't be impulsive. He rambled on and on. The general meaning was that the demon wolf king was too strong and it was impossible for him to kill it. Qin Yu had no expression. If I don't kill it, you and I will die. He strode forwards, stay here and wait for me to return. Before his voice fell, he had already vanished from sight. The dark cave fell completely silent. Sun Zifu inexplicably shivered. A thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Could it be that this surname Yarrow saw that things were going bad, so he threw me here as bait and fled? His body stiffened and his heart nearly stopped beating. Sun Zifu ran out of the cave, but all he saw was a pitch-black darkness. There wasn't even the slightest trace of Qin Yu. A woo in the distance, the roars of demon wolves echoed in the air. Sun Zifu shivered and his lips trembled. After hesitating for a while, he slowly retreated back into the cave. Now, he could only choose to believe in Qin Yu. If he really entered the dark mountain forest alone, he feared he wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Surname Yao. Grandpa Yao. Ancestor Yao, you must keep your word, don't leave me here alone. In the dark night, Qin Yu's eyes shined with light. Everything around him was clearly reflected in his eyes. He was like a shadow, quietly moving forwards. At the same time, within his soul space, the cosmic sea-cross bell gently trembled. A clear ringing sound spread out, as if it were some sort of accurate sound wave that spread out in all directions, covering an area of several hundred miles. Within this range, all soul fluctuations could be sensed. This was the terrifying aspect of the cosmic sea-cross bell. As a supreme treasure of the soul, its might wasn't limited to protecting its master's soul. It could investigate, lock onto, and even kill its master's soul. In particular, after the golden soul of nothingness fused into it, it had activated all of the cosmic sea-cross bell's abilities. For instance, its large-scale probing ability was one of them. The demon wolf king was tyrannically strong. After awakening its bloodline, its soul fluctuations far surpassed those of ordinary demon wolves. Thus, it might be difficult for others to find it, given how cunning it was. But to Qin Yu, the demon wolf king's soul fluctuations were like a campfire in the dark night. As long as it appeared within his probing range, he would be able to lock onto it. As he rushed forwards, Qin Yu stepped forwards and flew up into the branches of an ancient tree. All of his pores were sealed off, isolating the connection between inside and outside. He seemed to melt into the dark night. After several breaths of time, 6 demon wolves formed a small search team. They passed by the ancient tree, twitching their sensitive noses. Some of the demon wolves seemed to smell something. With a low roar, the 6 demon wolves scattered, but in the end they didn't find anything. Several times, the demon wolves swept their eyes over the ancient tree, but none of them discovered Qin Yu. When they ran away, Qin Yu was like a fallen leaf, quietly falling to the ground. He continued to move forwards in the direction he had chosen. The cosmic sea-cross bell could search for several hundred miles, but to the boundless mountain forest, this was only an extremely small area. Thus, Qin Yu divided his search into 6 areas. Starting from a single point, he would go in 6 different directions. As long as his luck wasn't too bad, finding the demon wolf king was only a matter of time. He was like a ghost, avoiding the countless demon wolf squads as well as the other demon beasts of the night. The first time he didn't find anything. The second time was the same. The third time was the same. As Qin Yu was wondering whether or not the demon wolf king had some method to avoid him, the cosmic sea-cross bell in his soul space suddenly trembled. A radiant sphere of light appeared within his range of perception. It was like a silver moon in the skies, sprinkling down an endless cold brilliance. Around this sphere of light, there were countless tiny motes of light. They were like stars on the edge of the silver moon, surrounding it with a majestic aura. Qin Yu came to a sudden stop. He looked up into the depths of the pitch-black mountain forest, a bolt of lightning flashing in his eyes. Demon Wolf King, I've found you. Indeed, as Sun Zifu had said, the Demon Wolf King was surrounded by the most powerful demon wolf guards. Their soul fluctuations were nearly twice as tyrannical as those of ordinary demon wolves. If he were to face them head-on, no matter how tyrannical Qin Yu's strength was, his chances of success were only 30%. And this was an optimistic estimate. The Demon Wolf King was surrounded by a pack of demon wolves, and its true combat strength was terrifying. Moreover, once he appeared, the Demon Wolf King would immediately summon the rest of the wolf pack. If he couldn't finish this battle quickly, then that would truly be bad. Luckily, Qin Yu wasn't unprepared. Since he wanted to kill the Demon Wolf King, he naturally had his own plans. As long as his plan went smoothly, killing the Demon Wolf King wouldn't be too difficult. Qin Yu took a deep breath and restrained his aura fluctuations to the minimum. Then, he quietly crept towards the Demon Wolf King. This was the most critical moment. Once he was discovered ahead of time, all of his preparations would be for naught. As he thought, the sinister and cunning Demon Wolf King wouldn't leave any gaps for its enemies. Even though it was surrounded by a pack of wolves, it still made extremely tight defensive arrangements. If it weren't for Qin Yu borrowing the Cosmic Sea-Cross Bell to avoid the moving Demon Wolf guards, it would have been impossible for him to approach within 10 miles of the Demon Wolf King. After spending less than an hour, Qin Yu arrived at a low hillside. His figure was hidden behind thistles and thorns, and he finally saw the silver-white Demon Wolf King that resembled a full moon. It was lying on a clean boulder, its long fur constantly fluttering in the night wind. There were over 100 strong and fierce demon wolf guards surrounding it. Suddenly, the Demon Wolf King, who was lying on the boulder, opened its eyes. Its eyes were cold and dense, like two deep and serene pools. It stood up and looked directly at Qin Yu. It roared out loud. "Awoo, awoo!" The Demon Wolf Guard's fur immediately stood on end. Its vicious eyes turned towards Qin Yu and its strong hind legs erupted with power. It rushed forwards like a bolt of lightning. He had been discovered. Qin Yu's heart chilled. This Demon Wolf King's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Although this wasn't the best chance to attack, he had no other choice. If he missed this chance, he feared the Demon Wolf King wouldn't give him another chance to approach. Bang! Chapter 495. Black Demon Sect. Tai Qianqiu's face was flushed red and he revealed a rare look of excitement. This was because the hidden dangers that had plagued his body for so many years were finally beginning to disappear. Although this was only the beginning, he understood his own condition. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and this was extremely appropriate to deal with the hidden dangers in his body. Without accident, in at most half a year he would be able to make a complete recovery. He would be able to cast off Chen Ku's shackles and obtain another chance to attack the Calamity Immortal Realm. Thinking of this, Tai Qianqiu's smile widened. For my sect to resolve these hidden dangers, fellow Daoist has contributed greatly. If there is anything you need in the future, the Black Demon Sect will not be stingy. His words contained the intent to recruit him. The more he came into contact with this mysterious character from the sealed pagoda, the more he discovered just how formidable he was. Although his aura wasn't strong, there were times when Tai Qianqiu felt a great threat from him. Although he knew his chances weren't high, as long as there was a chance, Tai Qianqiu wouldn't miss it. He wouldn't miss out on the chance to bring such a character under his command. The spirit of poison had a faint expression. Sect Master, today's treatment has ended. I bid my farewells. Recruit me. If you dare to have such thoughts, I won't agree. Just as he was about to leave, the spirit of poison's complexion changed and his footsteps quickened. Sect Master, I have an important matter that requires me to go into seclusion. Do not let anyone disturb me. Before his voice fell, his figure flashed around a corner and he vanished from sight. Soon, the spirit of poison returned to his dwelling and sat down cross-legged. Sealed pagoda. Deep within the sea of poison, the slowly growing continent suddenly trembled. A volcano erupted and billowing toxic smoke shot into the skies. The spirit of the sealed pagoda lifted a hand. Space fluctuated and a hole appeared, allowing the toxic smoke to pass through and vanish from sight. The mountain top was low and both sides were fast enough. So, after several breaths of time, Qin could clearly see the fierce fangs of the demon wolf guards and the white stench they exhaled from their mouths. Roar a roar with cruel roars, the dozen-some demon wolf guards at the front had already leapt up from the ground. Behind them, the white demon wolf king stood atop a boulder. Its eyes were filled with anger and surprise. It hesitated for a moment before turning and jumping off the boulder. Under the protection of the remaining demon wolf guards, it began to retreat. At the same time, deep rumbling sounds erupted from the entire mountain forest. The scattered demon wolf packs had already received the demon wolf king's summons and were gathering here. Without accident, unless a calamity immortal took action, it was impossible to threaten the safety of the demon wolf king. Qin wasn't at the calamity immortal realm, but he had many hidden cards. For instance, the tyrannical poison immunity that the little blue lamp had given him. For instance, the sealed pagoda and the spirit of poison that he had subdued at the Black Demon sect not too long ago. Facing the demon wolf guard that jumped up, Qin punched out his fist. Space collapsed, forming a giant hole. In the next moment, the surging poisonous smoke surged out like a tidal wave. The first to enter the range of the poisonous smoke was a demon wolf guard with black fur and a long scar on the corner of its left eye. The fact that it was able to rush to the front was enough to prove its strength. But the instant it came into contact with the poisonous smoke, the demon wolf guard's fierce eyes turned into pain and fear. Its glossy hair turned yellow and curled in the blink of an eye, as if it had been roasted on a bonfire. Its green, murderous eyes were like jelly under the scorching sun, melting and flowing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Woo! The demon wolf guard only had time to howl in pain. On the surface of its tongue, yellow spots began to appear and then it began to rot away. Its strong and powerful limbs seemed to have been pulled out of them. It fell to the ground, twitching several times before it was unable to crawl back up. After several breaths of time, all that was left over was a skeleton. All of its flesh and blood had turned into sticky goo that seeped into the earth. Soon after, a second and third demon wolf guards followed. Like dumplings, the smell of blood soared. The demon wolf guards that followed behind came to a sudden stop in panic. Their sharp claws tore open the ground, causing dust to splash into the air. When the dust fell on their bodies, they looked much more distressed. But the poisonous smoke didn't stop. It gushed out like a thick fog, expanding outwards at an astonishing speed. Roar! The demon wolf king roared in anger. The demon wolf guards that had stopped moving suddenly flashed with a fierce light as they suppressed their fear. With deep howls, they crazily rushed into the poisonous smoke like stones, carrying with them an aura as if they faced death unflinchingly. Unfortunately, even if these loyal and devoted demon wolf guards paid with their lives, they still weren't able to stop Qin footsteps. Within the poisonous smoke, runes quietly lit up on his right index finger, shining with a faint halo of light. All of the poisonous smoke that approached Qin was completely transformed, losing its toxicity to him. But to anyone else besides him, it became even more terrifying. The ground was already covered with the rotting corpses of the demon wolf guards. As Qin ran across the ground, it was like he was walking through mud. Flesh and blood splashed everywhere, and the stench made one feel dizzy and nauseous. But his complexion didn't change at all. He stubbornly stared at the enraged demon wolf king not too far away. The spirit of poison's strength was only at 10% of its peak, and the sealed pagoda also consumed an astonishing amount of energy to maintain this whole. Thus, the poisonous smoke attacks couldn't last for long and couldn't be repeated for a period of time. He had to finish this battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the demon wolf pack caught up, even if he used the corpses to pile up the poisonous smoke, he would still be able to use it up. At that time, facing the vengeful demon wolf king, Qin would be in deep trouble. A sharp light flashed in Qin eyes. His feet trembled and flesh and blood flew everywhere as his speed rose once more. The demon wolf king revealed a look of fear. It had witnessed with its own eyes its most powerful guard rapidly die in the poisonous smoke. But this human, he was actually able to ignore the poisonous smoke as if it didn't exist. This was far too horrifying. It began to regret provoking these two humans. But The taste of their blood was far too delicious, it couldn't resist its desire. In particular, this human in front of it. If it could eat him, the Demon Wolf King believed it had a high chance of completing its bloodline advancement and breaking through to the commander level, becoming the second true king of this small world. But now, the Demon Wolf King realized that it might not have the chance to obtain this human's flesh and blood. It had to flee immediately, otherwise it feared it would suffer the same fate as its guard today. The Demon Wolf King deeply looked at Chinyu and then roared out loud. A pair of silver wings unfurled from its back, shining with a brilliant light. To this human, the terrifying poisonous smoke was bound to have a great restrictive effect, otherwise he wouldn't have been chased around in such a distressed state. If it avoided today, it would still be the king of its tribe. If it led the wolf pack under its command, it might have a chance to make a comeback. Human, your flesh and blood, I will not give up. Sure, the Demon Wolf King fiercely flapped its wings and its body shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. Flying was forbidden in this small world, but as a native demon beast, it wasn't subject to this restriction. Human, we will meet again soon. Within the poisonous smoke, Chinyu looked up and stared at the silver light that shot into the skies. Since he had decided to attack today, he couldn't give the Demon Wolf King a chance to escape. The Sky Bloodline, today, it will be mine. Within his soul space, the quiet cosmic sea-cross bell suddenly began to ring. Compared to the past, this sound was much sharper and more tyrannical. At almost the same time, the Demon Wolf King that had flown into the skies seemed to be struck by an invisible arrow. It roared in pain and tumbled to the ground. However, the tyrannical strength of a commander-level demon beast was soon manifested. When it was 100 meters from the ground, the Demon Wolf King regained control of its body. It fiercely unfurled its silver wings and flapped them to stabilize its body. Even so, it still crashed into the ground, leaving behind a terrifying pit. The poisonous smoke howled out like a raging dragon. The Demon Wolf King knew that the terrifying human was inside. It shook its dizzy head and roared as it leapt out of the pit, stubbornly staring at Chinyu. After discovering that it couldn't escape, the Demon Wolf King's cruel and bloodthirsty demonic nature was thoroughly activated. You want to kill me? Let's see who dies first. It opened its mouth and roared. As this sound entered Chinyu's ears, it reached deep into his soul. Chapter 496. The Demon Wolf King had awakened its bloodline talent, Soul Lock. This was an extremely strange and mysterious ability. It could select a wisp of the target's aura and condense a soul seed into its own soul. Once the soul was locked and the target was successfully killed, the soul seed could absorb 10% to 30% of the dead person's soul strength and fuse it into the Demon Wolf King's soul, causing its soul strength to rise. The soul seed could help the Demon Wolf King lock onto its target and even obtain the soul strength of the target after they died. But if the hunt failed, the soul seed would explode, creating a backlash that would damage the Demon Wolf King's soul. In addition, there was an even more extreme method, and that was to directly detonate the soul seed. The backlash the Demon Wolf King suffered would double, but this was also an extremely terrifying killing move. The soul seed was formed from the target's aura and resonated with the soul body's aura. Once the soul seed exploded, it would instantly pull the target's soul into the same frequency. There was only one result, and that was that the soul body and the soul seed would both collapse. This was the situation Chinyu was facing right now. The Demon Wolf King felt an intense crisis. Its cruel demonic nature erupted and it chose to destroy itself. Although its soul would inevitably be severely injured, there was a high chance Chinyu would be directly killed. Even if he didn't die, as long as his soul was heavily wounded and he fell into the Demon Wolf Pack, all that awaited him was death. At that time, it would eat his corpse and absorb his bloodline. Once the Demon Wolf King completed its bloodline advancement, the damage to its soul wouldn't be anything at all. Although this might affect its advancement to the king step, in the current situation, it had to make a gamble. If it were anyone else hunting down the Demon Wolf King today, then perhaps this ruthless method really might succeed. But unfortunately, the one it chose was Chinyu. With the holy artifact of the souls of nothingness, the cosmic sea-cross bell, there might be some strength in this world that could erase Chinyu from the soul level, but that didn't include the Demon Wolf King. The cosmic sea-cross bell trembled. Layers of ripples appeared, cleanly cancelling out all of the ripples in Qin Yu's soul space. All of the throbbing in his soul vanished like snow under the scorching sun. The demon wolf king's eyes widened as it stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. Its complexion paled and its body tensed up, but its eyes revealed endless excitement. Humanity. You forced me to pay a great price and even hindered my advancement to the king's step. Then, I will use your blood to extinguish my anger. Sure, even though the white demon wolf king's soul was severely damaged, its speed was still astonishing. It hurtled towards Qin Yu like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, a pair of silvery white wings appeared once more. As they flapped, a gust of wind rose. Perhaps it was because the owner of the wings was on the brink of death, but the wind was easily blown away. The demon wolf king's eyes lit up with even greater joy. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Qin Yu and opened its massive mouth, causing it to expand over a dozen times in size as if it were about to swallow him whole. Although it enjoyed chewing and swallowing slowly, the demon wolf king still felt a bit of fear towards this human in front of it. It was better to seal the coffin early and eat this human into its stomach. That was the only way to be safe. Gulp, the demon wolf king let out a satisfied burp, a trace of confusion in its eyes. This was because its swallowing had been too smooth. It had only just opened its mouth when this human had taken the initiative to jump in. Taking the initiative, the demon wolf king's body stiffened and a trace of fear appeared in its eyes. It growled and its abdomen began to wriggle, emitting a deep rumble that sounded like thunder. This was one of its abilities. It stimulated the power of its stomach, squirming and twisting to kill its prey, quickly decomposing and absorbing it. But this time, just as its stomach began to wriggle, the demon wolf king howled in pain. It felt as if there was an incomparably hard iron stone in its stomach. In the darkness, Qin Yu opened his eyes. 2 bolts of lightning seemed to cut through space. He lifted a hand and a halo of silver light revolved. As it fell, blood gushed out like a tide. Warm and slightly fishy blood that contained boundless demonic strength instantly drenched Qin Yu's body. But in the next moment, it was cleanly absorbed. He was like a sponge, not missing a single drop of blood that flowed out from the demon wolf king's body. At the same time, Qin Yu did it a second time, a third time, a fourth time. He lifted his hand and brought it down. More and more wounds appeared. Blood fell like rain. A tyrannical commander-level demon beast had an extremely thick blood vitality within its body. If the demon wolf king were to completely drain its blood, it would be enough to fill an entire lake. Qin Yu didn't miss a single drop of blood because he didn't want to waste the pure demonic strength contained within it. At this time, as he absorbed the blood, he could clearly feel the demonic bloodline in his body emitting excited cheers as it rose at a clear speed. In truth, this feeling was quite good. As Qin Yu subconsciously smiled, the demon head that reappeared behind him also smiled. The demon wolf king crazily rolled around on the ground. Dozens of large trees were destroyed and there wasn't a single inch of land left intact. The surviving demon wolf guards retreated in terror. The 2 that had just approached the demon wolf king had already been torn to shreds on the spot. The demon wolf guards didn't have enough intelligence to understand just what was happening. They only knew that their leader was in a berserk state and they absolutely couldn't approach it. But the demon wolf king was well aware that it wouldn't be able to last much longer before it was sucked dry by the human in its stomach and turned into a dried corpse. The smell of death was so rich that black spots began to appear in the demon wolf king's eyes. Its powerful limbs began to feel sore and weak. It knew that it was about to die. Resentment and unwillingness erupted like a volcano, burning its heart and releasing all of the demon wolf king's negative emotions. Kill me, plunder me, throw me into the endless abyss. I, the noble demon wolf king, a life form with pure demon blood flowing through my body, will never accept such an ending. Let's die together. Bang! Terrifying blood energy fluctuations erupted from the demon wolf king's body. Its eyes turned crimson. This was the result of its tiny blood vessels bursting with blood. Faint beads of blood drilled out from its pores. In the blink of an eye, its snow-white fur was dyed red. But at this time, there was a fierce pain in the depths of its mind. It was like an iron rod had been thrust into it and was madly stirred. At the same time, a marvelous strength descended from the heavens, seeping into the demon wolf king's body. In the blink of an eye, the demon wolf king's self-detonation process was forcefully interrupted. It slumped to the ground as if its spine had been pulled out. Its nose and mouth emitted heavy sounds, like a broken bellows. The demon wolf king was powerless to resist. Its majestic face was filled with pain. Its strong and majestic body constantly twitched and twitched. It withered up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its breathing became increasingly difficult. Saliva dripped out of its mouth and wet the ground. The solemn commander-level demon wolf king, a terrifying existence in this small world that could rank in the top 5, was now approaching the final moments of its life. The demon wolf guards revealed panic-stricken expressions. They could clearly feel their leader's life aura weakening, but they didn't know how to respond. As for the surrounding wolf packs, after losing the suppression of the demon wolf king's aura, they gradually fell into chaos. There were even some demon wolves that began to howl and tear each other apart. An hour later, there was a deep sound of skin being cut. Qin Yu stepped out from the withered demon wolf king's abdomen. His figure was exposed in front of the wolf pack. All of the demon wolves drew back, reared their heads back, roared into the skies, and then turned to run away. Qin Yu's body had the rich aura of the demon wolf king. They didn't dare to be presumptuous. As he watched the wolf pack leave, Qin Yu had a thoughtful look on his face. Before the new demon wolf king was born, this powerful demon beast tribe would inevitably fall into desolation. Chapter 497. Qin Yu looked up into the skies. Inexplicably, the image of the giant demon head above the demon ascension gate appeared in his mind. Was it related to this? Thinking about it again and again, Qin Yu suppressed these tumbling thoughts. He turned and stepped forwards, 2 silver wings of light appearing behind him. The silver wings flapped and his figure flashed like lightning, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. This was the sky bloodline that the demon wolf king had revealed before. Now, it had finally fallen into his hands. Sun Zifu's face was as white as paper and his body shook like a sieve. He covered his mouth, not daring to make a single sound. Surname Yarrow, you bastard. After such a long time had passed without any movement, he became increasingly certain that he had been abandoned. This surname Yarrow was using him as bait in exchange for a chance to live. He pitied himself for being too naive to actually believe his nonsense. Killing the demon wolf king, why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Regret filled his heart. Sun Zifu clenched his teeth. If the heavens gave him a chance to start all over again, he swore he would grab onto Yarrow Bin's thigh. Throw him away. Dream on. Suddenly, there was a slight movement coming from the cave entrance. The alarmed Sun Zifu stiffened. His eyes widened and sweat streamed down his face. There was a heavy panting sound, sending a faint smell into the cave. Sun Zifu's face turned green. He swore that he hadn't smelled wrong. This was the smell of demon wolves. They had found him. Surname Yarrow, you bastard, even if I die, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Mommy, I don't want to be bitten to death and eaten by wolves. I don't want to. Sun Zifu's legs heated up and his mind went blank. He thought to himself that his life was over. Originally, the cave smell was able to conceal him a little, but now that it was hot, it was hard not to be discovered. As expected, the demon wolves roared from the cave entrance, as well as the faint sound of their sharp teeth grinding against each other. Whoosh, whoosh, there was the sound of breaking air. Sun Zifu looked up in distress, his eyes meeting the demon wolf's green eyes. At this moment, he actually forgot to resist. Just as Sun Zifu was about to be buried in the belly of the wolf, an inaudible sound wave spread into the cave. The demon wolf turned and ran, not caring about the flesh and blood in its mouth at all. After a few wolf howls, the cave became quiet again. Sun Zifu, who was waiting for his death in fear, was at a loss. He had no idea what had happened. Gone. Exhaling, Sun Zifu's legs went limp, and he fell to the ground. He couldn't care less about the wet stench between his legs. His chest heaved up and down as he coughed. He choked on his own saliva. I'm still alive, I'm still King alive. Could it be that these demon wolves were blown away by this young master's heat wave? Although it didn't make sense, it seemed to be the only explanation. I really didn't think that this young master's boiling hot current would actually have such a powerful might. Could it be that I've awakened some kind of powerful bloodline that I don't even know about? His brain seemed to lack oxygen, and his thoughts ran wild. He didn't know where he had wandered off to. Just as young Master Sun was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly jolted awake. There was movement at the entrance of the cave again. Could it be that the demon wolf had returned? Young Master Sun really wanted to backhand and slap himself twice. You idiot. You didn't have such a good opportunity to run away and actually stayed here in a daze. The demon wolf had clearly left, so why would it return? Could it be that the heat flow had turned cold? Just as young Master Sun was wondering if he would be able to make it in time to unleash another attack, a faint voice rang out. You can come out now. Sun Zifu was stunned. The next moment, he burst into tears. Even though his thoughts were all over the place, he knew that it was only now that he was truly safe. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Although he was a bit impatient, he still turned around and left to give the old man some time to vent. Fortunately, before he could run out of patience, he heard footsteps behind him. Young Master Sun, who had changed into a new set of robes, had a hesitant expression on his face. Qin Yu lightly said, "It's too dark. I didn't see anything." Young Master Sun's face stiffened. "If you say that, doesn't that mean you've seen everything?" He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Luckily, Qin Yu now had some credibility in his heart. He could only hope that Qin Yu could keep his mouth shut, otherwise how would he have the face to see others in the future? Qin Yu turned and walked away. Young Master Sun didn't have time to think about anything else. He quickly followed after him. In the dark night of the mountain forest, there was only the sound of the two people's footsteps. The night wind blew past, stirring up the branches and leaves, emitting a light rustling sound. Besides that, there was no other sound. All traces of the demon wolf pack had completely vanished. Sun Zifu looked at the tall and straight back in front of him. Although he wasn't too tall, in his eyes, he was like a mountain that pierced into the heavens. Although he didn't know what happened, the demon wolf king should have died, right? It was clear that if the demon wolf king hadn't died, it would have been impossible for them to walk through here so easily. He couldn't help but suck in a deep breath. Demon Wolf King. This was the Demon Wolf King. He originally thought that he had already thought highly of this surname Yao, but now it seemed that he really was hiding his strength. Perhaps if he followed by his side, he really could leave this place. Thinking of this, a bright light flashed in Sun Zifu's eyes. As he looked at Qin Yu's back, his expression changed a bit. For the next 2 days, whenever Sun Zifu faced Qin Yu, he couldn't help but think of his own embarrassing situation and reveal a bit of awkwardness. But Qin Yu's nonchalant attitude comforted him. Unconsciously, he trusted him even more. On the 4th day, the two of them finally encountered other cultivators. Unfortunately, they were only 2 incomplete corpses. After looking around, they determined that they had been hunted down and eaten by demon beasts. Sun Zifu's complexion paled. When it was time to rest at night, he slowly moved over to Qin Yu's side. Seeing that there wasn't any response, he relaxed and soon fell asleep. Under the curtain of night, demon beasts were much more active than during the day. They could even obtain a certain degree of strength. In a situation where he wasn't sure when he would be able to leave, even Qin Yu tried his best to avoid hurrying through the night. He had already consumed too much of the strength of the sealed pagoda and the spirit of poison. It was impossible for him to repeat the poison attack he used to kill the demon wolf king, so he naturally had to be more careful. Sun Zifu woke up from his deep sleep. He instinctively panicked, but as he saw the black-robed figure not too far away, he inexplicably calmed down. Just as he was about to greet him, his complexion suddenly changed. He flipped his hand and took out a stone. As he looked at the black light that flashed on its surface like it was breathing, he revealed a look of ecstasy. "Fellow Daoist Yao, we're saved. Haha, we're saved." After a series of explanations, Qin Yu finally understood the origin of this stone. This was a watchstone that only a cultivator from the demonic path with a deep background could possess. Its effect was that after entering the Demon Ascension Gate's small world, once one encountered trouble, they could call out to each other and gather together. With everyone's combined strength, the degree of danger would be reduced to the minimum. Chapter 498. Of course, activating the Watchstone required certain conditions. At the very least, young Master Sun couldn't do it. Now, the surface of the Watchstone was flashing with black light, indicating that someone had successfully activated the summoning. In the current situation, if everyone could gather together, it would naturally be better than fighting alone. Furthermore, those who possessed the Guardian Stone were not easy to deal with. Only by being together with the strong would they be able to live longer. It was precisely because of this that young Master Sun was overjoyed. Fellow Daoist Yarrow, let's hurry over. Perhaps they've already figured out what happened here. Qin Yu's eyes flashed and he slowly nodded. Sun Zifu was right about this. Even though there was no danger at the moment, these people might have a way to leave the small world. After determining the direction, the two of them immediately set off. The lone peak was like a sword piercing the heavens, filled with baleful aura. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Countless demonic beast corpses nearly buried the foot of the mountain. Pairs of cruel and cold eyes stared at the mountain peak, but none of the demonic beasts dared to charge forward again. It was because all those who had rushed over had already turned into corpses, their bodies soaked in hot blood. At the peak of the mountain, there were several tents set up. There was a certain distance between them, and they exuded indifference and vigilance. Zhuo Lanyu clasped his hands behind his back, a look of praise in his eyes. Brother Shu's slaughtering demon array is truly tyrannical. It can actually absorb demonic blood and demonic strength for its own use. The more it kills, the stronger it becomes. Shu Guzi had a light expression. It's just a minor trick. Seeing that he wasn't willing to talk too much, Zhuo Lanyu smiled and didn't mind. You and I intentionally waited a few days before summoning. Those that could rush here must have some strength. Shu Guzi was silent for a moment. What you and I are doing is fraught with danger. If one's strength isn't enough, then all that awaits them is death. Zhuo Lanyu smiled and nodded. His gaze fell to the base of the mountain where a large number of magical beasts were gathered. This was the final test. Only by passing would one have the qualifications to join them and fight for that great fortune. Watchstone. Watch and help each other. In this world, only people of the same level could help each other, right? We're here. We've arrived. It's right in front. Sun Zifu was overjoyed and was about to rush out. But just as he moved, he was caught. Qin Yu was expressionless, but his eyes were dignified. What happened? Sun Zifu's heart skipped a beat. During their time together, he had already experienced Qin Yu's methods. There are magical beasts ahead. He paused for a moment, then continued, many magical beasts. Sun Zifu was dumbfounded and murmured, how could this be? The rendezvous point is clearly here, I can't be mistaken. He took out the Guardian Stone. The black light on its surface was dense and the frequency of its flickering was astonishing. Sun Zifu probed with his spiritual will and raised his head blankly. This was it. Qin Yu faintly frowned. Then, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the cultivator who opened the Watchstone hoped to borrow the strength of the demon beasts to test those who came. He wasn't dissatisfied because of this. Instead, he felt a bit of anticipation. This was because the more the person who opened this place valued strength, the more likely it was that they knew the cause of this change. Otherwise, why would there be a need to eliminate those with insufficient strength? To put it bluntly, it was good to use them as cannon fodder. The biggest possibility was that they didn't want a share of the loot. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He informed Sun Zifu of his judgment. After a moment of silence, his complexion darkened. Sun Zifu wasn't an idiot. It was just that he was too excited and hadn't considered too much. Now that he was reminded by Qin Yu, he immediately responded. Fellow Daoist Yarrow is right. This is indeed a test. If we can't pass it, even if we are buried in the stomachs of demon beasts, no one will help us. Watchstone. An extremely low curse was uttered at the end. Qin Yu had an indifferent expression. But, Yarrow Bin's reaction was exactly what he wanted. This was because once everyone smoothly gathered, Yarrow Bin's reliance on him would be greatly reduced. Burying a thorn between Yarrow Bin and these people was the best choice for Qin Yu. "Follow me closely." Qin Yu took a deep breath. His bones crackled and his blood roared like a raging river. Sun Zifu quickly nodded. He didn't know how many demon beasts were up ahead, but from Qin Yu's complexion, he knew it wouldn't be easy to pass. Suddenly, Qin Yu frowned. A divine light flashed in his eyes and he restrained the volcanic aura within him. "Wait a moment. There is someone more anxious than us. Perhaps we can save some strength." Just as his voice fell, there was a loud explosion from another direction on the lonely mountain peak. Light illuminated the skies and the cruel roars of demon beasts echoed through the world. Sun Zifu deeply looked at Qin Yu, shock deep in his eyes. They were so far away, so how had he discovered that someone was about to rush into the mountain peak? At this moment, Qin Yu's figure became even more formidable and mysterious in his heart. Surrounded by demon beasts, Zhu Fenghuang bit her lips and followed behind the tall youth. This person had iron fists and iron legs. Demonic energy surged as he waved his hands and all the demon beasts that rushed at him were sent flying away. A resonant bird cry sounded out. Dressed in a blue pleated skirt, Mu Qingwan appeared. Blue flames ignited in her hands. Together with law formulas, they fell down, forming a rain of fire that filled the skies. The blue flames were shockingly hot. As they fell to the ground, they didn't extinguish. Instead, they burned holes of varying depths into the earth. Beside Mu Qingwan was a handsome man holding a sword. He wore a scholarly white robe and stood atop an astral sword that swam like a dragon. The brilliant sword light didn't reveal a single drop as it protected everyone within it. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there were massive shadows interweaving beneath their feet. They were like black vines that constantly tripped over or tied up demon beasts. Although they couldn't cause any substantial damage to them, they still greatly reduced the pressure on the four people. This was Zhu Fenghuang's shadow ability. The four of them had a tacit understanding of each other. It was clear that they had experienced countless battles. Even though they broke into the demon beast horde, although it seemed like there were dangers everywhere, the truth was that they were as steady as a mountain. On the mountain peak, Shu Guzi had a light expression. "These four have hidden themselves quite deeply. It looks like they're struggling, but none of them are using their true abilities. Isn't that even better? What you and I want are powerful companions. If they are trash, then what does it matter if there are thousands or tens of thousands of them? They are nothing but fertilizer." Zhuo Lanue's eyes sparkled. He smiled brightly. Zhu Fenghuang and Mu Qingwan are the rumored proud daughters of heaven of the demonic path. They have separately awakened the Black Phoenix and Blue Luan bloodlines. Seeing them today, they truly live up to their reputation. Shu Guzi's eyes flashed. "If fellow Daoist Zhuo is interested, I can speak on your behalf. Whether it is the Zhu family or the Mu family, they will be happy to accept you." Zhuo Lanyu shook his head. "There is no need for Brother Shu to trouble me. If I really am interested, I will speak on your behalf." At this time, his complexion suddenly changed. He muttered, "Interesting, this is really interesting. I never thought that someone would pick up such a great bargain." As the person who laid down the array formation, Shu Guzi had already sensed something. His eyes swept past the four people that were about to break through the demon beast's encirclement and fell onto another direction. Two figures, as fast as lightning, were moving forward rapidly. Currently, the vast majority of the monster beasts at the base of the mountain had been drawn away by the four people rushing up the mountain. These two people could be said to have a smooth path without encountering any obstacles. Shu Guzi furrowed his eyebrows. This didn't conform to his original intentions. But as he thought about how there was that fiendish demon from the Dong family among the four people rushing up the mountain, he immediately relaxed. Picking up a bargain to climb up the mountain was a good idea and the timing was also good. But, he feared that if they climbed up the mountain, the result would be even worse. Shu Guzi's complexion changed. He turned to look at his companion who had always been deep in thought. At this moment, there seemed to be something wrong with him. Fellow Daoists knows them? Zhuo Lanyu let out a light breath. What a coincidence. I have met both of them before, and one of them has left a deep impression on me. Yarrow Bin, you probably never thought that you and I would meet here. Chapter 499. The ground caved in and several small cracks appeared. After counteracting the impact strength, Qin Yu stopped and released Sun Zifu's hand. Sweeping his gaze across the surroundings, a grave expression appeared on his face. There was an extremely powerful formation set up at the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, it was only targeted at demonic beasts and did not obstruct them. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for them to barge in. At this time, Qin Yu suddenly sensed something. He slowly looked up towards the summit. The lone peak was straight and did not have much cover. The two pairs of eyes met in midair. Left Lan Yu. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. With his current cultivation, while he couldn't say that he could rampage through this small world without fear, at least he didn't need to look at others' faces. Although Zhuo Lanyu wasn't weak, if he really were to become enemies with him, Qin Yu was confident that he would be the one to survive until the end. At the peak of the mountain, Shu Guzi was expressionless. Fellow Daoist Zhuo, this old friend of yours is quite extraordinary. Zhuo Lanyu smiled. He does have a bit of strength, but seeing is believing. If we wait a bit longer, we'll naturally know. Shu Guzi's eyes flashed. Zhuo Lanyu seemed to have a deep understanding of the demonic path. It seemed that fellow Daoist Zhuo, who was born as a wandering cultivator, also had some secrets. But soon, Shu Guzi suppressed these thoughts. To be able to stand out amongst countless peers and become a proud son of heaven, besides their own talent, who didn't have their own lucky chances and good fortune? Secrets and what not were commonplace in the human world. At the foot of the mountain, young Master Sun was in a daze. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. He had charged through the horde of magical beasts. When he recovered his wits, he was all smiles. Yarrow Bin's methods were truly good. He had only waited for a short while, but he had already passed the test effortlessly. Unconsciously, young Master Sun felt even more admiration for him. Xiao Chen looked into the distance, where demonic beasts were roaring. He revealed a pleased look in his eyes. They were just a group of people. So what if they were powerful? In the end, he still obediently became our vanguard. But in the end, they were the ones who took advantage of the situation. They might have to work together in the future, so it was best not to leave any grudges between them. Fellow Daoist Yarrow, when I appear, I will express my gratitude to them so that we don't get along any more awkwardly. Qin Yu looked away and nodded, not saying much. Sun Zifu was puzzled. What's wrong? Qin Yu lightly said, I met an acquaintance. Without waiting for the two of them to say anything, the four-man team that had attracted all the demonic beasts' firepower finally broke out of the encirclement and entered the formation area at the foot of the mountain. The violent and unwilling demonic beasts finally retreated after several of them were killed by the power of the formation. Sun Zifu's eyes brightened. Little sister Ju. He strode forwards to greet her. Haha, little sister, I never thought that we would be so fated to meet here. Ju Fenghuang's eyes turned towards him, a look of pleasant surprise in her eyes. Then, she panicked. Brother Sun, hurry and dodge. Sun Zifu was slightly stunned, not understanding what was going on. In the next moment, a roar resounded in his ears. Caught off guard, the rolling sound waves caused his ears to ring. Indistinctly, he saw a fist whizzing toward him. Young Master Sun shuddered, and his clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Even if he didn't die from this punch, it was inevitable that he would be disfigured with a broken nose and sunken mouth. Just as young Master Sun's handsome and pale face was about to come into close contact with the iron bone fist, a hand grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back, allowing him to dodge. Qin Yu stepped forwards. His aura sank as he punched out. Bang! It was like two giant beasts colliding. Shockwaves billowed out, tearing apart the ground and stirring up endless amounts of dust. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He grabbed onto Sun Zifu and took several steps back, each step leaving behind a deep footprint in the ground. Across from him, the person who had punched out had his toes touching the ground. Like an iron plow, he tore open a long and ugly scar in the ground. From the looks of it, Both sides were evenly matched. Dong Hanju's eyes became even more cruel. He roared out loud and forcefully stopped himself. He took a step forwards and his entire body was like a boulder that flew out from the summit of a mountain. But this time, as he was in midair, a shadow drilled out from the ground, turning into a net that wrapped around his body. Dong Hanju shook his arms and the blood energy in his body roared like a beast. The shadow net broke apart and he turned his head, an angry expression on his face. "Miss Ju, why did you stop me?" Ju Fenghuang bowed and explained, "Brother Dong, please don't be angry. Today we are all family, so there is no need to harm our friendship." As she spoke, she swept her eyes over Qin Yu, a trace of caution in her eyes. Dong Hanju's mortal body was tyrannical and his strength was unfathomably deep. That hateful punch just now had been filled with killing intent, but it had actually been easily blocked. This Yarrow Bin couldn't be underestimated. Sun Zifu regained his composure. He immediately flew into a rage. "You bastard! Do you know who I am? You actually dared to attack me so ruthlessly. This matter will not end here." Dong Hanju diabolically grinned. "Then you and I will settle the score today." Ju Fenghuang panicked. "Brother Dong." She ruthlessly glared at Sun Zifu. "This person comes from the Shadow Mountain Dong family. Brother Sun should have been more friendly with him." Sun Zifu shivered. He looked at Dong Hanju with a bit of fear in his eyes. The Shadow Mountain Dong family, for Ju Fenghuang to be so careful with them, and for them to have such strength, shit. It was that vicious and evil monster. At this moment, Sun Zifu wanted to cry. How come he had provoked such a great trouble for no reason at all? Within the demonic path, as long as one had some status or background, who didn't know that the Shadow Mountain Dong family had produced an extraordinary junior, Dong Hanju? His name was elegant, but the truth was that this young Master Dong had truly descended into the world with a precious pearl in his mouth. On that day, divine light had illuminated the skies, clearly visible for 10,000 miles. With the assistance of a heaven-bestowed treasure, Dong Hanju's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had even awakened the yin erosion bloodline of the Dong family's ancestors. This was a cold yin attribute demonic path bloodline, but Dong Hanju had forcefully refined it into an incomparably cruel and brutal path. Moreover, he was extremely fierce and rarely had a worthy opponent amongst the younger generation. He was one of the most famous proud sons of heaven within the demonic path. It was rumored that within the demonic path, there was an extremely senior highest elder who had secretly chosen him as a disciple. As long as he passed through the demon ascension gate, he would be formally accepted as a disciple. This sort of person had a great background, had a great talent, and was destined to be unexcelled in the world in the future. Just who was willing to provoke him? Moreover, everyone in the world knew that this Dong Hanju was envied for his talent and that he was born with a screw loose in his head. It was common for him to start a fight at the slightest disagreement. In these past years, there had been countless demonic path juniors that had been broken by him, but even now, nothing had happened to him. Ju Fenghuang felt a bit of disdain in her heart. She could see that young Master Dong had restrained his arrogance and relaxed. "Brother Dong, you and I only gave them a lift. There's no need to haggle over this." Dong Hanju's eyes were cold. He swept his eyes over Sun Zifu's shrinking back and curled his lips in disdain. Then, his eyes fell onto Qin Yu. He licked his lips, his eyes blazing. "You're quite strong. Let's fight. If you don't die here, then I can forget about you using us as spears." Qin Yu didn't know who Dong Hanju was. He was already disgusted by the fact that Dong Hanju had suddenly attacked him. He had spent a great deal of effort to bring Sun Zifu here. If Sun Zifu were to be killed by a single punch, wouldn't all his efforts have been for naught? He coldly sneered. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude was clear. As for Zhuo Lanyu, who was coveting the stone, Qin Yu didn't believe that Dong Hanju would really fight him in a life-or-death battle. As long as he revealed a corresponding level of strength, this seemingly reckless and ruthless fellow would naturally retreat. After all, the small world was experiencing great changes and there were many dangers everywhere. To fight a life-or-death battle over such a minor matter was a very stupid thing to do. Dong Hanju wasn't an idiot, otherwise he wouldn't have lived to this day. In the end, what he relied on was his own strength. Thus, young Master Sun's cowering arrogance was completely gone. Qin Yu coldly responded without fear. Zhu Fenghuang revealed a look of surprise. She didn't know if Qin Yu was fearless because he was ignorant or if he truly wasn't afraid. However, this display of bearing was in stark contrast to young Master Sun's. There was a bit more appreciation in her eyes. Of course, this appreciation didn't have any practical meaning. If she could obtain that strange stone in Qin Yu's hands, she wouldn't mind personally twisting his neck. Zhuo Lanyu was worth recruiting. Compared to him, a Blue Sea Realm powerhouse that was over 100 years old had limited appeal to the dignified Zhu family. Dong Hanzhu diabolically grinned and stepped forwards. His aura tumbled around him, distorting space. He was like a demon god descending, his slaughter energy truly astonishing. He lifted his hand and billowing demonic energy followed. Fierce demonic heads appeared, all of them rearing their heads back and roaring at the heavens. Qin Yu was expressionless. He lifted a hand and pointed forwards. Strong winds rose up and the clouds in the skies tumbled. Boundless blue transformation, boundless blue chaos. The world fell silent. Time and space seemed to come to a standstill. 1/100th of a breath of time seemed to stretch to infinity. Then, there was a loud rumbling that shook the heavens and earth. The demonic heads trembled and collapsed. The demonic energy that gushed out from the void was like white frost dispersing under the scorching sun. A single finger fell and all supernatural powers ceased. Dong Hanzhu furrowed his eyebrows. He suppressed the tumbling blood energy in his chest and his eyes began to turn bloodshot. Amidst his ruthlessness, he gave off a calm feeling. But at this time, before he could do anything, two figures arrived from the summit of a lonely mountain peak. Shu Guzi loudly said, "Fellow Daoist Dong, please calm your anger." Zhuo Lanyu was expressionless. But as he swept his eyes over Qin Yu, there was a bit more fluctuation in them. It was unknown what he was thinking. Dong Hanzhu looked up. "Shu Guzi, give me a reason not to attack." Shu Guzi was silent for a moment. "The ancient tree monster has awakened." The space fell deathly silent. Everyone, including Dong Hanzhu, wore shocked expressions on their faces. Mu Qingwan paled. Impossible. During the opening of the Demon Ascension Gate, the ancient tree monster will be suppressed by the entire small world, so how could it possibly awaken? Zhuo Lanyu lightly said, "Everyone might find this hard to accept, but this is the truth." He turned around. "Brother Shu, take out the evidence so that fellow Taoists can take a look." Shu Guzi nodded. With a flick of his sleeve, light flashed and a tree root fell to the ground. Its entire body was crimson red. As it touched the ground, it suddenly revived and drilled deep into the earth. Humph! Shu Guzi stepped forwards. The ground tumbled and the tree root was shaken away. The tree root twisted, forming a face that howled at the crowd. A faint stabbing pain shot into Shu Guzi's brain. He reached out a hand and grasped it. The tree root froze in midair before immediately breaking into powder. His dignified eyes swept over everyone. "Everyone here is extraordinary. Before entering the small world, you should have been informed of some information regarding the ancient tree monster. Do you think that if it hadn't awakened and sent an avatar to hunt us down, I would have been able to obtain this tree root?" Mu Qingwan's lips moved as if she wanted to argue, but in the end she didn't say anything. Qin Yu instantly thought of something. The tree monster he killed before, could it have been an avatar of the ancient tree monster? But just what was this ancient tree monster? It actually made everyone feel as if their parents had died. It had to be known that they could be called the most outstanding disciples of this generation of demonic path disciples. Each one of them possessed unfathomably deep strength. Unless it was a calamity immortal realm existence, if they joined forces there was nothing to fear. Qin Yu's heart shrank. Could it be that the ancient tree monster was at the calamity immortal realm? His lips moved and he hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Sun Zifu, asking him about it. Only after calling out young Master Sun twice did he barely manage to regain his composure. He still had a dazed expression on his face. From his sound transmission, Qin Yu gained an approximate understanding of the ancient tree monster. In simpler terms, This tree monster was the foundation of the Demon Ascension Gate's small world. It was indeed at the Calamity Immortal realm. A long time ago, there was a supreme elder of the demonic path who discovered a crack in the world. This crack was connected to an unknown demonic domain. Although it was impossible for cultivators to enter or leave, pure demonic energy was constantly transmitted over, giving birth to a massive number of tyrannical demon beasts with demonic blood in their bodies. And to the demonic path, demonic blood was the most precious thing. In order to occupy this crack in the world, the immortal and demonic paths fought for 1,000 years. Finally, the demonic path exhausted all of their methods and created an independent small world, completely taking it for themselves. In the past, when they were creating this small world, there was a supreme demonic path existence that took action. They cast down a giant tree from the heavens, using its roots as a support and its trunk as a support. The crown of the tree reached into the heavens, solidifying the foundation of this vanished world. This giant tree was the ancient tree monster. It came from the extreme north, the snowy region. The land of divinity and demons was vast and boundless. The 7 great empires spanned across the skies and seas, but this wasn't the entire territory of the land of divinity and demons. To the north of the Qin and Zhao borders was an extremely cold land. Snow fell all year round, and there were few clear days. There was also an icy cold energy that wreaked havoc everywhere. Unless it was an external force that could resist it, even cultivators weren't willing to step into it. This was a land that had been forgotten by the world. This was the land where the monster race struggled to survive. The ancient tree monster itself was a monster emperor of the monster race. It was hunted down by a supreme elder of the demonic path and suppressed here. Monster Emperor, Qin Yu's heart shook. He took a deep breath and barely managed to suppress his tumbling heart. Luckily, this monster emperor had already been killed. What was left of its main body was only its instincts. Moreover, its main body had been suppressed by the small world. Even if it were to awaken now, its strength would be greatly reduced. Otherwise, it would have been easy to kill them. It wouldn't have allowed them to live to this day. Dong Hanju's blood-red eyes faded. He coldly said, "I will forgive you for today." He looked up. "Shu Guzi, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice yourself to open the watchstone. Then, tell us your plans." Shu Guzi's expression was light. "It's simple. The reason I gathered everyone here today is because I hope that we can combine our strength to hunt down the ancient tree monster." Sun Zifu lost his voice and roared out, "How is that possible?" Everyone else's eyes widened. Although they didn't speak, their attitudes were clear. Chapter 500. As everyone was silent, Zuolanyu slowly said, "The ancient tree monster is indeed terrifying, but right now it is only a remnant body and it is also suppressed by the small world. Its strength is less than 1/10 of its peak. If you and I join forces, we might have a chance to kill it. Of course, this matter is of great importance, so it's normal for you all to hesitate. We will also be waiting for a friend here. Please consider this carefully and make your decision tomorrow." Shu Guzi nodded, not saying anything more. He turned with Zuolanyu and returned to the campsite at the summit. Beside Mu Qingwan was the sword-wielding youth. At this time, he was whispering several words into her ear, as if he were comforting her. Her complexion improved. She nodded and the two of them turned to leave. Although they had traveled together, that was only to protect themselves in a dangerous situation. They weren't truly close. Now that they had arrived at a temporary safe place, their relationship naturally appeared. Dong Hanju glanced at Qin Yu and walked away. Zhu Fenghuang said in a low voice, "Brother Dong, I will go and pay my respects." Dong Hanju didn't look back. He waved his hand and soon vanished from sight. Sun Zifu relaxed a little. Then, he awkwardly smiled and said, "I've let Sister Zhu see a joke." Zhu Fenghuang had a warm expression. A wise man submits to the circumstances. Brother Sun knows when to yield and when to stand tall. There is no need to care too much about this. This attitude warmed Sun Zifu's heart and made him feel as if he understood her. This was Dong Hanju. Damn it, who would dare to provoke him? He didn't dare to. This little Sister Zhu is such a good person, she understands my heart. Zhu Fenghuang smiled. That's enough. This was just a misunderstanding. We can find a chance in the future to resolve it. Her eyes flashed. Brother Sun, I have some words I would like to speak with you in private. I wonder if Brother Sun can come with me? Sun Zifu hesitated for a moment. He looked over. Qin Yu lightly said, Fellow Daoist Sun, do not forget our agreement. He turned and left. Zhu Fenghuang frowned. Brother Sun, why are you walking together with this person? In this small world, this person will bring about a great deal of trouble. For some reason, as Sun Zifu listened to these words that seemed like advice, he felt a bit uncomfortable. He smiled. The situation forced me, so there was nothing I could do. Subconsciously, he didn't speak to Zhu Fenghuang about his experiences with Qin Yu. I'm still so prideful. Yes, if I say it out loud, how embarrassing would that be? Young Master Sun found the reason. Zhu Fenghuang was not in the mood to talk about this. She nodded and did not pursue the matter. The two of them left in low voices. The lonely peak wasn't too large. Qin Yu casually chose a place and built a simple stone house. He sat down, closed his eyes, and meditated. Sun Zifu had been on tenterhooks during this period of time. Even when he rested, he had to keep one eye open. He had long since become physically and mentally exhausted. After talking to Zhu Fenghuang for a while and smelling her delicate fragrance, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Finally, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, the sky outside was pitch black, and the beauty was no longer there. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Brother Sun, are you awake? Sun Zifu jumped onto the ground. I'm awake. Zhu Shimai, please come in. Zhu Fenghuang pushed open the door and walked in. In her hands was a round red plate with jade cups and plates placed atop it. The dishes were still steaming hot and the fragrance wafted through the air. Brother Sun must have had a hard journey. This little sister has made several small dishes. There aren't many ingredients in this desolate place, but luckily, the wine is quite good. I think Brother Sun will like it. A candle was lit in the stone house. The light was warm and restrained, sprinkling down, making Zhu Fenghuang appear even more beautiful and refined. Smelling the fragrance of the dishes and wine, looking at the beautiful woman beneath the candlelight, young Master Sun felt as if he had survived a calamity and had finally returned to the world of mortals. This was the life he deserved to enjoy. I've troubled Sister Sunday. I like it very much. Zhu Fenghuang smiled. She set down the cups and poured wine. A toast to Brother Sunday. After 3 to 5 cups of wine entered their stomachs, the two of them laughed and chatted happily. Zhu Fenghuang filled her cup once more. She gently sighed, Brother Sun, about the matter of the ancient tree monster, what do you think? Sun Zifu's complexion changed. He hesitated and said, I fear that what Shu Guzi said is reasonable. Zhu Fenghuang nodded. I also think so. From what I saw between him and Zuolan Yu, it's clear that the two of them intend to take action. Before this, when Brother Sun was resting, Zuolan Yu paid a visit to Dong Hanzhu. Afterwards, I asked him and Dong Hanzhu agreed to help. She paused for a moment and then continued to say, Shu Guzi, Zuolan Yu, Dong Hanzhu, these 3 people are all tyrannically strong. Although killing the ancient tree monster is risky, there is still a chance of success. Taking a step back, even if you and I don't want to interfere, after leaving them our strength will be greatly weakened. We might not be able to last until the end. Sun Zifu tentatively said, Sister Sun, you mean to join forces with them? Zhu Fenghuang nodded. I do have this intention. I wonder what Brother Sun thinks. Sun Zifu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. After a long time, he ruefully smiled and said, I know that I am weak. If I don't join forces with you, I fear there will be no way for me to survive. Since Sister Sun has agreed, then I will go with you. Zhu Fenghuang was overjoyed. Her eyes shined. Brother Sun, there is no need to belittle yourself. When we hunt down the ancient tree monster, we will need to rely on Brother Sun's strength. She pursed her lips. I heard that Brother Sun's family bloodline has already awakened. I wonder if this is true. Sun Zifu nodded. It has indeed awakened. That's great. Zhu Fenghuang explained, the ancient tree monster is hidden in a small world. Finding its main body won't be easy at all. But with Brother Sun's help, you will naturally be able to lock onto the ancient tree monster from afar. She hesitated for a moment. But there is one more matter that I need Brother Sun's help with. Sun Zifu asked, what is it? The ancient tree monster is the remnant body of the monster race Great Emperor. Just how honored is its status? If you and I hunt it down, there is a chance that we will trigger the monster race's bloodline curse. So, we need someone to block the bloodline curse at a critical moment. Zhu Fenghuang observed his expression. What does Brother Sun think of Yarrow Bin? Sun Zifu's complexion changed. I received much help from that person, otherwise I fear I wouldn't have been able to come here. Zhu Fenghuang grasped his hand. Brother Sun, those who wish to accomplish great things shouldn't bother with trifles. Moreover, there is no suitable candidate here besides him. Brother Sun, the monster race's bloodline curse only has a certain chance of being triggered. Perhaps we don't need him to resist it at all. Taking a step back, even if he really does contribute himself, after we leave this small world, we will find a way to compensate him. This time, Sun Zifu really hesitated. His instincts told him that Qin Yu wasn't someone easy to deal with. It wouldn't be so simple to scheme against him. Sister Sun, should we consider this matter at length? Zhu Fenghuang shook her head. This is everyone's decision. Brother Sun, you must not provoke the dissatisfaction of others because of this. It must be known that Yarrow Bin and we are not people of the same world to begin with. Letting him handle this matter is the best result. Sun Zifu sighed. All right, I know what to do. Zhu Fenghuang grasped his hand again and left behind a jade pendant. After whispering a few words of advice, she turned and floated away. Sun Zifu glanced at this clearly extraordinary jade pendant. His pupils shrank and he bitterly smiled inwardly. Yarrow Bin, it isn't that I am an ungrateful person who bites the hand that feeds me, but in this situation, if I don't agree to harm you, others will harm me. The monster race's bloodline curse might not be triggered, and even if it is, you might not die. I guarantee that as long as you can leave this small world alive, I will keep my promise and properly compensate you. As he spoke, he picked up the jade pendant, clenched his teeth, and pushed open the door. Qin Yu opened his eyes in the darkness. Who is it? Fellow Daoist Yao, it's me. The stone door opened and Sun Zifu smiled brightly. Fellow Daoist Yao, I wonder if it's convenient for you. Qin Yu moved to the side to let him in. Sun Zifu rambled on and on. The general meaning was that everyone had already decided to hunt down the ancient tree monster and they wanted him to invite Qin Yu to join them. Fellow Daoist Yao, the situation is dangerous. You and I can only take a gamble. There were many more things he wanted to say, but Qin Yu didn't give him a chance to speak. He nodded in agreement. Young Master Sun nearly choked on his own saliva. He was immediately overjoyed. That's great. Compared to those people on the mountain, I trust fellow Daoist Yarrow more. You and I must get closer. After some compliments, Sun Zifu left behind a life-saving treasure passed down from his ancestors and bid his farewells with a bright smile. Qin Yu sent him away. As he looked at the jade pendant on the table, a mocking light flashed in his eyes. Without batting an eyelid, he reached out and put away the jade pendant. If he didn't do this, how could he make others feel at ease? As Qin Yu was putting away the jade pendant, in another stone house on the summit, Shu Guzi opened his eyes and slowly nodded. Everything is ready. Once everyone is gathered tomorrow, we will immediately leave. He looked up at Sun Zifu who had just arrived. Fellow Daoist Sun, I'll have to rely on you tomorrow. Young Master Sun absent-mindedly nodded. He always felt that this matter had gone a bit too smoothly, so smoothly that it felt unreal. Was Yarrow Bin really so easy to deal with? Chapter 501. Zhuo Lanue's lips curled up in a mocking smile. Although this surname Yarrow had some strength, in their eyes he was nothing more than a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. The monster race bloodline backlash might not be triggered, but he would inevitably die in the end. This was because no one present wanted another person to share the harvests with. It had to be known that although the ancient tree monster was terrifying, it also contained unimaginable good fortune. Zhu Fenghuang had a light expression. She didn't care about his life or death at all. A blue sea that was over 100 years old was destined to have limited future achievements. How could he compare with the people here today? Moreover, what came next was the most important matter, the distribution of the crystals. Ancient tree monster, if they really succeeded. Thinking of this, Zhu Fenghuang took a deep breath and her face blushed red. Dong Hanzhu crossed his arms across his chest. His complexion was cold and there was a bit of regret in his eyes. This Yarobin was indeed strong, but his background was too poor. His fate was doomed today. There was no need to worry about someone who would die. He looked up, his eyes like lightning. Shu Guzi, it's time to discuss the distribution of the demon blood crystals. Within the stone house, everyone's breath caught in their throat. Their eyes blazed with heat. The next day, on the lonely peak, everyone gathered together once more. Without surprise, everyone agreed to hunt down the ancient tree monster. Shu Guzi solemnly said, "Everyone, since you and I have joined hands, we should put down all grudges and sincerely work together to achieve our goal. I will say the ugly words first. If someone is half-hearted and tries to attack us from behind, they will be our public enemy and we will join forces to kill them." As he spoke, his eyes fell on Zhuolanyu. This person faintly smiled. "Fellow Daoist Yarobin, the grudges between us can wait until we leave this small world to deal with them." Dong Hanzhu coldly sneered. "I won't do anything." Shu Guzi nodded with satisfaction. "Fellow Daoist Yarobin, what do you think? I only want to live. If I can live in peace, that would naturally be the best. But, would you give me a chance to live in peace?" He sneered inwardly. His eyes drooped, concealing all his thoughts. Zhu Fenghuang charmingly smiled. "Fellow Daoist Yarobin is right. We are only joining forces today to survive. I don't think anyone will cause any trouble." Mu Qinghuan lightly snorted, her lips curling in disdain. Zhu Fenghuang didn't mind. She looked around and said, "Fellow Daoist Shu, can the person you mentioned arrive today?" Shu Guzi lightly said, "He said he would come today, so he will definitely come." Before the voice faded away, the roar of demonic beasts suddenly sounded out from the foot of the mountain. Everyone looked over and saw a white-robed figure holding a long spear in his hand. Like a bolt of lightning, he pierced through the demonic beast's encirclement and headed straight for the peak. Along the way, demon beasts howled and blood dyed the ground red. But none of them could stop this person in the slightest. Qin Yu's eyes were dignified. This white-robed cultivator held a spear in his hands. As he moved it horizontally, it was smooth and natural, as if it were formed by the great Tao itself. The spear point formed a sphere, and any demon beast that came within 30 feet of him would be pierced by this spear. This person, what terrifying strength! White-robed dragon spear Zhao Qianyuan. Zhao. It's actually him. A series of exclamations rang out, and the expressions of the people on the mountain peak changed. Zhuolanyue's pupils shrank. He looked deeply at Zhao Qianyuan, whose spear was like a swimming dragon. His eyes fell on Shu Guzi, and a gloomy light flashed in his eyes. With this, things had become a bit troublesome. Dong Hanzhu's breathing became rough. His eyes shined brightly, a burning fighting spirit burning within them. Everyone knew that Dong Hanzhu had a cruel and ruthless temperament and that he had injured countless people in his life. But, what they didn't know was that several years ago, he had been suppressed by someone's spear. Even though he hadn't lowered his head, he had still vomited several mouthfuls of blood and had to recuperate for half a year before recovering. Zhao. Zhu Fenghuang's eyes brightened with excitement. The demonic path's younger generation had countless masters, and there were many outstanding ones among them. But, she was the Zhu family's direct descendant and had awakened her dark phoenix bloodline. Her vision was naturally high, and although she feigned civility, she didn't place them in her eyes at all. Except for Zhao Qianyuan, the Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li family were the four great demonic path aristocratic families. Zhao Qianyuan came from the number 1 demonic path aristocratic family, but he wasn't a direct descendant of the Zhao family, he was only a concubine junior. In the first 20 years, Zhao Qianyuan lived up to his name. He was like a flood dragon that dove into the abyss, not showing off his brilliance. But 20 years later, he was unstoppable. In just a short 10 years, his reputation had risen and he had established himself as the strongest of the demonic path's younger generation. And, what was most terrifying was that Zhao Qianyuan hadn't awakened any demonic bloodline at all. He relied on the spear in his hand to slowly walk to where he was today. Radiating light wasn't enough to describe his style. Even looking at the entire land of divinity and demons, Zhao Qianyuan was a peerless proud son of heaven. He was known as the pillar of the demonic path for the next 100,000 years. There were countless female cultivators of the demonic path that fell in love with him, but none of them were able to move his heart. Today, he had come. He had come just outside the lonely peak. Zhu Fenghuang's mind swayed. As she looked at the white-robed figure, her eyes blurred. Mu Qinghuan's situation was similar to hers. No, it was more accurate to say that it was even more serious than Zhu Fenghuang's. Her watery eyes had nearly turned into the shape of a heart. On the side, Li Mingxuan's complexion paled and the muscles in his hand bulged. Unfortunately, no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to erupt. Zhao Qianyuan, this was Zhao Qianyuan, the #1 junior of the demonic path's noble family. His title of heir was bestowed upon him by the demonic path. If it could be said that Dong Hanzhu was born with a screw loose in his head, that he was easily angered, and that no one was willing to provoke, then Zhao Qianyuan was someone that every influence of the demonic path wanted to befriend. Everyone knew that as long as he didn't perish midway, Zhao Qianyuan was destined to step into the peak ranks of the world. He might even have the chance to dominate an era. Who dared to not pay attention to such a character? Shu Guzi took in everyone's expressions. He faintly smiled and said, "The person you and I are waiting for has arrived. Everyone, please follow me down to welcome him." They were all proud and arrogant young elites of the demonic path. Even if they knew they were weaker than others, none of them were willing to lower their heads so easily. If it were anyone else, it would have been impossible for them to welcome them. But Zhao Qianyuan had the qualifications to do so, whether or not they acknowledged it. Shu Guzi was the first to descend the mountain and Dong Hanzhu was the second. As everyone saw this, they didn't have the qualifications to remain reserved. As he looked down the mountain and saw the rapidly approaching white-robed figure, his eyes lit up with admiration. A single name was able to suppress all of these proud and arrogant individuals. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. The more it was like this, the more it proved how strong this person was. The ancient tree monster had awakened and sealed off the small world. In such a situation, Qin Yu was naturally happy to see a powerful companion appear. Just as everyone arrived at the foot of the mountain, they saw a shocking scene. The crazed demon beasts that had surrounded them were actually retreating like a tide. Their eyes that were filled with killing intent were now filled with fear. Zhao Qianyuan grasped his spear. His face was firm and his eyebrows were like swords. He slowly walked forwards, and wherever he passed, the demon beasts would flee. Even though everyone knew that Zhao Qianyuan's strength was heaven-defying, they still felt their hearts tumble and shock fill their faces. When Zhao Qianyuan stepped into the range of the array formation and entered the lonely peak, the demon beasts that had gathered at the foot of the mountain had all fled. A complex light flashed in Shu Guzi's eyes. He cupped his hands together and said, "Scion Zhao's cultivation has risen even further. I fear you aren't too far away from becoming a calamity immortal. This is truly a cause for celebration." Zhuo Lanyue's heart shook. He focused his senses and indeed, he could feel a bit of suppression coming from Zhao Qianyuan's body. This suppression wasn't intentional. Rather, wherever he walked, the rules of the world would change and naturally emit this suppression. This was a feeling he had only felt from his teacher. As for his teacher, although he hadn't stepped into the calamity immortal realm, the difference was only a single level. Zhao Qianyuan had actually reached this boundary. He wasn't his teacher who had stepped into a bottleneck and couldn't break free. It seemed that ever since his eruption, Zhao Qianyuan's growth had never stopped. In 3 years, 5 years, or at most 10 years, he would definitely be able to become a calamity immortal. Zhuo Lanyu fell silent. He had always been proud and arrogant, believing that he was no worse than any of his peers in the world. But now, he couldn't help but admit just how sad it was to be born in the same era as Zhao Qianyuan. All of them were destined to be completely overshadowed by his brilliance. At this moment, the same feeling appeared in the hearts of everyone at the foot of the mountain. Even the lawless and vicious Dong Hanju had no choice but to lower his head and suppress his thoughts of wiping away his shame. Because if he did, he would only be bringing disgrace upon himself. There was only one exception. Zhao Qinyuan's eyes were calm, just like the dragon spear in his hand. It didn't waver in the slightest. Chapter 502. Zhao Qinyuan's thoughts stirred. He looked away. Brother Shu, it's been a long time. He nodded to everyone else as a greeting. This behavior was a bit disrespectful, but it was natural for him. Even someone as cold and cruel as Dong Hanju didn't feel like he was being looked down upon. In the end, strength determined status. Shu Gu's smile was bright. He glanced at the stiff-faced Zhuo Lanyu and said, "Your Highness, I and the other fellow Taoists have decided to join forces to cut down the ancient tree monster." Zhao Qinyuan nodded. "Good. Then let's go." He turned around and walked out of the mountain, not dragging his feet at all. Zhu Fenghuang and Mu Qinghuan's eyes lit up at the same time as they followed. Their figures moved. As they saw each other's movements, their gentle eyes instantly turned fierce and fierce. They ruthlessly glared at each other and their steps quickened. Li Mingxian sucked in a deep breath, his complexion still pale. Sun Zifu sighed. He muttered, "If there is a day when I can have Xian Zhao's elegance, I can die without regret." Qin Yu nodded. He is indeed strong. Beneath the Calamity Immortal Realm, besides the Southshine Nation's old ancestor, this Zhao Qinyuan was the strongest person he had ever seen. Sun Zifu bitterly smiled. He's more than strong, he's strong to the point of leaving one in despair. To live in the same era as such a person is a mistake. Beneath the bright moon, even if the stars are bright, they can only be reduced to a background, a foil. He glanced at Zhu Fenghuang who was chasing after him and his eyes turned sour. Zhao Qinyuan is the bright moon and you and I are the stars. It's just that you are a bit brighter and he is a bit darker. Qin Yu smiled, not saying anything else. Shu Guzi put away the array formation disc and everyone left the isolated peak area. Young Master Sun, who had been lamenting himself just a moment ago, soon became the focus of everyone's attention. Fellow Daoist Sun, the Sun family's supernatural bloodline is famous far and wide. I ask that you help determine the location of the ancient tree monster. Sun Zifu nodded, trying his best not to show any fear in front of everyone. He sat down and lifted a hand to touch his forehead. His eyes immediately turned dark red, as if a sea of blood was surging within them. An eyeball appeared from the sea of blood. It wasn't clear and was blurry, but it gave off an extremely strange feeling. After several breaths of time, Sun Zifu stuffily coughed and his face paled. The eyeball between his eyebrows collapsed and the sea of blood faded with it. He opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shu Gu's complexion changed. He pointed a finger and poured magic into him. Sun Zifu trembled for a moment before he barely managed to calm himself. "Many thanks, fellow Daoist Shu." Sun Zifu's voice was deep and hoarse, like two gravel rubbing against each other in a dried-up river. Zhu Fenghuang hesitated for a moment before squatting down. A delicate fragrance wafted into her nose. "Brother Sun, did you find it?" Sun Zifu weakly nodded. "I found it. Unfortunately, the ancient tree monster's aura is too terrifying and it also has an extremely strong sensing ability. Just as I locked onto it, my divine sense was shaken away and my soul was heavily damaged. I, Xiao I only I can. I, Zhu Fenghuang said, "Since Brother Sun is injured, there is no need to rush this matter. You and I will first rush to the approximate location. Once Brother Sun recovers from his injuries, we can try again." Shu Guzi solemnly said, "Fellow Daoist Sun was injured in order to determine the location of the ancient tree monster. We will do our best to look after you and not let anything happen to you." Sun Zifu nodded. He closed his eyes and meditated for a moment before standing up from the ground. It was just that his complexion was still pale. Mu Qinghuan suddenly said, "Brother Sun's injuries aren't light. If we continue to hurry, it will affect your recovery." I know that Big Sister Ju has a Phoenix Luan carriage that can be used as a means of transportation. Not only can Brother Sun rest, but Big Sister Ju can also protect him from any accidents. Ju Fenghuang's complexion stiffened. She sweetly smiled. Little Sister Blue Luan is right. Big Sister was just about to speak. Brother Sun, please come with me and borrow the Phoenix Luan carriage. She paused for a moment and then continued to say, this road is long. Everyone might as well use treasures to hurry along. Even if we encounter any sudden dangers, we can still calmly deal with them. Shu Guzi hesitated for a moment. Miss Ju's words are reasonable. There are dangers everywhere in this small world. It is necessary for us to maintain our peak condition at all times. He turned and smiled. Scion Zhao, I have an ardent sun carriage that can be considered spacious. I wonder if Scion is willing to ride with me. Zhao Qianyuan cupped his hands together. Thank you for Brother Shu's good intentions. I will hurry along on my own. Shu Guzi smiled, not embarrassed at all. It was as if he had already expected this. That's also good. With Scion's strength, there is no need to fear monster beast attacks. Brother Zwe, how about we ride together? Zwe Lanyu nodded. All right. Mu Qinghuan's eyes wished she could hang on to Zhao Qinyuan's body. Unfortunately, even Shu Guzi had returned empty-handed, so she only dared to glance at him a few more times. Together with Li Mingxian, they boarded his 100-sword boat. Speaking of which, this boat was quite famous. It was pitch black all over and seemed like wood, but the truth was that it was forged from hundreds of broken divine swords. The Li family was a direct descendant of the demonic path sword path. They had a long inheritance and there were many sword path powerhouses under their tutelage. For these broken swords to enter their eyes and be chosen as materials for the boat, they were naturally extraordinary. In the rumors, one of these swords was called Killing Sunday. Countless souls had perished beneath this sword, and it was a demonic sword that had drunk the blood of countless lives. Afterwards, it rebelled against its master and was finally destroyed. Thus, this 100-sword boat could be said to be overflowing with sword intent and surging with slaughter energy. As soon as it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention, causing Li Mingxuan's complexion to brighten. In the end, he wasn't an idiot. Although he enjoyed the feeling of being in the limelight, he restrained the aura of the 100-sword boat and made it seem ordinary. However, everyone knew that once they encountered danger, this 100-sword boat could turn into a killing machine in the blink of an eye. Mu Qinghuan's attention was pulled back a little. Dong Hanzhu hesitated for a moment. He walked over to Zhao Qinyuan's side. I am not your match right now, but there will be a day when I defeat you. Zhao Qinyuan nodded. He didn't show any coldness or ridicule. These two people had clearly chosen to act alone. Qin Yu smiled inwardly. Indeed, powerhouses didn't like to gather in groups. As for those that gathered in groups, they often harbored malicious intentions. His eyes swept over Shu Guzi, Zwe Lanyu, Ju Fenghuang, and the others, a trace of ridicule in his eyes. He had seen these sorts of people who appeared warm on the surface but harbored evil intentions in their hearts. But now that he was here, he realized that these people's acting skills couldn't be underestimated. Thinking about it, the following journey would surely be lively and bustling. Perhaps in the eyes of these people, he was only a chess piece that was destined to be played. But what a pity, this chess piece of his would likely leave them disappointed. Qin Yu's eyes fell on Sun Zifu. His eyes flashed for a moment before returning to tranquility. There were some roads that could not be turned back once they were chosen. There were some things that could not be forgiven once they were done. Let's continue watching. Ju Fenghuang's phoenix carriage was incomparably gorgeous. Black and gold wove together to form patterns. It was naturally noble and mysterious, causing one to instinctively feel awe in their hearts. The hanging curtains gently swayed in the wind. It seemed delicate and fragile, but the golden runes on its surface were like living creatures. Once they were attacked, they would erupt with black phoenix flames that could destroy all. Young Master Sun was comfortably lying down on a warm white blanket. As he smelled the faint fragrance, he felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan. Ju Fenghuang faintly smiled. She seemed to be saying something to him. There was a bit of impatience in her eyes, but it was well hidden, making it hard for others to sense it. Brother, I've made you suffer today. But as long as we can find the ancient tree monster, no one will be able to ignore your merits. You will definitely obtain the harvest you deserve. Young Master Sun nodded again and again, a cunning light flashing in his eyes. The ancient tree monster was indeed strong, but he hadn't faced it head-on. He had only sensed its aura, and while his soul had been shaken, it hadn't been as serious as it seemed. But if he were to be locked onto, who would pay any more attention to him? Perhaps right now, he wouldn't even be able to enter this comfortable phoenix carriage. As long as he didn't lock onto the ancient tree monster for even a moment, he would be an indispensable member of the team. Of course, the distribution that Zhu Fenghuang had mentioned was also an important reason. Everyone had already signed a contract to not harm each other. He believed that no one would dare to violate it, so Sun Zifu wasn't too worried about his own safety. Moreover, although in terms of strength he was at the bottom of the group, as a direct descendant disciple of the Sun family, it wasn't as if he didn't have methods to preserve his own life. With Xian Zhao joining them, their chances of hunting down the ancient tree monster would increase. No matter what, he had to take a share of the profit. A smug look flashed in his eyes. His eyes fell to the back of the group. At this time, he seemed to sense something and looked up. Their eyes met. Young Master Sun's heart trembled. He tried his best to maintain his calm, smiling and lowering his head. The smug feeling in his heart suddenly vanished, replaced by a great deal of restlessness. There wasn't a problem with Yarrow Bin's gaze just now, but for some unknown reason, he felt as if he had been seen through, as if there were no secrets left to hide. But that was impossible. Although the summit of this lonely mountain peak wasn't too large, Shu Guzi had used the minor Sumeru treasure to isolate the outside from the outside. It was impossible for Yarrow Bin to discover their secret discussion. But why did he feel so uncomfortable? Could it be that he had a guilty conscience? Fellow Daoist Yao, I didn't want to do this, but the situation was beyond my control, so don't blame me. Beneath the ancient tree monster, the edges of the mottled furnace were covered with tree roots. The ends of the furnace cracked open, beads of blood falling down like rain. It was unknown how much blood had been poured into the furnace, but it wasn't even half full. It was clear that there was another world within. The sage's eyes were warm and he smiled. What a bunch of clever little fellows. You were actually able to find the position of the ancient tree monster. Although my ultimate goal was to draw you all here, I still haven't finished my business, so I can't let you come here too early. Maybe I'll have to find something for you on the way. As his words fell, he reached out a hand and patted the incomparably thick trunk of the ancient tree monster several times. A pair of giant eyes slowly appeared, opening wide and revealing an icy chill. The sage bowed. Lord Monster Emperor, I need your help. This was a squad formed from the most elite juniors of the demonic path. Although there weren't many of them, their combat strength couldn't be underestimated. Although the small world had become dangerous, there was nothing that could stop them. Qin Yu was at the back of the squad. He discovered that he was particularly idle. Not to mention a chance to attack, but before he could even react, the demon beasts that appeared had already been cut down. The ones who attacked were mostly Xian Zhao and Dong Hanju. The former held a dragon spear in his hands. No matter how strong or weak a demon beast was, as long as it appeared in front of him, he would thrust his spear and kill it. There was no demon beast that could escape. The Dong family was a fiendish monster, his every movement overflowing with cruelty. The demon beasts that attacked him would often have their corpses broken and the blood of their slaughter would overflow. On the surface, both sides seemed to be of similar levels. There wasn't a single demon beast that was a match for the two of them. But in terms of the details, compared to Xian Zhao's casual attacks, Dong Hanju's methods were far too crude. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh once more. Zhao Qinyuan's strength was truly unfathomable. Up until now, he had only seen simple stabbing techniques with his spear. He hadn't used any of his true supernatural abilities. If he attacked with his full strength, he feared his strength would rise by several times over. Qin Yu asked himself, if the two of them were to fight in a life or death battle, he might not even have a 50% chance of victory. And this chance of victory was calculated after he considered all of his trump cards. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He really couldn't underestimate the heroes of the world. But he didn't know that if others in this group were to learn that Qin Yu dared to say that he had a 50% chance of victory in a life-or-death battle with Zhao Qianyuan, they would likely laugh their heads off. "Little brother, where does your confidence come from?" Zhao Qianyuan's name wasn't exaggerated at all. From his status as a Zhao family branch junior, he had walked step by step to where he was today. Although he hadn't spent too much time, the tempering he had experienced wasn't any less. One step at a time, everyone knew just how strong he was. In the entire land of divinity and demons, there weren't many people that dared to say that they would have a 50% chance of victory in a battle with Zhao Qianyuan. Suddenly, Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. His feet quietly separated, changing to the most suitable angle for exerting strength. Within his chest, his heart fiercely beat, pushing blood like waves through his blood vessels. Quietly, he had already prepared to attack. At this time, Zhao Qianyuan came to a sudden stop. "Be careful, something is coming." Qin Yu's eyebrows shot up, surprise in his eyes. This Saiyan Zhao had such keen senses. Indeed, compared to these true chosen prides of heaven, after he left his trump cards, the difference wasn't just a little bit. Rumble, 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 rumble. Terrifying sounds spread out from the cliffs on both sides. Large boulders tumbled down, smashing into trees and filling the skies with broken branches and leaves. It was like a hurricane was roaring towards them. Zhu Fenghuang's eyes instantly turned dark. Countless shadows rose up from the ground, weaving together into layer upon layer of a net. The falling boulders smashed through layer after layer, their speed becoming increasingly slow until they finally stopped several hundred feet above everyone's heads. Roar! With an angry roar, a black ape appeared on top of a cliff. Its fangs were bared and its eyes shined with a golden light. It held a pitch-black staff in its hands and a cruel aura soared into the heavens. Commander-level demon beast. The black ape exerted strength in its feet. Its majestic body pressed down like a mountain. It raised the staff in its hands high and smashed it down, stirring up waves of wind. Before it fell, a terrifying aura had already arrived. With a loud cracking sound, the ground began to crack apart like a spider web. Dong Hanju coldly sneered, "Come. This is a good opportunity to stretch my muscles." Dong Hanju shot into the skies. The ground exploded and Dong Hanju shot into the skies. With a wave of his hand, a dark steel staff appeared in his hand. With a loud shout, he swung it upwards. The stone staff collided with the dark steel staff in midair. Space twisted and a heaven-shaking explosion erupted, billowing out in all directions. The black ape's staff shook back and nearly fell out of his hands. It roared out loud and managed to hold on to it. Dong Hanju felt as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. He fell down from the skies and smashed into the ground, forming a terrifying pit. He licked his lips. His arms shook and his bones began to emit explosive crackling sounds. His body actually grew in size. Wonderful. But at this time, before he could do anything, the dragon spear in Zhao Qianyuan's hand shook and thrust into the ground like a bolt of lightning. A deep and pained roar echoed out from deep within the earth. Immediately, the entire mountain valley began to violently tumble, as if great waves were set off. Zhao Qianyuan's eyes brightened. The dragon spear in his hand fiercely trembled and he took a step backwards. In the next moment, the ground exploded and a terrifying maw broke out from the earth. The maw came together and a horrifying sound rang out. Earth Demon Dragon. Shu Gu's pupils shrank and his complexion darkened. Because of the demonic nature of demon beasts, it was difficult for them to coexist unless they were of the same bloodline. Commander-level demon beasts were even more so. They often divided up their own territories, and if a commander-level demon beast were to casually intrude, it would be regarded as an invasion and a great battle would ensue. But today, two commander-level demon beasts had appeared and joined forces to attack them. This was abnormal. As Shu Gu's thoughts raced, above everyone's heads, blood-red lines began to appear on the stones that were blocked by the shadow net, as if they were the bloodlines of a living being. Shu Gu's eyes flashed. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He glanced up and then lowered his head. In the next moment, these giant stones soared into the air and gathered together, turning into a terrifying stone giant. Magma tumbled about its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Raging flames burned and released a terrifyingly high temperature. From high above, the stone giant was like a mountain peak, casting a shadow that covered the phoenix carriage. Chapter 503. The ground instantly melted, turning into tumbling magma. Waves of heat surged out, burning and twisting the air. But at this moment, a smear of black appeared. It was like a speck of ink falling into a crimson sea. After a slight pause, it began to expand outwards at an astonishing speed. Wherever the ink spread, everything was frozen solid. The raging flames and magma that had been raging just a moment ago instantly turned into giant blocks of black ice. A cold chill rose up, causing the temperature to plummet. Icicles condensed in the air, slowly falling to the ground. Cracks appeared on the black ice. Then, a second, a third, and finally more and more cracks appeared. The entire block of ice shattered into countless pieces and fell to the ground, revealing the crimson red within. The flames and magma were actually frozen as they burned. The luxurious and noble phoenix carriage's appearance had changed greatly. On the soft curtains, a layer of black circles had been drawn on the edges of the golden runes. The terrifying black flames were being released from these black circles. Zhu Fenghuang's eyes were pitch black, like the eternal darkness of the starry skies. Black and gold runes crawled up her fair and beautiful face, causing her to lose all of her charm and be replaced with an austere killing intent. She lifted a hand. With a cry, the phantom of a divine black phoenix appeared in the skies above the phoenix carriage. Its icy cold eyes glared at the giant rock demon. And at this time, the fourth commander-level demon beast appeared. Before it even appeared, a layer of pale green fog spread through the air. The lush and verdant plants on both sides of the mountain valley seemed to be sucked out of their vitality as soon as they were touched by this fog. Yellow spots began to appear, turning pitch black and finally turning into powder that fell to the ground. Zhuo complexion changed. "Be careful, there's poison gas." He instantly sealed off his body. It was unknown what method he used, but a layer of blue light covered his body. Fluctuations fluctuated, faintly forming the shape of a suit of armor. Puff, there was a muffled sound, as if a great umbrella had been opened. A white spiderweb appeared above Zhuo head. What made one's scalp tingle was that every strand of this spiderweb was covered with dense black fangs, as if they were ferocious maws. After covering Zhuo, the web fiercely shrank. The black fangs crisscrossed together like countless sharp knives, ready to shred their prey to pieces. The fourth commander-level magical beast finally appeared. It was as fast as a shadow, pouncing on the prey that was trapped like a spider web. Its 8 slender limbs pierced in like lightning. Unfortunately, the leg that stabbed out didn't feel the delightful feeling of flesh and blood being torn apart. Instead, it felt as if it had fallen into a quagmire. Bang! The spiderweb exploded and a fist punched out. It was wrapped in a layer of scales condensed from demonic energy, as if it had completed some sort of transformation. The 7-eyed demon spider's 8 limbs suddenly exerted force, narrowly dodging the attack aimed at its abdomen. It opened its mouth and let out a mournful howl. Zhuo sneered, as if he didn't sense the pain in his soul at all. He strode forwards and punched out again. The 7-eyed demon spider opened its mouth, but what it spat out was not a spiderweb, but a ball of green mucus. Left grasping Moon turned his fist into a palm strike. The green goo was sent flying away, and as luck would have it, it flew straight towards Qin Yu. Bang! The green goo exploded. Several times more poisonous green fog instantly spread out, submerging Qin Yu's figure. Hesitation flashed in Zhuo eyes. He didn't believe that with Qin Yu's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. But at this time, he didn't have time to think about it. The 7-eyed demon spider's limbs had already pierced out like lightning. Within the green poison fog, Qin Yu had a calm expression. Runes began to appear on his right index finger. Under his deliberate control, he didn't absorb the poison fog, but rather used it as his best barrier. Unless one was like him and had the ability to be immune to poison, then whether it was these fellows with ulterior motives or the powerful demon beasts that joined hands to hunt them down, none of them were willing to approach the poison fog spewed out by the commander-level magical beast. If Qin Yu stayed in the poison fog, he could temporarily escape from this chaotic slaughter and watch the actions of these people from the sidelines. On the lonely peak where everyone had gathered, Shuguze's minor Sumeru treasure had been able to conceal one's aura and conceal yin and yang senses. But he had no way to conceal everyone's soul fluctuations. When they met in private, everyone was careful not to release the least bit of their aura. But what they didn't know was that with the help of the cosmic Sea-Cross bell, there was nothing they could hide from Qin Yu. In Mei's words, the life forms of your world were extremely sinister. Qin Yu also thought this. For instance, the fiendish Dong Hanju, who was known to be ruthless and overbearing, a person who lacked a single cord in his head, was actually able to hold his own against Shuguzi. He turned around and had a brief meeting with the sword-wielding Li Mingxian. For instance, when Zhuo Lanyu paid a visit to Zhu Fenghuang, he didn't know what the two of them spoke about, but the joy in their soul fluctuations was clear. It was clear the two had reached some sort of agreement. After bidding his farewells, Zhuo Lanyu immediately went to find Mu Qingwan. The two of them had a rather congenial conversation. For instance, even though Zhu Fenghuang and Mu Qingwan had opposed each other in front of everyone and were jealous of each other, the truth was that their relationship wasn't so bad. In this chaotic mess, there were two exceptions. One was Zhao Qianyuan, who had arrived last, and the other was the snoring Sun Zifu. Along the way, nearly everyone had come into private contact with Zhao Qianyuan, but in the end they hadn't harvested anything. This could be seen as the self-confidence of a powerhouse. Thinking about it, there was only one last fool left. He was still having a very important sweet dream. Qin Yu shook his head. His eyes fell onto the Phoenix Luan carriage and Sun Zifu, who was nervously looking at them. Young Master Sun couldn't see him, but Qin Yu could see every minute expression on Sun Zifu's face. He was indeed worried. This bastard wasn't completely black-hearted. Qin Yu's complexion eased a little, but he wouldn't say or do anything. No matter what he thought, Sun Zifu's actions had already placed him in a perilous situation. For instance, that so-called family heirloom life-saving jade pendant. That was indeed a good thing, but what was hidden inside, although Qin Yu didn't know what it was, he definitely wouldn't touch it. Whatever. He would continue watching for now. If Sun Zifu realized his error, Qin Yu didn't mind giving him a chance to make a new choice. Otherwise, he would stand on the opposite side of these people and seek his own death. The Earth Demon Dragon was extremely strong. Even amongst commander-level demon beasts, it was a peak existence. Its attacks were swift and fierce, and its defensive abilities were astonishing. Zhao Qianyuan's dragon spear was like a swimming dragon, but he was only able to knock it back and forth. He wasn't able to kill it in a short period of time, and he even had to be careful of its sudden and fierce attacks. The black ape that wielded the stone staff had an inconceivably powerful mortal body. In addition to its infinite strength, every strike contained a terrifying strength that could annihilate all. Dong Hanju's path was completely the same as his. As the two sides fought, it was like a collision of stars. Rumble, 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 their auras filling the skies. Zhuo Lanyue's battle with the seven-eyed demon spider was far more mediocre than the previous two. In particular, when both sides fought, they withdrew as soon as they made contact, as if there was a deep dread between them. Zhu Fenghuang, who was fighting the rock demon giant alone, was actually the most relaxed out of everyone. Her black phoenix black flames naturally restrained the rock demon giant's strength. Wherever the black flames passed, all things in the world would freeze. In this chaotic battle, Li Mingxian felt a bit helpless. It was true that his heart had been moved by the woman beside him. Now was the time for him to display his strength and have the other side look at him in a new light. Unfortunately, none of the four commander-level demon beasts chose to attack them. Taking the initiative to attack, he wasn't an idiot. Although everyone was working together and had signed a demonic path contract, the chances of them harming each other weren't high. But preserving his strength so that he was in his peak state was undoubtedly the best choice. But if Li Mingxian could think of this, others could also naturally think of it. They were fighting a bloody battle from the sidelines and you were just watching from the sidelines. Thus, when Zhuo Lanyu fought the seven-eyed demon spider, he was careless and was forced back. He just happened to pass by Li Mingxuan's 100-sword boat and fall behind. His face paled and his breathing became rapid. Fellow Daoist Li, Miss Mu, I have accidentally breathed in the poison fog. Please help me. Mu Qinghuan respectfully said, Fellow Daoist Zhuo, please rest for the time being. Leave it to us. As she spoke, she eagerly looked over. The bit of anger in Li Mingxuan's heart immediately dissipated, replaced by a heroic spirit. Sister, rest assured that with me here, I won't allow this ugly demon beast to harm you in the least. Humph. Surnames were, I'll remember this first. He lifted a hand and slapped out. The 100-sword boat trembled and howled as it flew out. The tip shrank and shrank, transforming into a terrifying great sword. Black infernal energy tumbled about, nearly condensing into essence. Phantoms of living beings appeared, all of them rearing their heads back and howling. Using a sword to forge a boat, the boat was a sword. Although it was incomplete, 100 broken parts were truly fierce. It was unknown how much blood and slaughter it had been stained with, but when it merged together, one could imagine how terrifying its might was. With a single sword strike, infernal energy shocked the world. Before it even slashed down, it had already seized the enemy's heart and soul. The seven-eyed demon spider screeched. With a crisp sound, one of its legs beneath its abdomen was severed at the base. Whoosh, like an arrow released from a bow, it shot straight towards the 100-sword boat. Both sides collided. The leg violently trembled. After a single breath of time, the surface of the leg began to crack and then it collapsed into fragments that filled the skies. The seven-eyed demon spider seemed to have already expected this. It instantly crouched on the ground, hiding its soft abdomen beneath the carapace on its back. Ding ding dang dang, like a storm, countless large and small depressions appeared on the surface of the seven-eyed demon spider's carapace, leaving behind unremarkable white marks. As for Li Mingxian, he suffered a great loss. As he dodged, not only were several holes torn in his robes, but there was also a wound on his face. What left him even more furious was that there was no blood flowing out from this wound. Rather, there was a faint numbness that rapidly spread outwards. His handsome face began to swell and blacken at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he had turned from a handsome young man into an ugly wild boar. At this time, Li Mingxian was truly angered to the point where one Buddha was born and two Buddhas ascended to the heavens. With a loud roar, the 100-sword boat shrank once more. It was now only slightly larger than an ordinary flying sword, but the aura it emitted was terrifying to the extreme. The billowing infernal energy completely condensed into fog. Vicious spirits gathered within, constantly roaring and roaring. Tiny cracks appeared all around the 100-sword boat. This small world itself couldn't withstand its current strength. Zhuo Lanue's pupils shrank, a trace of shock in his eyes. He clearly didn't expect Li Mingxian to have such strength. Mu Qinghuan was startled. A trace of regret flashed in her eyes, because this could be considered a trump card. Within the green poison fog, Qin Yu had a solemn expression. If he hadn't been prepared for Li Mingxuan's attack, it wouldn't have been easy. As he thought, those that had the qualifications to come here weren't easy to deal with. He needed to be a bit more cautious. However, with his guard up, the 100-sword boat in Li Mingxuan's hands could only be considered a threat and not a hidden danger. This was also an important reason why he had hidden himself in the poison fog and decided to coldly watch on from the sidelines. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Commander-level demon beasts were tyrannical to the extreme. Even if he tried to hide himself, he would still be forced to reveal some of his abilities. These people didn't have any good intentions towards him. If he could understand a little more, there would be no harm in doing so. Li Mingxian attacked with hatred in his heart. The power of the 100-sword boat erupted and the seven-eyed demon spider was forced back again and again. Of the 8 legs under its abdomen, only 4 remained. However, it seemed to have an extremely strong regenerative ability. After its legs were cut off, they quickly grew back. However, the color of these newly grown legs was much thinner and they were extremely fragile. They could only support its body in moving. Evil creature, die for me! Li Mingxian roared out, his momentum truly unparalleled. But as one looked at his swollen and black head, they couldn't help but want to laugh. The 100-sword boat had shrunk even further. It was now smaller than a normal flying sword. The slaughter energy that tumbled on its surface began to burn, turning into grey flames. These flames were similar to Zhu Fenghuang's Black Phoenix True Fire. They were icy cold without the least bit of heat, but they were even colder and gloomier. Just a glance at them was enough to make one shiver all over. Shua, the 100-sword boat, slashed down. The grey flames condensed into a line, its speed faster than lightning. The seven-eyed demon spider had this name because it had 7 eyes on its head, 3 on the left and right, and 1 between its eyebrows. The 6 eyes were open all year round, but the eye between its eyebrows was closed all year round. This was where its terror lay. This eye was also known as the Eye of Samsara. In the legends, it was said that it could open up a samsara channel and banish souls. Even if it wasn't as terrifying as the legends made it out to be, anyone struck by this supernatural ability would at least suffer severe wounds that would be difficult to treat. It had to be known that the soul was where the spirituality of a living being resided. If one was injured too heavily, they would damage their source. Even if they managed to survive, they would have no future to speak of. Now, the seven-eyed demon spider felt an intense crisis coming from this sword. It screamed and closed its 6 eyes. As it trembled, the eye between its eyebrows split open. Li Mingxian, who was filled with endless anger, suddenly shivered. Fear rose up from the depths of his heart, instantly soaking through his entire body. Without any hesitation, he fell to the ground. In the next moment, a white light flew past his nose. Li Mingxuan's back was instantly soaked with a cold sweat. Even though he hadn't touched it, he could still feel an indescribable horror from this white light. This was a strength that was enough to thoroughly exterminate him without leaving him with the slightest chance of survival. The seven-eyed demon spider's 7th eye, Li Mingxuan's heart was filled with lingering fear. In his rage, he had forgotten the most terrifying strength of this demon beast. Luckily, he had reacted just a bit faster, otherwise he would have already suffered a tragedy. Zhu Fenghuang coldly sneered. She lifted her hand and sprinkled out Black Phoenix True Fire, freezing everything it touched and forcing the rock demon giant to retreat again and again. Although she had the advantage of suppressing it in strength, no one dared to underestimate the strength of a commander-level demon beast. For her to be able to accomplish this was enough to make others look at her in a new light. When it came to Zhao Qianyuan, the infatuation she displayed was part of her acting. But to say that she wasn't tempted at all would be a lie. If she could move him a little today, that would naturally be for the best. Thinking of this, Zhu Fenghuang became increasingly calm. Every movement she made was filled with charm. As she stood atop the incomparably dignified phoenix carriage, she truly seemed like a phoenix maiden descending from the highest heavens. Unfortunately, there was a burden behind her. Sun Zifu wasn't bad. Although he was a bit clever, he wasn't a shrewd person. If she were to give herself to him, it wouldn't be difficult for her to become the master of the family in the future. She might even be able to indirectly control the massive ship that was the Sun family. Wealth moved the hearts of men. When one's wealth surpassed a certain limit, no one could underestimate them in the least. The Sun family had the qualifications to not be underestimated. Zhu Fenghuang had once hesitated. She had also tried to persuade herself that Sun Zifu was a good choice, but she was still unwilling in her heart. As all sorts of thoughts raced through her mind, a horrifying aura suddenly descended upon her heart. Zhu Fenghuang was shocked. Her eyes turned pitch black and she fiercely looked forwards. A misty white light howled out from the distance. Passing through this white light was the seven-eyed demon spider. Her soul trembled and screamed, telling her just how terrifying this white light was. If she touched it, she wouldn't be able to retreat. Her feet moved, but she immediately paused. This was because Zhu Fenghuang suddenly thought of Sun Zifu, who was right behind her. If she avoided it, then with Sun Zifu's strength, there was no way he could survive. In other words, he might die. A trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but it was only a trace. Zhu Fenghuang had thoughts towards the ancient tree monster, so she naturally wouldn't allow herself to be severely wounded ahead of time. She might even be able to bury her entire future along with her. So, After pausing for a moment, Zhu Fenghuang gently floated forwards. Sun Zifu's eyes widened. As he looked at the white light howling towards him, he was stunned at first, but then it turned into a deep fear. At this moment, his mind was blank. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in his peripheral vision. It rushed in front of him like a bolt of lightning and grasped out a hand. Qin Yu felt his entire body turn cold, as if he had fallen into an ancient cave of ice. His mortal body and soul shivered beneath this chill. Within his soul space, faint traces of white frost appeared, rapidly spreading outwards. The white light hung in the air, ripples spreading outwards. At this moment, Qin Yu could feel an intense threat, as if the world would collapse. And the source of this threat came from the ripples around the white light, as if an extremely terrifying existence was about to appear. Unfortunately, Qin Yu didn't, or to be more accurate, it was the existence within his soul space that didn't have the chance to appear. With a flash of light, the cosmic sea-cross bell vanished. Mei's eyes widened as she looked at the white light. She licked her lips. Suddenly, her complexion changed. She angrily said, "You dare to steal it from me?" Her hand grasped forwards. Unfortunately, the purple moon was even faster. The halo of light that fell down instantly swept away half of the white light. In the blink of an eye, the white frost that had condensed in his soul space and was preparing to use its ultimate move was cleanly divided up. With half of the white light in her hand, Mai clenched her teeth. "Give it back to me." The purple moon was silent, perhaps disdainful of responding. After a long time, Mai coldly snorted and swallowed the white light, restoring her original appearance. Chapter 504. The seven-eyed demon spider had already been executed. Its fierce head with 7 eyes had been cut in half and its blood mixed with green venom was scattered everywhere. Li Mingxian let out a long breath of relief. He suddenly felt a bit of pride in himself. In the end, he was the one who had the last laugh. Thus, he subconsciously turned his head to look at the white light that had nearly killed him. Where had it run off to? Then, his mouth suddenly opened wide. Zhuo Lanue's complexion was strange. There was a look of surprise on his face, as well as a look of ridicule on his face. What benefits had Sun Zifu promised him? He had risked his life to save him. Yarobin, Yarobin, are you seeking your own death? But to him, this was clearly a good thing. As long as he could obtain the Heaven Mending Stone, his strength would rise in the near future. Shu Guzi was surprised. He never thought that this would be the final result. Regardless of what sort of agreement Sun Zifu and Yarobin had reached in private, just the courage of Sun Zifu not hesitating to help even though he knew death was near was enough to be admired. But admiration was admiration. Shu Guzi didn't approve of this method. And most importantly, if Yarobin died, how would he deal with the backlash of the monster race bloodline? Zhao Qinyuan's battle with the Earth Demon Dragon seemed fierce and dangerous, but the truth was that everything was under his control. It was just that he didn't want to consume too much energy to kill it. Thus, he had spare energy to calmly observe the entire battlefield. He wasn't the only smart person here. If he could think of this, then Zhao Qinyuan could naturally think of it as well. After Li Mingxian avoided the white light from the seven-eyed demon spider's 7th eye by a hair, he knew that Zhu Fenghuang would face a choice. And as expected, this proud daughter of heaven hesitated for a moment and then dodged without hesitation. Ridicule rose in his heart, but his eyes remained indifferent. He had risen from humble beginnings and walked step by step to where he was today. He had already developed a heart of stone. He wouldn't do anything. Whether Sun Zifu died or was injured, that was his choice and his destiny. It had nothing to do with him. Accidents always occurred when one was defenseless. This was why it was called an accident. Xian Zhao's eyebrows arched up. He watched as Qin Yu broke through the fog, as Qin Yu stepped down, as Qin Yu blocked in front of him, and as Qin Yu raised his hand. Decisive and resolute, without the least bit of hesitation. If he had hesitated even the tiniest bit, he would have lost the chance to save Qin Yu. Hiding in the poisonous fog and sitting on the fishing platform, this was clearly the choice of a smart person. What was the reason that made him choose to attack? Was it really because Sun Zifu had made a huge promise to him in private? But in this world, What could be more important than one's own life and future? Zhao Qianyuan couldn't figure out what was going on, but there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that nothing would happen to Yarrow Bin. How could a person who could make him feel fear in his heart after sensing his aura so easily place himself in a hopeless situation? His eyes flickered, and he became even more curious about this unfamiliar companion of his. Zhu Fenghuang's face tightened and her beautiful eyes widened. She was shocked and ashamed, but in the blink of an eye, she completely hid it. She was not wrong. With how terrifying the seven-eyed demon spider was, the first thought anyone would have when facing the white light would be to protect themselves. Not to mention that she had yet to marry Sun Zifu. Even if the two of them were husband and wife, her choice would not change. She forced herself to remain calm, but the gazes of the people around her were like invisible flames, causing her to feel a burning pain. In particular, when Zhao Qianyuan swept his gaze over her, although his eyes were faint, she could still feel the coldness in them. Zhu Fenghuang clenched her fists, her nails piercing into her palms. She raised her head, revealing her pure white neck to maintain her pride. Escaping from death was a very simple and straightforward phrase, but only those who had personally experienced it would understand its true meaning. Sun Zifu's shivering body stiffened like iron. He stared at the black-robed figure in front of him, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Yarrow Bin, saved him. How could he dare? Moreover, there was no reason at all. Although the demon body tempering pill was precious, compared to his life and future, it was nothing at all. But Yarrow Bin had moved, resolutely blocking in front of him. There was only one explanation for all of this. Yarrow Bin had regarded him as a friend, thus he had helped him without hesitation in this dangerous moment. As soon as Sun Zifu thought of this, he was incomparably moved. Then, he felt ashamed. Yarrow Bin had regarded him as a friend, but he had secretly conspired with everyone else to place him in a dangerous situation. If there was a crack in the ground, Sun Zifu would have jumped right in. But right now, there was an even more important matter. Fellow Daoist Yao, how are you? He rushed down from the phoenix carriage. But before he could support him, Qin Yu dodged to the side. I'm fine. Qin Yu glanced at him. Shame, gratitude, worry, and all sorts of other emotions wove together on his face. Then, he turned and left. Yarrow Bin was stunned. His eyes began to heat up and he quickly lowered his head, not wanting to be seen by others. He was fine. How could he be fine? It had to be known that this was the destructive light of the seven-eyed demon spider's seventh eye. If he was struck by it, even if he didn't die, he would still be crippled. Yarrow Bin didn't want him to worry or feel guilty, so he forced himself to say that he was fine. He even deliberately put on an indifferent expression. He definitely didn't want him to say anything more. Yarrow Bin must have endured a great deal. He thought back to how he had been chased down by the ancient tree monster Avatar, how he had encountered the demon wolf pack, and how he had arrived here one step at a time. He had received far too many graciousness from Yarrow Bin. How could he have been blinded by Lard? How could he have agreed to plot against him with others? Sun Zifu, ask yourself honestly. In your entire life, have you ever met a friend who treated you with such sincerity? To harm him, you are worse than a dog or pig. The reason Qin Yu turned and left was because nothing had happened to him. As for why he had suddenly tried to save them, in truth, this was simply an urgent request of the cosmic Sea-Cross Bell. The little girl had screamed in excitement, saying that eating this white light would be of great benefit to her. Qin Yu had acted. Cough cough, so when he faced Sun Zifu's complex and grateful eyes just now, even though Qin Yu's skin had been tempered to the extreme, he still couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Of course, it was best to leave first. After the seven-eyed demon spider died, the black ape, earth demon dragon, and rock demon giant saw that they weren't its match. They roared and fled. As commander-level demon beasts, if they wanted to escape, it was impossible to stop them unless they used all of their abilities. So, after paying a price, the three commander-level demon beasts soon vanished from sight. After a short period of rest, the group continued onwards. More and more people came to chat with Sun Zifu, their faces full of gratitude. They said that those who survived a calamity would surely have good fortune in the future. Of course, Most of them were trying to find out what sort of agreement or relationship there was between him and Yarrow Bin that the latter would risk everything to save him. Young Master Sun tried to change the subject, but they were all fooled. He lay down on a soft blanket, a delicate fragrance lingering in his nose. Beside him, Ju Fenghuang's eyes were red. She said in annoyance, "Brother, it was all my fault. I was frightened for a moment and instinctively avoided him. Luckily, brother, you are fine. Otherwise, even if I were to die 10,000 times, I still wouldn't be able to relieve the guilt in my heart. Brother, you must hate me a lot right now, but I really didn't do it on purpose. I have never faced death before, so I only knew fear." Sun Zifu waved his hand. "Don't blame sister, don't blame sister. In that sort of situation, self-preservation is a human instinct. I can certainly understand." He stretched out his arms. "Look, I'm fine." Ju Fenghuang's eyes turned even redder. "Thank you, brother, thank you." She blamed herself once more. It took Sun Zifu a great deal of effort to barely calm her down. That's right, just what benefits did brother promise Yarrow Bin that he would risk his life like this? Sun Zifu proudly smiled. Then, he seemed to think of something. "This matter involves a secret of the Sun family. Forgive me for not being able to tell sister." He smacked his lips. It seemed he couldn't brag about it, but he also felt a bit regretful. Ju Fenghuang smiled and nodded. "Since it involves a secret of the Sun family, it is natural for brother to keep it a secret. Rest for a while first. Once we set up camp at night, I will personally make some dishes and warm up some jugs of wine to help brother calm down." Sun Zifu nodded. "I'm really a bit tired." Ju Fenghuang turned and left the Phoenix carriage. Sun Zifu lay down on the blanket and comfortably sighed. But his eyes didn't seem tired at all. After experiencing the joint attack of 4 commander-level demon beasts, the group had become more cautious. After some discussion, they decided that they wouldn't continue their journey at night when the demon beasts could increase their strength in order to avoid being surrounded and killed. Thus, they decided to set up camp. Shu Guzi took up this responsibility. He was responsible for laying down the camp's array formation so that no demon beasts would disturb their rest. In the dark of night, Sun Zifu, who had narrowly escaped death, became the focus of everyone. Besides Zhao Qianyuan and the healing Qin Yu, everyone else raised their cups and toasted him. Perhaps because she wanted to dispel any ill feelings, Ju Fenghuang did her best. It was unknown where she obtained many precious materials, but she was able to craft a complete set of banquets. Everyone ate, drank, and laughed. Sun Zifu didn't refuse anyone. In his excited mood, he soon drank too much. Ju Fenghuang called out several times. But as she saw him leaning against the campfire, holding onto a blanket and sleeping soundly, she revealed a look of disdain and no longer called out to him. After all, it was a bit inconvenient for the two of them to sleep together in the Phoenix carriage at night. She was happy to do so. As the night deepened, everyone set up their own arrangements and began to cultivate. After today's great battle with the 4 commander-level demon beasts, everyone had suffered losses. Naturally, they had to restore themselves to peak condition as soon as possible. Beside the campfire, the drunken and unconscious Sun Zifu muttered several words to himself as he struggled to crawl up. He fiddled with his waist a few times, seeming to think of something. Then, he staggered towards the edge of the camp. In the darkness, Qin Yu's eyes slowly opened. He looked at young Master Sun who was standing several dozen feet away, angrily pissing himself in the wind. "Fellow Daoist Yarrow, I apologize. Time is of the essence, so don't ask anything. Just listen to me." Sun Zifu's voice sounded out in his ears. "Fellow Daoist Yarrow, the jade pendant that I gave you that day, you absolutely must not wear it with you, otherwise there will be great danger. But, you cannot throw it away, otherwise Shu Guzi will immediately sense it. It is best if you can find a way to seal it away so that it can't touch your aura. Also, hunting down the ancient tree monster is not as simple as fellow Daoist knowing it. The ancient tree monster in this small world is the remnant body of a great emperor of the monster race. It has been rooted here for countless years and has absorbed the demonic energy of this small world. Demon blood crystals have already formed within its body. To those of my demonic path, This is an inconceivable treasure. If you can obtain it and refine it, you will definitely be able to awaken your bloodline. If your bloodline has already awakened, you can borrow the strength of the demon blood crystal to complete your advancement. Everyone here has evil intentions towards fellow Daoist Yarrow. You must be careful not to be schemed against by others. I know that I have wronged you. Tonight, I pretended to be drunk and told you all of this in order to feel at ease. I don't dare to ask for anything more. He casually shook his hand and let out a comfortable sigh. Then, he pulled up his pants and walked away. He stumbled over to the campfire and fell asleep once more. Qin Yu faintly smiled. He could roughly guess why Sun Zifu had undergone such a great change. Demon blood crystals? His eyes flashed and he inadvertently swept his eyes over the camp. Young Master Sun thought himself smart, but what he didn't know was that his actions weren't a secret at all. In the tent, Shu Guzi flicked his sleeves. The scene in front of him twisted for a moment before vanishing from sight. He turned around and hesitated for a moment. What does fellow Daoists think? Zhuo Lanyu didn't answer and instead asked, does Brother Shu suspect Sun Zifu? Shu Guzi remained expressionless. Fellow Daoists, why are you avoiding the important and focusing on the trivial? You should know that this isn't what I'm concerned about. Zhuo Lanyu smiled. I don't know. He stood up and paced back and forth several times. You and I both know how terrifying the seven-eyed demon spider is. Yarrow Bin is currently safe and sound, and while I don't know the reason for this, there is one thing I can be sure of. This person is unfathomably deep. Shu Guzi's eyes darkened. This is what I'm worried about. A chess piece that has already been set in place suddenly has the ability to resist. I find it hard to feel at ease. Zhuo Lanyu lightly said, Brother Shu has already remedied the situation. If not for this, why would you allow Sun Zifu to leak information to him? He paused for a moment. Now that he knows about the existence of the demon blood crystal, even if he knows he has been schemed against, his best choice would still be to remain silent. Of course, the premise of this is that he is truly in an unharmed state. Otherwise, Shu Guzi leisurely said, he will choose to leave. Zhuo Lanyu smiled. So, we just need to be patient and wait a little longer. The next day, as the skies brightened, everyone walked out of their tents. After a hangover, young Master Sun was finally willing to wake up. He awkwardly smiled and began to wash himself. Before he could clean himself up, the tranquility of the morning was broken by something. Qin Yu bid his farewells and left on his own initiative. He didn't say why, but everyone had already filled in their own thoughts. Indeed, that white light from yesterday wasn't easy to deal with. Sun Zifu opened his mouth to speak, but in the end he fell silent. It was dangerous to leave the group, but if he continued to stay here, he feared it would be difficult to escape this calamity. Shu Guzi lightly sighed. If fellow Daoist Yarrow insists on doing this, then I won't try to persuade you any further. It's just that this small world is filled with perils. Fellow Daoist should be careful. Qin Yu cupped his hands together and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Sun Zifu tossed it over. With a cold expression, he said, Fellow Daoist Yarrow, since you are leaving halfway, please return the precious jade I gave you. What am I doing? I must be going crazy. Qin Yu glanced at him. He took out the jade pendant and placed it in Sun Zifu's hand. His feet moved and he soon vanished from sight. Seeing Qin Yu be so straightforward, Sun Zifu was stunned for a moment. Then, he grit his teeth. For better or worse, he was still a man. He might as well pay back his life. Yarrow Bin, this is all I can do. I hope that their thoughts are all on the ancient tree monster and they will let you live. Sun Zifu took a deep breath and turned around. He smiled and said, Everyone, let's hurry on our way. At this moment, he could clearly see the surprise in everyone's eyes. In particular, Zhu Fenghuang's eyes were particularly complex.